Oh, hey there! Welcome to the stream. And Francesco, hello, welcome. Yeah, we're back. Day 3 of this game making challenge, and hey, wait a minute. Hold on. Hi. Also, okay. What we did? Let me start background music and get that going. Francesco, one, thank you for the sub. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I'm seeing from Infinite OBSness, 18-month streak. What? Excuse me? Hold on. Where do I see? In the months I've been not streaming, have you been subbing? Has that been a thing? Have I missed that? No way. Where are, looking at back-end stream stuff, trying to find buttons. I don't know where things are. Yeah, network has the sub. Wait, what does it? Wait, yeah. What? Thank you. That is very, very kind of you. That's awesome. That's right. I'm so sorry I didn't realize that. I mean, I haven't looked at any of my Twitch backend in the time when I was gone, and I mean, on a new, like, from here, everything's just like almost clean slated. Yeah, that's awesome though. Thank you. I do greatly appreciate that. That's amazing. Yeah, hopefully now that I'm back, my content can be be worthy the subscription. Oh, hey, and Vidar, hey. Also, I recognize you. Yeah, been a while as well. And I see well, yeah. And Method God, hello. Okay, I wanted for pretty faces. Yeah. Okay. Well, this is off to a great start already. Amazing. Yeah. Hold on. Gotta do a little bit of setup. That's too loud. Headphones are on my desk, and you can hear the music. I don't need that. Headphones picking that up twice. Any other? Nothing else is playing that shouldn't be. Good. But yeah. Hello. I saw it redeemed. Solving the cube. So I may as well do this while I'm rambling. Actually, I'm gonna, wow, so you can actually see the cube in frame. It's weird, like right before you started the stream again, I got back into cubing. Very neat, very cool. The light is the camera goes lower just so that the cube can actually be in frame. I'm not gonna bring up the timer, it's fine. So, wow. Be cool to eventually have like a dedicated cube cam, but that's, what? How have I already? The very first turn I made was wrong. Okay, anyway, let me start over. Okay, oh man. Okay, it's not great already. Eventually, like, how many times do you have to sub before I buy a dedicated cube cam? I mean, right now I have a webcam that's like mounted to monitor. Eventually, I don't know at what point do I get like what the real streamers have, where they have an actual proper like camera that's all hooked up into places and whatever. And right now, because it's hooked onto monitor, if I bump the monitor, it's gonna jiggle. Eventually, having it not be like that would be good. And I can potentially more like toy around with what side it's on. Not that that matters that much. Why can I not find? Yeah, I'm not solving this fast because I'm focusing more on what I'm saying. That's okay. Eventually, I keep saying this, at some point I'll dedicate time to actually getting better at solving these faster, but for now, I'm also not even paying attention if this is staying in frame. I'm just hoping it is. Woo! Anyway, yeah! I've seen you the other day on stream without the white, like, who's this substitute? Wow! So, well, okay. So, okay, right now I'll be wearing it because it's summer, so it's hot out. So when I'm overcooking in my room, I'm gonna be not wearing it. It's gonna be on the chair in spirit. When it gets to more like winter, then I'll wear it more consistently. Yeah, yeah. No, so I wasn't wearing it before. I mean, I can already feel it kind of heating up a bit, so I might take it off soon. But whatever, it's fine. Yeah, it's heat dependent, and like I have fans, but if fans are on, then that's additional background noise. So not gonna worry about that. Yeah, so hello, welcome. So what we're doing today is getting back to working on this game, which I did a little bit of work between the last stream and now. Well, let me bring up, my Trello board, that's what I'm missing. Hold on. I knew right before I started, it's like, is there something that I'm missing, something I haven't done? Yeah, it was the setting up. Well, actually, I guess there's not much I need to do here, but wow, this is some of our planning. I'm gonna go to the gym for an hour. I promise I'll be alrighty, Francesco. Yeah. Again, thank you for the subs, though. I do, like, I genuinely, very, very, extremely much appreciate that. That's very awesome. Yeah, but it's cool also that I'm back, hopefully making more stuff. Twitch stuff, YouTube stuff, games. Yeah, hopefully I can be making cool stuff. I'm still quite busy with like other stuff in my life. The main thing being, I have a full-time job now. But so I budgeted time in that this week for making this 9-day thing. I should have quite a decent amount of time making this game, but then after that, I was starting to get a bit busier again, so I don't know if I'll be doing the 6-hour streams like every time, but we'll see. Do my best. So what are we doing? I was actually in the middle of some stuff here that I guess is what we're going to be starting with. The main thing I'm hoping to be doing today, the main thing we're going to be working on is enemies, and then, well, enemies and hazards. We have our most basic type of hazard in existence. So our, I guess there's 3 categories of hazards. Kind of 4. We'll say 4 hazards. 2 of them being enemies. 2 hazards, 2 enemies. Whatever. Anyways, so we're gonna be making some of that today. So I have my sort of thing here. Actually, before I even get to this, there is some other work we need to do. So last stream when we were doing stuff with the player. So right now things are actually a little bit broken because I was in the middle of messing with stuff. Look at this animations, whoa! Except it's only working in one way. It's like, don't worry about that part. And the eye animations are broken. We had eye animations at one point. I'm still not completely settled on how this guy looks. I've toyed around with the idea of like, hey, he could just have black eyes and like, or I mean, people who were here yesterday saw like how much I was messing around with all the different possibilities for how like this character's eyes could look, or whether they have eyes at all, which is being very, very tricky, finicky, which is kind of polished stuff that we shouldn't have to be worrying about too much right now, because that should be more towards the end of making everything look pretty good. But having some of this placeholder stuff in place matters a little bit. I mean, for even just from the player's point of view, just having the eyes look in the direction that you're going, that can be some good feedback for the player. And instead of just like teleporting from space to space, or even just moving linearly, having the squash and stretch animation, it looks good, it looks better. So yesterday in the last stream, we were struggling a lot with making this work, and it was having a lot of weird issues, even just conceptually trying to figure out how we could do it. So I did some Googling, and I don't think I'll be able to, how do I want to word this? Okay, so what we want out of how do I want to word what I'm trying to say here? So I guess I'll just say start with things that I changed from last time to this time with this player. Before we had 2 animators because we were going to be animating the body of the player is doing the squishing and stretching as it goes from cube to cube, and then the eyes were going to kind of move independently to look in the direction that you're going. So those were going to be, at first I had like 2 different animators to sort of handle those independently. I have done away with that now, and I've never used this before, the actual layers in Animator Controller, so I'm going to be experimenting with that, having a layer for the body and the layer for the eyes, and seeing if I can properly use these how they're meant to be used. With a humanoid character, these layers can be used to do stuff where if you have a character that's like running and like holding a gun or something, having the legs animate differently than like the top of the body, or having look around as you're having the same running animation. So sort of blending different animations that are affecting different parts of a mesh. That's kind of what some of this is for. Because we're dealing with just a cube, translating some of that to this, I don't fully know how that's going to happen. we're gonna figure that out. Like, part of this is I'm learning things with some kind of gaps in my knowledge in regards to some Unity things, but I don't have all the time in the world to do this because we gotta finish this game in 9 days. I do starting to like make this game and seeing some, well, yeah, some difficulties that I've had with certain parts of it. It does make me want to, like, after I'm done this game with some of the next stuff I do, look specifically at some, say again, like gaps in my knowledge with certain Unity things that I've just never done before, or don't have much experience doing, and like focus on those things specifically and try to make other little small games where just to tackle some random thing that I've never done before, and that would be cool. Oh, hey, Skilly Feels. Hello. Welcome. In the middle of, yeah, we're just basically just started 11 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago, kind of. Still giving introductory explanation stuff, so you haven't missed much. Just me rambling as always. Okay, so I'll try to. Okay, let me speed this up so we can get to actually working on the thing, right? So, anyway, so we have a player, we have animations. Before, the eyes and the body were separate. They're still gonna be kind of separate, but we're gonna have. I'm gonna try to see if I can get working having the 2 layers. One that's gonna handle the moving of the body, and one that's gonna handle the eyes looking in different directions. So we gotta get that back to being properly functional. And then with the player themselves, I'm attempting a thing where, if I go to the animation, so currently this is what the animation is looking like with the body moving. It be like that. Normally, sometimes when you have a character doing like a run animation, you'll animate them running in place, and then you put that in, I mean, like Blender or something, then you put that into Unity, and then, you know, by moving the player around with the code that'd be moving the player, while also playing a generic run animation, then it's like, whoop-de-doo, they're running, cool. And that kind of method was what we were initially going to be doing with this animation of how the body moves, where it's like, we do this, but like in place, and then we have linear movement of how the cube moves from here to here. But it was just looking really weird. It was looking very, it wasn't meshing together well, and then it was being hard to like make fine-tuned edits to this animation. So I think because we have this simple grid-based movement, I'm attempting the sort of method where this animation is physically moving the player, even though the parent player is just, in this example, would be still in this block. And then in the course of 1 frame, when the player's here, we 1 frame move the parent of the player to the actual block that they need to be on, and then the from the animation finishing it going back to being there. So hopefully that makes sense. We're moving the child, and then in 1 frame moving the player up, the parent up, and then moving the child back. So it should be seamless in how that should be going. And then from that we get more fine-tunedness out of how I want this sort of squash and stretch of how the player moves from block to block. So, and already, I mean, like I say, that I've already done some of that programming, so we already have that. If we're moving up, we got what we want. The animation itself, I think, still needs a little bit of fine-tuning, but it's like, you know, it's a good enough start for now. So problem with this, I mean, right now it's only working in the, I only got time to finish it in the up direction. I was hoping I'd maybe have all of that completely done by the time we started streaming. That didn't work out that way, but that's okay. We can make some of it now. Now, I was trying to do some Googling and watch new videos, trying to, about like different animation, Unity animation-y things, to see if I could find a way to, because this animation of moving up is going to be exactly the same whether you're moving up, down, left, or right. It's just, instead of the X, it's going to be on the Z, and like swapping the X and the Z's are like being positive and negative or whatever. So I was trying to look into if I could basically only have this one animation and then somehow apply it to like a variation of it that moves left, right, up, and down. I can't figure out a good way of doing that. And I think I'm just working off a very edge case. So I don't think that's a common thing you would really do in a game, because if you have like a sprite-based thing, you're gonna have the character physically like turned in different directions. It's gonna, like, it's very uncommon in like a polished game, I think, to have like where you wouldn't have just the same animation. Or when I'm trying to have one animation in 4 cases is uncommon compared to actually just making 4 separate animations for moving up, left, right, down. Because usually they would need to probably look different, I would imagine. Oh, hello, Lath underscore. Hello, Crow. We meet again. Hi. Welcome back. Hello. Yeah, we're just continuing making a game in 9 days. We're on day 3. Yeah, I'm getting a little worried of will we be able to actually finish all this based on the rate that I've been making stuff. But yeah, we're gonna see. Hopefully that we can. Maybe it might not be as extremely polished as I would have maybe liked, but hopefully we can get stuff done in time in the 9 days, and have a cool, fun little game. Anyways, what was I saying? My dungeon generation method broke in my code. Oh no, not fun. I mean, right now I'm having my own programming issues. I'm trying to figure out how to properly go about doing, but dungeon generation stuff, that's pretty cool. Having to any kind of procedural generation stuff could be very complicated, but very neat when it works. We aren't having procedural level generation in this thing though. That's a bit way too much for 7 days. Anyways, so what was I saying? Animation of moving up. I think I just have to bite the bullet and just make animations for left, down, right. Which what then sucks about that is if I want to make any tweaks, then I have to make the same tweak on all 4 of them to keep them in sync. That would be problematic, but the dungeon is set, but the loot and enemies are random. Oh, neat. That is also cool. Yeah. That very, very cool. I haven't yet done that much with random. I guess if you have a set level with stuff in the level being random, I haven't done too much with that personally. But well, technically the Handmade Unicycle has the tiniest bit of that of what rides break at different times that you gotta repair them. But yeah, fair enough. Yeah, cool. So, so I feel like if I did have more time, I could potentially make some kind of. Is there some way to take an animation? Because effectively all I need, this animation that moves up, and it's only affecting the background cube. The eyes move because they're just child objects of the body, and then in theory the eyes will be on their own layer, having their own animations of whether you're looking up, down, left, or right. So that's being independent. If I want, even if I could just have 2, an up that I can invert to be a down, or a left that I can invert into a right. If I didn't care about the eyes, if it was just a cube, and I could just rotate the cube and then look. Okay, not rotating that, but if I rotated the parent object, and then this is moving up relative to itself. The problem with that is the eyes would rotate, and I don't want the eyes to rotate with the way that this is. I don't want the cube itself to even rotate. I want it to look like it's just moving. It's not spinning. It's just moving. So that's, I guess, some of the constraints I want. That is making it a little bit tricky to find a good way to do. Yeah, what I'm trying to do. But is there some way to take an animation, this animation that would be moving the Z and then messes with the X and Z scale, and just invert the Z axis of how it moves, but not I could take the parent and I scale it by -1. And then now it would move in the other direction. There's that, but then it messes with the eyes. The problem is having solutions like that don't mess with the things underneath. So what I would want is not just inverting the parent thing, but about taking an animation and being so here's what the animation is saying that the position should be, but then make it negative or something. Is there a way of doing that? I don't know. Well, Okay, weird idea that I just had. I know that, so you have update as being a function. I know that late update is a thing. I don't know at what point the animation stuff, actually sort of applies that transform. If I could say, I'm gonna make assumptions and then I can do some quick Googling to see if my assumptions are true. If, let's say that the part that says, here's, based on the animator, here's what the position should be of these objects. If that happens around when update happens, if then by late update, animator has done its job, can I then be hey, so that position you did, make the Z negative, and then now that's what goes out and gets rendered, and then by the next frame, if it could happen like that. Hockey approach. flip the parent game object to negative on the axis you want. And hello to Solstice. Hi. So I did just say that like that is a potential thing I could do, but the problem it has with the eye. If I didn't have the eyes, then in theory that would work. But I want to have the eyes. If I do invert by -1, it's messing with the eyes, which are going to have their own way of how they're animating around. And then also, if a polished version of this player, like the cube wasn't just a solid color, but it had some kind of texture on it, which might be a thing we might do, then that also breaks that illusion kind of thing, unfortunately. Oh, hello, Lathe. Oh, wait, sorry, no. Okay, Lathe and the new person, different colors. Or same colors, so whatever, yeah. Make a pre-update. Is that a thing I can do? Would it have to be after the animator, though? But also, hello, new person, JJ. You can just call me JJ. G forever. JJ, hello, welcome to the stream. We're basically just starting out. I'm just rambling about stuff that I did between last stream and now, and then, so we have this game that we're making. I have a challenge that I'm trying to make a game in 9 days, and simple-ish idea where basically you're just a cube guy that can like moves around and around this grid, trying to get to beginning level to the end, and then we have different hazards that we're still in the middle of making, and hopefully it'll be cool. What I'm discussing right now is just how so we had movement working of having this cube go from square to square. We're talking about like sort of polishing it with animations, but some of that animation affecting the code of how stuff moves around. Because this will also probably apply to enemies, so I guess figuring this out now will be good. Or anything else that moves. Well, anything that moves is just player, enemies, and this one like rolling boulder thing. Everything else should be stationary, but so right now we have an animation of the cube moving up, and I'm saying that I could make identical animations for just moving down, left, and right. But is there a way that I could just have this one animation and reuse it for moving down, left, and right, or even at the very least just have two animations: the one for up that I can somehow reuse for down, and then one for left that I can reuse for right, or something like that. Which I don't have to do. I could just. But the problem is if I make the 4 individual animations, then if I want to change one of them, then that becomes more annoying, which could be wasting some time down the line. Also, it'd just be cool to be able to figure this out and have it be more like nice and elegant. So potential ways of doing that was that, yeah, if I, so this is the game object that is getting animated up, and then it has the eyes underneath because I want the eyes to get the same squash and stretch that the player is having. Which I guess I could do that, man. Well, no, but then I'd have to also figure out how the eyes would have to move, like with the player up and down. You can also have a detached eye sprite or render that is constantly at a point in the body. So I mean, like the eyes that I've made here, which also, I mean, the fact the eyes themselves might still change. They are their own object, but I have them parented under the cube that moves so that they actually move with the cube. But if you're moving. So, like, if you're moving down, then I do want the eyes to be looking down, but not, I don't want them to immediately flip around. I want them to actually, like, and also the eyes and the eyes and the player itself will actually be moving independently, because while you're in the middle of moving here, if you press right, the eyes are going to immediately look to the right, even while you're still moving up, because the eyes are looking in the direction that you're trying to move, because rather than the way you are currently moving, just with the way that this turn system is working. Oh, I'm missing a lot of messages. Hold on. Hold on, let me catch up. I'm gonna be honest, lol. I'm literally starting coding today. Fair enough. So I'm a big old noob, lol. I'm coding with Lua to make an Undertale fan game with create your own Frisk. I don't know what that last part means, but very cool. That is very cool. Welcome to coding. I don't know. Yeah, I'm currently at the stage of just modifying the example enemies. Aha, fair enough. Have the pupil as a separate thing. Oh, the pupil is separate at the moment. Yeah. This is just part of like, these are just like placeholder stuff because I'm trying to make it quick. In theory, these could actually be like in Photoshop making a proper like eye sprite or whatever. I'm not good at like drawing, and also I was trying to make this like decently quick. And Luzka, hi, how's it going? Going good. Currently, we're discussing yeah, stuff with this game, and where we're at with it, what we're in the middle of doing. Frisk is an Undertale character. Oh, right. No, yes. I'm forgetting who Frisk is. I've played Undertale. I've beaten Undertale. I did. It's not to spoil, but I did all the routes. So. No. Sorry, no. Frisk is. I guess it's spoilery to say who Frisk is. Is anyone here right now care if I say Undertale spoilers? Yeah, no. But no, I do. Yeah. Frisk is not who you think it is. Anyway, yeah, I just forgot that. Let's just say the name Frisk doesn't come up that much through most of the game until like the end. Anywho, what was I saying? I missed something. Yeah, JJ, yeah, you just started coding in Lua. So I've never used Lua before, so I don't know stuff with that. But yeah, very cool. I'm using Unity and C#. Wow. Yeah, anyway, so what was I saying? So I'm just gonna do a quick bit of Googling of that. I'm just curious, can you... Well, yeah, I can experiment. Even if this doesn't work, I can just see what weird behavior it might have. Can I say... something like, just as a bit of a hard-coded test real quick, just say that if the facing direction is equal to looking down, I saw messages out of the corner of my eye, I'll get to it in just a moment. Then I just want to say transform, not even this, it would need to be the body, the underneath thing. I will quickly get a, yeah, just doing something as a test. I mean, so if I didn't have the time limit, I'd be interested in doing like more testing and experimenting with this kind of thing, because I have the time limit of wanting to get this game done in the 9 days. Yeah, having to fight between like finishing it fast or actually finishing it on time, and also I'm interested in learning new things. I've never done something like this before, so the fact, even if this maybe isn't the best way to do this, the fact that it's like a new thing I can try and can experiment with to learn more about how animator stuff works, I want to just try, just for the sake of why not. Oh, I'm missing messages. Yeah, C# is the best code. Haha. Listen, it's my girlfriend. I'm making a Glaggle Land news website. It's pretty silly. You still, what is Glaggle? You mentioned that a few times in the last stream, but I still don't know what that actually is. Unless that is just referring to when I Google Glaggle, I just get the like yellow smiley face. Is that just what is that what that is? Something that has to do with just the yellow smiley face and stuff to do with that? Is it like emotes before emotes were a thing? Then you're gonna use Google instead of ChatGPT. That's so boomer. Huh! So I mean, you say that, but what if I told you that earlier today I was asking ChatGPT about my very specific thing that I'm trying to figure out right now? So I use ChatGPT like a secondary Google to a degree, but didn't get much the results that I was looking at, and then went looking up like YouTube videos and stuff like that, because when you can't describe with words what you're trying to do, it becomes difficult to Google. And read the Glaggle PDF. I did just glimpse what I think I'm looking at, and yeah, I believe it is just, yeah, stuff to do with... Oh, first started with a series of videos that sparked in 2021 is now constructed into a fictional world of the Glagglers, and I'm seeing other words that I don't recognize. Oh, so it's actually like a video series or something? Interesting, I guess. Sure. Anyway, that's neat. It's just something I'm not familiar with, but yeah, cool. Yeah, I like when you rotate the camera. It'd be nice to try and make this sort of isometric 3D game with this. So funny, yeah. When I do this, yeah, it is kind of cool. I do personally. I make 3D games a bajillion times more than I make 2D games. I just, for the sake of trying to keep this game I was making simpler with trying to make a game in a short period of time, I kind of put the restriction of it being a 2D game, even though it's not really 2D, right? Because it is still 3D. I work better with like cubes rather than sprites. But yeah, so I already I feel like I've overscoped a little bit, so I'm trying to like, yeah, not go too far overboard, even though I've already gone a little bit overboard, even just with this idea that I at first thought was still going to be condensed and simple. But yeah, usually I make 3D games, so in this kind of context, I would potentially play around with the 3D-ness of it. And if we finish this, then I could play around with that. Like if when you start a level, it does a weird, like, cool pan around in 3D and then ends top down and then you move or something. I don't know. But for now, 2D is going to be we will be more likely to finish the game on time. Have you tried out Copilot before? Had luck with just writing a comment, letting Copilot generate the code for me with Unity stuff. So that, I believe, like it was out in like a beta kind of thing before, right? And I think I did get that and was using it like a tiny bit, and then it became paid, if I'm not mistaken. I forget the history of that, but I don't think it's free anymore, unless I'm mistaken. But I think I've experimented with it a little bit, and I'm not using it currently. And I think that was why, but that was like so long ago that, yeah, it's like $10 right now. Yeah, and that's $10 too many for me. No, I'm good with just experimenting and ChatGPT and Googling for now, and asking chat questions and hoping that people can know things. No, anyway, yeah. But yeah, neat conceptually, but, and I mean, if you're someone who is, yeah, I would get a lot of use out of that. Oh, no, it also it did have some ethical issues of like taking other people's code and like having plagiarism issues, right? Did that have that? If that is happening, then yeah, that's more of an issue. But outside of that, then yeah. But even that, for me, with like ChatGPT and stuff, as I said, I mean, like, to some degree, but like, there have been times where I'm like, this code isn't working. Can you like spot an error in it? Or like, I need a specific math function. Can you like generate that? But usually I'll be like, because like right now I was trying to literally just like learn how to. I had this very specific scenario where I need to animate something in a specific way, and I don't know how. Can you teach me how? Like, how would I like, are there things in Unity with like the animator layering and like the blend things that you can do that I just don't know about that would make what I'm trying to do easier? Stuff like that. Definitely a bigger concern when you're in school. Yeah, that's fair, but plagiarism isn't really a thing in the day job. Yeah. I mean, I guess there's some cases where it could be a problem, some like extreme cases, but like if you're copying like a few lines of code, whatever, but it's like, oh, I took this entire guy's entire project, then yeah, it could be more of an issue. But yeah, that's fair. And there's also the argument of like learning to be able to code yourself and not just relying on the machines to do everything for you. But yeah, you gotta, I mean, in my case, I have to know enough to be able to even ask the questions with enough detail of what I'd be trying to find out. Anyway, so I'm gonna do quick experimentation of if we're facing down and then I say, I need the actual body, the thing that's actually being animated, because I have the parrot that's like moving around, and the animator is on a child object because it just helps separate the logic of the programming from the animation stuff. Although, I mean, now we are kind of combining with the way that the sliding needs to happen. It comes down to licensing. As long as the license allows it, you can take as much as you want and no one will care. Yeah, that's also true. Fair enough. Yeah. This is body.transform. I specifically want to invert the X in this very specific case. I can't just, I'd love to be able to go X that equals times equals -1, but that transform doesn't like that too much. Actually, I'm gonna to be able to write this in a way that I'll then probably be able to more. If this works, then I apply it to the other directions. Just go like position equals blah, blah, and then just position dot z times equals -1, and then throw that back. Why do you not like this? The top position. Yeah, okay. I talk faster than I can code, and not code the right things. Then blah, invert this. What am I? Trying to be faster if I just typed it out, but no, gotta messily copy things around and have to be super messy. So I'm gonna assume that this won't work, but I'm just curious to see what it might do. Well, hold on. I didn't assign the reference. That is a component. That is important. I can see the errors happening in the console behind my head. Wait. It like... So, okay, right. The whole thing, there's the, I didn't actually, so. I have stuff hard-coded to up that's, like, not moving the player properly. You, like, moved further from where you needed to be. Oh, right, there's the move, well, yeah, so it didn't work. flipping -1 every frame isn't gonna... It shouldn't be, because it might be flip, 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 flip. I wonder if, wait, I want it to just be, well, no, because then it should be getting flipped by this, but then in theory, the animator would be unflipping it to then have this flip it again. So like, I don't think this is gonna work, almost. Yeah, it did it once though, if I'm not mistaken. It looked like it did it like one time. Why does it jump so far away from the camera? That's a whole separate thing that I'm not completely sure of. Oh, local position, local, 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 of course. Hold on, this idea still has potential. Yeah, of course, yep. Local is that like, oh. Hey, wait a minute. Okay. There's some slight problems with it. There's a chance. There's a chance that this could work. Even if I have to make like a left one and then like a left right one and then up down one that still like is saving time. Because again, like it's saving time here, but also I'm gonna be making these same kind of animations with like the enemies, and it would save time with that. There's gonna be animations of the player interacting with like springs, and if we change the dying animation and like when they hit a wall. So there's like several animations that we're gonna be potentially making that will need variations for up, down, left, and right. So cutting that in half or cutting it in quarters, I think is worth the time investment, because then even just modifying them afterwards becomes easier. It does look pretty good, the movement. Yeah, cool. Yeah, thank you. I do think there's still some, I mean, with anything, there's always like a degree, like you could just keep polishing it more and more. But yeah, for a start, I think it's decent. And it looks cool to have that squash and stretch as opposed to just teleport movement, or just what we had like yesterday, just linear movement. It's like, yeah, that works, but this can be cooler. And might, yeah, fine tune the timing and stuff. So this idea seems to have some merit. So I guess that does mean that I will now do some Googling just to confirm. So like when, what's it? So, Unity, like order of functions. There's another, there's a, like a image that I, reference, that I look at sometimes to just comprehend Unity things. This is a thing of like the order of all the different, the Unity has all, these built-in functions: awake, start, update. This is a comprehensive guide of how the order that those things actually run, such as that on enable actually runs before start, which I don't know how I went like too long not knowing that, for some reason thinking that start happened first. It's like, no, of course, yeah, on enable. It makes sense that on enable happens first, I guess. But and then some things with like, actually that's not like on here, but there's some things where like if you have an object and then that's disabled, and then code on like an object underneath that, like whether awake can run or not. Anyways, yeah, the physics stuff. So I was curious if in here, process animation. Why is that in the physics area? So I was looking to this to see if this can just tell me, yeah, when does animation stuff happen compared to late update. Late update is here, yeah. Scene rendering, okay. Yeah. Oh, so there's other animator things. State machine, Why is animation in here? I don't, because it can be. Wait for fix update, and yeah. More, yeah, because the physics loop and then the rest of game loop are different. Okay. So in short, this answers my question of yeah, right. There's other on animator move. Interesting. I don't know if there's any functions like this that I should be locking into rather than late update, but I think it seems to work well enough for my case, so we're just gonna go with it. So neato, that worked. It's not completely working. The fact it's close enough, like if it was completely jittering and like what wasn't doing at all the right thing, like what it was doing initially, then I was gonna give up on this and just do it differently. But I think this is like almost working, but it's like slightly not. I do think that we can make this work. So, okay, so actually the problem with this is that the facing direction is not, it's not correct. There should be a different thing that this uses. This should be the direction that we're currently moving, not the, because the facing direction is like where we are intending to move on the next move, right? If I put in a way to easily like turn off with it. if I were to quickly, I guess if I just comment this out just to show off something, go back to like the other movement directions being functional. So now I should teleport. Yeah. I died a frame early there. Okay, that's a whole separate thing. We'll get to that. But this is like the movement. If it's just the teleporting, it's like, yeah, this is functional. Whatever. What was I gonna say with this? The facing direction isn't the way we're currently looking. It's like, so if I'm changing a direction, we don't move that way right away. It waits till the next turn until we actually move that way. So the facing direction is like our intent, like where we're gonna move next turn. And it will eventually be what way the eyes are facing. The eyes, I have the eye code in here, but that's not, they just aren't doing anything. So that's a separate thing I'll have to look back at and to figure that out. But yeah, we'll get there. So, but yeah, let's get the movement back to being functional first. Okay, so I'm gonna be overly confident that this seems to be working. Then I'm just gonna I'm gonna change it to move, not have move up. Then I'll rename yo. Move. Other layer, body, move. Change it to just move. Yeah. I want to rename the actual asset, please, over here. Look, we're not going to be able to get around. I mean, theory made the left and right, but I purposely have that, like, the down isn't, like, completely inverted from the up, just because the way that this was. You'll see it when I get it back to being functional. Okay. And, like, that's, I'm more fine with those being 4 different animations because the eyes are only going to be doing the looking, that's it. But with the player, there's more or with the body itself, there's gonna be a lot more intricate animations that are happening with that. Anyways, so we have this direction. We need like the direction that we're currently moving, and I'm deciding, do I want to have that just being another enum that it saves? Just so, yeah, something like moving direction, and so this is going to represent like the way that we physically are currently moving as far as the animator is concerned. And I guess it's going to use this. This will have I guess I'll just turn this now into a switch statement. Switch moving direction, case direction up. I guess actually direction dot up is the only case that wouldn't do anything, but whatever. Back down there. Okay. Yeah, just okay. Meh. Bleh. Left. Right. So up won't do anything, but like I'll just leave it there because eventually it might do something slightly different. But yeah. Down is gonna do what this is, and we're gonna leave left and right empty right now, just because like we'll get to it. But in theory, then this might just swap the X and the Z. Yeah, that could work. That'd be cool if it does work. And I'll just swap the X and Z of like the position and the scale. So, but we'll get to that. Okay, so now I gotta actually set up this move direction. So move direction will be when we go to move. Where's the part that says that's here? So yeah, then it's just gonna be part of this. Move direction equals direction dot up. So it's similar to the turn direction. It's just getting updated at slightly different times. Yeah. So only when we move, yes, we're moving that direction, and then blah. Okay. So in theory, up-down movement should be functional. I see the name of the stream said enemies and hazards. We'll get to that. We'll get there. Just finishing up this. Yeah. Cool. It'll be better when I think when the eyes are looking the right way. This will look better. It's still a little bit weird because the eyes aren't proper, but booyah. That's actually I'm very happy that this is actually that I don't have to make the 4 versions. Cool that it's working. It also just feels more elegant to be working this way. Okay, so left. Let's just put this stuff in real quick. So I can actually I can clean this up a bit better. Put a thing down here at the top, make the position, and then go through the one of these that just has the line that swaps the thing and then puts it back in. So this needs just a swap where like yeah just float like swap equals the X, and then the X equal the Z equals position dot X, and then Position.x equals swap. That's fine, good enough. And then the right will be this, but you can't. That counts as being the same scope. Interesting. Whatever. I'm just gonna go float swap. Like it's like you might be used. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So then the right will have the wait. Left, because right's going to be the positive direction, so left will then need the additional step of just inverting the x compared to what the right would be. Yeah. You could just make it jump. You could make it jump in place to rotate. That was an option, like to have the cube itself physically turn to the directions, but I didn't want to do that. I don't know. I more wanted to do the having the cube just and having the eye just look in whatever direction and having that squish in the direction that's moving. That's just like I could have done it one way or the other. I decided to do it this way, and although that other way, I guess both ways would have their own things that make it more or less complicated. Because then with that, I'd have to manage rotations and quaternions and stuff, and that can have its own complications. But yeah, we're already going through this method. I'm fine to continue doing it this way. This isn't enough. This is just going to swap the positions. I need to swap the actual the scales as well. So, which means you're going to need to actually store scale. In this way, with the way the animation is, I won't need to store rotations and stuff either. It's a slide. There is not much difference, huh? Yeah, right. It doesn't matter too much. I can do it one way or another. This is just two potential options, and I decided one just because I said I didn't need to do rotation scale. Scale. And even though this is, if splitting things up and making the game into like core game mechanics and like the polish, even though that some of this does fall under polish, I still think it was necessary to do this kind of earlier than later because it did affect how the actual hierarchy is looking of the actual player, which then we need to take that and apply that to the enemies. And if we didn't do it now, this may have been significantly harder or more annoying to have done some of this later. So it's okay. Take the scale, and then at the end here, you're gonna put the scale back in. Equals scale, and it was the scale of the same game object. Yeah, this would be harder if there was like more things that were moving around that needed to be inverted, but in this case it's just 1 and 1, so it's fine. So swap equals scale dot z. I don't know why I chose the z to be the first one to swap rather than the x, but it doesn't matter at all. And then the y, in all of these cases the y doesn't change. We might have the y need to change with the elevation thing that might be able to happen with the walls when you go off the spring, but we'll get to that when we get to it. I mean, it's a 2D game, so we shouldn't need to move anything up or down. If we want to have something launch in the air, that would happen just by like messing with the scale and position to like look like it's going up in how that would happen in a 2D game. But anyways, okay, so position dot what was I doing? Not position. Swap scale dot x I said equals swap, and then scale dot z equals or dot no, sorry equals z there, and then this dot x there, and then this dot x equals swap. Yeah, is that the right way around? Hopefully. Which then means this will also need to be flipped negative. That part will be identical. And then this just needs that extra step there, but without the inverting. In theory, either this will work or it won't. Oh, things flying to the player, that does sound funny. Things flying to the player? Oh, you're talking about me moving stuff up and down. Oh, also, hey, it's working. Yeah. The animation might need to be changed a little bit, but now I only gotta change one. The exact reason why I did this. The dying, I know that the dying needs to work slightly. That might, rather than, because right now it plays like a dying animation of just spinning, might need to like play the moving animation followed by the dying animation rather than try to start the moving one early. But yeah, things will fly, or more the player will fly when you go off this spring. And we have walls, But we're thinking like, oh, if you get launched in the air onto a wall, then maybe then you're just on top of the wall, and then that can be part of mechanics. To have to go up and like over and around and stuff. So the player will probably be getting launched. But we think if the player can interact with the spring, then an enemy chasing you, I guess, can also interact with the spring and then do the same thing. But yeah, that's working. The cool. So next, well, there's the dying thing I just said I have to clean up. But first, I think I want to do the eyes. The eyes, actually, the eyes are concerning now because there's code that should be making them work, but they're not. I don't know how. I don't fully know how animation layer stuff works. So let's figure this out now. Wait. Oh, right, masks. Yeah, avatar mask. That's a whole thing. Okay, so I saw stuff with like how you'd set this up for a person where you do mask out like the, you know, just the legs and then just like the arms and stuff to have different animations affect like the feet and or the, you know, holding a gun or something or turning their head. In the context of cube and eyes, and there's no like skeleton bones here, I don't fully know how that's gonna work. Let's just see. If I make an avatar mask, do you have like the settings of if this is not a humanoid thing? Skeleton from Avatar, but what if you don't have one? I hope I don't have to like actually define one somehow. Oh, hello, Dave H. Hello. Skeleton bones, a technical term. Yeah, skeleton rig, all that. Yeah, when you're animating with people and stuff. This current thing does not have that so much. But also, hello. Yeah, this, I don't know. I've never, you animating in Unity? Yes, a little bit. I have this self-imposed challenge where I'm trying to make a game in 9 days. This is the game as in its current state, where you're a cube that like moves around in a grid kind of manner, and then we're gonna have different hazards and stuff. And you're basically just trying to get to the end of the level, but there's also gonna be like enemies and stuff. And one mechanic we think will be interesting is the idea of having to lead an enemy into hazards so that they die, and then you can go around past them. We have different blocks on the side of like what's gonna eventually be stuff, and none of this is polished, right? In theory, that these will not just be colored squares eventually, but. We got 9 days, and we're on day 3, so yeah, gotta make sure we actually finish everything on time. And purposely, we're having the game idea being kind of like small, just so that like, yeah, it can be a small thing we actually finish. The rigging is all in art. Yeah, it can be very complicated, especially when you're doing like, yeah, animating a simple cube has its own challenges compared to animating a human, or just animating importing an animation from Blender and then passing it along. I have done Blender animation stuff. People, I'm gonna keep bringing this up. People who have seen this before, like, oh, it's bringing it up for the 10th time. No, but as an example of thing that I have done over here. No, you're the wrong one. Hold on. Why do I keep forgetting what folder I have you saved in? Over here. This is an animation I made. Wow, with an animated me in the lab coat. You might like that animation? Yeah, I think it's turning out good so far. But there's just, so far it's like good, but it's now the next step of the next thing we have to do with that is what we're on now. Right now we're working on the eyes. But yeah, so I made this. I animated this guy and all that. So I have done some stuff with that before. Just we're not doing that in this project because we don't got time for that. Let me also, I have some print statements that are being spammed out. I don't need those to be a thing, so let me just kind of like, as well as experimenting with stuff earlier with the timing of things. There's another one. Player move, I think, has a... Yeah. Don't need you! I'm not a fan of blend trees with 2Ds. So here's the thing. I have never used a blend tree before, ever, not once at all. So I've never even attempted to use them or know really how to use them, so... But I know that most commonly it would be used with 3D players. I imagine you wouldn't use this at all if you're dealing with like sprite-based animation. We are cheating a little bit where we technically have a 3D game, but we're just looking at it from top down. And so right now, what I'm trying to figure out the best approach to do that I personally don't know, because this is the first time doing the thing that I'm specifically trying to do and experimenting with different ways of how you can do it. Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So I'm a 3D guy. I basically exclusively make 3D stuff. This is like my first time really doing 2D things. But I'm cheating by having it really be 3D. But yeah, I can't draw. So like I don't make sprites and like that kind of thing. So I tend to work in a 3D workspace even when like right now I'm doing something that's more 2D. So I'm cheating with cubes with squash and stretch, and then these eyes are just some spheres that are flattened because that was just easy to do in a couple seconds. But even then, these we might later swap out with like actual. I might 3D model an eye or something. We'll see. That's like if we have time at the end of this. So right now, what I'm trying to do, and maybe you'll have an idea of the best approach. Yeah. Besides not night mode, we can't help it perfect. I use light mode for everything, and I will until the day I die. No, I don't know. I prefer light mode with things, and that is just me. So sorry. So what I'm trying to do, and I guess I kind of had this working before, and then I ruined it because I thought this would be better. Was I actually had the oh hey, thanks for the follow, thank you, that's awesome, thank you, I appreciate that, that's awesome, thank you. So before what I actually had was 2 animators, one on the body and then one on the eyes, so they were because they are the way that we're doing this with this specific player, the eyes and the body are doing completely different things. The idea is that, go to play mode, even when you're in the middle of moving, go ahead a few frames, thank you. Even while you're in the middle of moving, the eyes are looking in the direction that you're holding for like which way you're going on your next turn. So even right now in this frame, if you're holding right, the eyes are gonna be looking to the right. With animation that's already made, I'm just trying to get it to actually function. So you'd be looking something like this, except it would be squished. Like it would, not exactly like this, but you get the idea, right? So the eyes are moving independently than the animation of the body that's moving around. So I need some way to have them move independently, and I'm trying to figure that the best way of doing that, which I was going to experiment with having layers to see. Well, yeah, right now, if I can have the body be a layer that's just moving the body, and then have the eyes be a layer that's just moving the eyes, figuring that out, like if that's how this can be done. Or the alternative is having just straight up 2 separate animator controllers. But I feel like that's messier, and that it probably should be one for all of this. But I didn't realize that, yeah, so to set this up, it seems that it needs... It'd be nice if just for the layer, like, a layer I could define, just use these game objects rather than, so an avatar mask, maybe that is something I can do. Use skeleton from avatar, and yeah, you don't have a avatar set up. Can I like make one and say like, however that could be set up? Oh, hello, the Tilted Tom, hello, and thanks for the follow. Thank you. 2 objects. Body is parent, eyes is child. That is how it currently is. Like we have the body is a parent and the eyes are child. And I guess there could be a separate object that says eyes and then they're also a child of that. That could be how that is. We might do that possibly. But then even once I've done that, yeah. So how do I don't know how to actually. So this is. I've been doing Unity stuff for years, but there's a lot of gaps in my knowledge of just things that I've never happened to make before. I personally have basically never done the specific thing that I'm trying to do right now, so I'm going to figure out how to potentially do it. So can I make... I have imported avatars from Blender before, and they just drag and drop and it just work. I've never had to... Can I make like manually define an avatar in just purely in Unity? And not seeing... So in the animator, you can record the transform. Wait. You can record the transform where you want the eyes to go, not here in the animation. Go to animation. So, okay, I'll just go to play mode. Blah. Well, blah. Blah. So I do have, like, I technically have these animations made. This is the up one. This is the left. And they're not really animations. I just, the animation where all it is it's recorded that, like, they're in those positions, and then by having them have transitions, they move between them. And this was working before. It just broke when I put in the movement sliding. So yeah, that's how that is. So we have these 4. These animations exist, and they are set to be only affecting the game objects that are that matter. Like this animation isn't doing anything to the body. It's just, this one's just affecting the eyes. This one's just affecting the body that the eyes are a child object of. Yeah, so I don't know if there is, I mean, I was hoping that initially, like, I was hoping that it would just work, that because these are affecting different things, they would just do. I wonder what happens if actually, now that I think about it, I just put this to 1. These are both at 1, but affecting different things. Will that just work? I know. It can just, not quite. Down's working. The left one may have just been not set up right. The left one might have something specifically wonky with it, but okay. Yeah. So go to your go to your first frame where you want them to start, probably in the middle, and go to end time, hit record, then move the transform. Oh, so like, yeah, that is like to set up the animation again. Like that step has been done. Like that is stuff I have done before. I know how to like make a Unity animation, but yeah. Yeah, you're fine. That looks really good. Thank you. Yeah, it actually, so with 3 of the 4 directions, yeah, this is working well enough. And for like effectively game jam graphics, where this isn't like amazing 10 out of 10 thing, but it's like whipped it up in a little bit and like it works well enough and isn't just a cube teleported from place to place. Yeah, never mind, your bones are working well. Yeah, even though there's no bones, but it is like, yeah. Well, actually, I know that even if you're importing a rig from Blender, the bones are set up by just a complicated sequence of just all the different like empty game objects that have different information on them that are just being moved around. So you'll have like your, all the different bones for the spine, and then like arm this, like arm 001, arm 002, or upper arm, lower arm, and then like each finger. Yeah, I know how that usually looks, but just in this case, I didn't have an actual thing I was importing from Blender, so I'm trying to figure out how that would transfer. But yeah, okay, this is good. So yeah, okay, so I didn't actually need to put in an avatar mask. Good. Cool. So it's just a matter of the weight, which means I can probably change this in code. So if for some reason, if I wanted to do stuff with that, then I can. So I just gotta fix left. So I'm assuming left just has something. I'm hoping that left specifically is just something simple. You have the look left trigger in place. Is the actual animation the look left one? Yeah. I invert the scale of... Wait, did I invert the scale of the... Oh, wait a minute. If I'm inverting the scale, doesn't it defeat the purpose of the thing I was trying to do with the eyes? Because it's like... No. Wait. Hold on. No, I don't need to invert the scale at all. Oh wait, maybe I do. Wait, why was I inverting the scale in the first place? Why'd you pick 9 days? Just because that was last Saturday to next Sunday, so I get both weekend days in there. That's all really, and I wanted it to be condensed. It's really 7 days because the way I've set up the planning over here. Oh, I guess I had to delete something. Day 1 was all planning and not really much of working actually in Unity, and then day 9 is going to be, ideally, in theory, by day 8 the game is done, and then day 9 is like a bonus day to then just publish the game on like itch.io or whatever and do everything that's going to come with that. And hopefully the game will actually have a name by then, because that's another thing. That I still haven't been able to think of a good name for the game. Did I need to invert the scale? I don't actually know if I did. Yeah, because I didn't have to invert it for the up-down, so I would have to invert it for the... Yeah, okay, whoops, I think that was just part of me just blindly copying stuff that... Yeah, that didn't need that, okay. Yay! Whoa! Yeah. Do you make games for a living? So, no, but I use my Unity skills for a living. I currently do have a full-time job for a company that would... software company, if I'm to be generic, I guess. That uses Unity, but not for making games. There's a different like thing that we make. So I am that is currently my full-time occupation, and I make games as a hobby because it's just a thing I enjoy doing. And I mean, very high overlap in skill sets, I suppose. Like my skills of making games, like got me the job that I had and got me through school and stuff. But yeah, currently I yeah, so I make games as a hobby thing, but in theory, it'd be cool if I make a game that actually like is successful and all that. But yeah, we'll see. I have a million bajillion unfinished projects, things I've started even on stream that I then just never finished. So in theory, ideally, I'll be getting back to those at some point. This game here isn't gonna be anything spectacular. This is just as like a test of So a big reason why I don't finish a lot of games is because I'll plan super massive things that I can't reasonably finish, right? So this is like almost a test to myself of like, okay, design something small that's not extremely massive and then actually finish that thing. So I can have another just thing I can be like, yeah, I finished this. And then I'll be going back to some of my other projects that I was working on and reassess them and potentially cut them down so that they can actually be finished as well. Not those being 9-day things, those actually being things that'll take months, years, who knows, but it's like smaller and like in the realm of actually the possibility of being able to actually be finished. But anyways, yeah. So yeah, this is working. Cool. Awesome. And I only had to make one animation that I can now easily change and tweak and whatever. Okay, so I think that there's still a few little issues. Like overall, it's fine. And there's even like the idea of so like with the actual speed that we're moving. I still haven't decided exactly what that's going to be. If I go to where is the game manager over here? Currently we have it at like 0.3. If you 0.5 if we wanted to, move slower. I don't know if this is going to break stuff. If I make it 0.2. Excuse me, why did that not look good? Error, couldn't find object in grid position. Oh no, oh no, how's that happening? Oh, so okay, so I think the 0.2 is too much. That's, yeah. Oh no. Oh no, it didn't. I'm getting errors in the top left. It's not liking the 0.2 is breaking stuff. That's fine. Or any changing it while it's trying to run is not. It's not liking that. Okay, so this didn't need a scale swap. Yeah, no, just to that. Da 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 da. Oh right, I did temporary code that I put in for the sliding. I gotta quickly fix. Like this 0.3 is hard coded and it's meant to just match whatever this is. So it should actually do that. Okay, so this is what used to move the player, just linear, not even linear as a lerp, so it'd be like, oh no, it was a lerp, then it was a move towards, so yeah, linearly moves them. So that's not a thing anymore. This variable doesn't need to be a thing. That's fine, okay. So just really quick cleanup of having this not be 0.3. This is just, I don't even know if this needs to be in a coroutine anymore, because some people just do this at the beginning of the next move. This is just that when we move, we, like, the animation physically moves the player up, and then once that's done, then the parent game object that has the logic to say, like, what grid space we're in, then that moves. And that's what this is doing. This is just waiting the duration of a turn to do that. But this should just kind of do that at the beginning. If it does that at the top, then that's the same thing. Correct. Yeah, so that means that I somehow just need to pass this new position that is this to the next frame. I guess that, like, yeah, there's a degree to which code doesn't need to be super elegant here. I don't need to spend too much time making things perfect in, like, the best way that they can possibly be. But I'm just going to store a vector 2 that is next position. And then, like, put that in at the beginning. Start with next position should equal wherever it is right now. Convert it, add to grid. I have a helper function here to, like, get grid position of us. Game object is what I pass in there. Yeah, that's fine. Just so that has the proper start position. And then down here, no, over here. You're gonna start a coroutine. No, you're not. You're just gonna say next position equals that grid move position, and then at the top here, or not position equals. Don't I have move object in grid? Right. This doesn't physically. Wait. Why did you go? Oh no, it's because of this. Okay, it's fine. But this I'm gonna have to do manually. Fine. New vector 3, because this doesn't have the same helper function that I made. Dot x 0.5 or whatever it is, and then like next position dot y. That was double semicolon. 3.5, yeah. And then I don't need this anymore at all. Right? In theory, possibly. which then means I need to replace that there as well. So I just need to store the position. That part doesn't need to do anything because the animation triggers was actually doing the moving. Which means I replace this. Oh, part of fixing the fire is gonna do some other extra stuff, but for right now, I'm gonna just throw that in and we'll see what that does. It might not work properly, but we're gonna find that out. So now, it should look exactly the same, but just not have that hard-coded number in there, and it's fine. Yeah, okay. I'm curious of what's gonna happen when I go to the fire. Oh. Okay, I mean that's kind of cool the way that it like is going out of the grid, but that's totally not what it's supposed to do. Okay, let's clean that up real quick. So what should happen is, in theory, it should do a normal move process. The start shrink shouldn't happen right away. It should wait and then do that. Which... okay, as a quick test, if I just up this to 0.4, which, I mean, okay, it's putting another hard-coded number that I did. It's waiting slightly longer than the duration of a turn. It should look... or not. But I, yeah, assumed that would be fine, and I was wrong. Why did you go up like that? So to be clear, if I don't do this part of it, if I don't do this part, why you move up? Oh, I know why you move up, because I disable you. Right, because that was before I accounted for late update being a thing. The respawn manager... yeah, okay, I know it, yeah. When the respawn manager turns off the player move code, which that turns off the fact that the player tries to animate upwards. So two options here. Either I have more specific, like a Boolean that I set. So I don't actually turn off the player move code, I just disable the functionality that gets input, essentially. Chroma from the past trolling Chroma from the present? Yeah, it turns out when you change some stuff about how the player moves, yeah, old code might break because it made other assumptions. Also, I'm going to take this off because it is heating up in here. 1 second. Back at the chair. Gets to be here in spirit. Whatever, it's fine. Ow, my elbow. Ow. Okay, hold on. Ow, I'm fine, but ow. Yes. So, also the functionality that's changing is like the player, or part of the functionality that's changing is before, like the frame you move into something where you die, I was starting the death code early. It actually does seem to kind of maybe need to be the case that like the move happens and like, because we need the player to slide into the thing that's killing them and then kill them. Wait a minute. Should that mean, because I don't need to, the whole reason I'm like waiting extra time is because I'm waiting for one more turn to pass to then kill them. When a player moves, instead of looking where they're going to move to say, is that going to kill them? I mean, I could use that to set something up, but then I could be like, at the beginning of a turn, are we on the same square as something that should kill us, and then kill us immediately instead of moving? Maybe it should actually work that way. Yeah. Or more so, have like a Boolean of... well, no, because if I have a generic Boolean that just says moving into death, then we don't know what's killing us specifically, whether it's the fire or falling off a... well, not for the player, it doesn't matter, but for I guess enemies will have 2 different death animations, because enemies can fall into holes, and that'll probably have an animation of them like shrinking into nothing. Not this spin shrinking where it's like, I'm dying, blah, but like a shrinking that actually almost looks like they're falling down a pit. So if I'm gonna do that, then I need to be able to actually tell what killed us specifically, because that might have slightly different behavior. But yeah. Hey, where's your lab coat? Oh, Zerva, hello. It's right here. I literally just took it off. I was wearing it the entire stream until right now because it's too hot because it's summer. And I have fans, but if I have fans on, then that's background noise that I don't want to be picked up by my microphone. But yeah, no, lab coat is here in spirit until the winter gets cold. Just messing with hello. No, I get that. Yeah, Like, it's just a lab coat. I don't need to be wearing it at all. But it's funny that I made it my thing to wear a lab coat, and then people actually caring. It's great. I love it. I mean, yeah. People who don't know, I was back when I started streaming, and I guess till now, I wear a lab coat when I stream, just because if you watch 10 random streamers that you haven't just looking at random like new people, like, oh, this random person who's streaming, I've never seen this person before, whatever. If you don't remember any of them, you might remember the one weird guy that wore a lab coat. Be slightly more recognizable. It's like a branding thing. Yeah, I also, it's just for funny, like, with whatever, right? Also, so one, this is a legitimate lab coat that, like, the real guys wear, just because I got it from, like, on my university campus where students can get lab coats when they have, like, chemistry classes and stuff. That's where I got this, but I never had a chemistry class or anything. Like, I never actually needed it. I just went there and got one as part of a Halloween costume and then kept it, because, yeah. Anyway, so that's that. That's a smart idea, though. Haha. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Anywho, when it gets colder and not overheating. Well, this is the thing. Even before, like, back when I was streaming like 10 months ago, I was in the same position where it was like hot and like room heating up and didn't want to have a fan on. So I was like sweating significantly more in those earlier streams. But now I'm like, nah, I'd rather be comfortable. You're not having heat stroke. It's fine. Nah. Anywho, what was I doing? I was doing all that rambling, and what am I actually doing? I was saying, so okay, recontextualizing how dying code is gonna work and whether it like is told a sort of way to frame to do that. I'm conflicted on how that should be handled, but okay, so I'm trying to think ahead, not just how you die to this fire, but how we die to other things, and then also how enemies die. Enemies can die by falling into pits and being killed by hazards. So, like, should that code also be like, it waits a frame, and then if we're on the same grid position as something else. But then, testing, if having two things in the same grid position is, like, annoying to test for, so having to do that constantly isn't ideal. So having less of that would be great. So, okay. If we know that the next thing we're moving into is fire, we don't really need to test it because we know 100% the next frame that will be true. So I could just set a Boolean and then by the next frame we're like, oh, there was fire. And then other things might move. I'm trying to think ahead and cover all the bases of how this could be a problem and how this could break. No, I think as soon as a thing knows it's going to move to something that's death, it should start the respawn process. I mean, okay. Like, the only reason it's not working as it's currently programmed is because I just need to not disable the entire player move script. I need to just disable the part that I need this to still run, but I need this to not run. So I'm gonna just have a separate. Just do it the easy way. I don't need to overcomplicate it. Just do it the easy way. Public bool can move or something, and then. I'm trying to do a hide and inspector because I don't need to see this. I could also, I mean, there's also, I could put this and this in different code, in different scripts, and then just disable one with this. But then I gotta transfer the move direction back and forth, and like, if I had more time, I could do that stuff to make this extra nice, but we're treating this with like game jam rules of we don't have all the time in the world, so just do the quick and dirty thing if it works, if it functions. So just can move is gonna start equaling true. Actually, okay, this is handy because in the real thing, when we start a level, the movement won't start right away. The camera will do a fancy like zoom into the player like from far away or whatever little fancy thing that happens right at the beginning, and then the player can start moving. So that'll help with being able to have them not move right away. But for now, it'll be true. So if we can move, do this. So that's step one. For that. Step two is this function will this gets called by other code. So, or this specifically gets called by the turn manager, which already is told to stop executing new turns. So like that's already handled. So instead, this is going to be can move equals false. Are you procrastinating in C#? Haha. I mean, the opposite. Well, or why not? I mean, I ramble a lot on stream, and like ramble more than I'm coding to a degree. But no, I do. I put on this time limit that I want to get game done by a certain point. So yeah, hopefully I can work good enough and stick to that. My problem is more not procrastinate, but more the over-scoping and planning too much. But which is unfortunately it did kind of happen with this. Even as small as this game idea looks, there is still like you don't think about it until you actually start making. There's just so many little things that have to work together and function properly. So yeah, that's just how that is. I mean, leaving for the next frame the changes. Oh, I see what you mean. I mean, like, oh, do we die this frame? Let the next frame handle the dying. Yeah, that's funny. I like that. Okay, so what needs to move? This ideally shouldn't have this. So I guess the restart manager can, yeah, have this. It's already calling a thing on the like turn manager stuff. The turns. Have this say, hey player, call that function that says that you die. Stop doing the turns, but it like finishes the current frame of turn. No, wait, hold on. Wait to respawn is wait 1 frame so that the turn manager finishes like the middle of the turn that it was doing. So now it's at the beginning of waiting until the next turn. Then say, don't execute any more turns. But I want to still wait the duration of time of 1 more turn for the player itself to physically slide to the next block. But I can now get the variable from here. Turn manager dot turn time per turn. Wait that 1 amount of turns so we know that the player physically moved. And then we'll call player dot the shrink, start shrink. I already made that a public function, so yeah. Good. So then you don't do this. And then you don't need to wait as long. You'll wait the 0.1 seconds. Well, actually, you might not need to wait any, but that's fine. That's like less hard-coded because that's just some random slight buffer time rather than the duration of a whole turn. So then this, because we know, like, so we start the shrink and then we're waiting some other arbitrary amount of time that the animation's going to be before we like do whatever we want to do, like fade out and then like reload the scene. So like, this is fine. Mainly, I just wanted the thing that was dependent on waiting a full turn to actually use that. So I'll put in that and hopefully that's okay. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. There's a lot of small code changes. Is it going to work all first try or will it fail significantly? Nope, didn't exactly. So, two things. One, actually, I think because the shrink is happening later, we need to wait long before we actually reload the scene. So I'm gonna put this number up. Actually, we'll wait another turn duration for that to happen or something like that. But I'm still gonna put this extra so we just have extra time to make sure the player fully goes away, and then I can decrease this later. It's fine. The start shrink though, it wasn't in the right spot. It was like going back up to the previous square. That's because we don't execute another turn, this code never runs. So I guess at the beginning of start shrink, we just like do that, right? Weirdly enough, it doesn't feel as elegant as I would like it to, but we're just gonna see if it works. It might just, if it works, then like, oh well. Yeah. Ta-da! We're in the right spot. I almost think that, like, it does feel like we finish fully moving onto the fire and, like, yeah, we're just chilling on the fire, being totally fine. And then, oh no, then we died. It feels like the actual spinning should be a little bit earlier. And that is... Oh, wait. Right, I literally put a 0.1 second thing on that. So let's just get rid of that and see what happens. Like, I put in a delay, and it's taking a long time. How could that possibly be? Okay. Another, the tiniest thing is this is wait a single frame. If I put this after here, then that's like 1 more frame faster that it's going before I have to make like other significant changes. Yeah, it's still, I feel like it should be, maybe it should be faster. I mean, it's fine. Like, I don't necessarily have to care too much. It's like, it works, it does the job. Let me just see what happens if on the restart manager I go like this, minus 0.1. This might have funky behavior because we might not be fully on the square, which could be weird, but let's just see what happens. So, I mean, I could pretend that it's on purpose and part of the charm that happens, but it's totally not supposed to. 0.05. Let's see if we can just get this to be close enough by having it be like most of a turn. Let's see. It's just not. It's not right. It's not right how he's like so far ahead. 0.1. Just take off a tiny bit. Okay. Maybe. Okay, so now that's kind of almost like too slow. Can I increase from that? Messing with it. Is there a different thing I should be modifying? I don't know. Oh wait. Oh no, I know what this needs. This start shrink should. The reason that it's clipping far ahead is because we're doing this forceful movement, even though we don't know for sure that this animation has finished. So what we need to do is make sure. Is there a way to like, even if it, we basically just to turn off the animator is what we want right now. Well, but if it's still doing eye, it might mess, then the eyes wouldn't move. Well, we don't want the eyes to stop moving. They can stay whatever they're doing. But animation dot. I know there's dot play state. State name. There, we have one in there. If I tell it to manually play the no motion one that's on layer 0, will that just like, will that work to sort of cancel out the other one? We're gonna find out. Okay, so on first looking, that seems to have worked. I'm just gonna test this more. If I now were to move this lower, or like a larger amount that I'm decreasing it by, then it shouldn't snap out in front because, but now it might snap too early in getting to the position, but okay. Oh, no, it still totally did. Wait, no, it did one time and then it didn't the other time? Okay, we're just gonna go to 0.5 and then maybe that'll iron out it doing it or not doing it. I don't know if there's a better way to, wait, can I go anim dot? Maybe there's like a better function. Is there like dot stop playback? I had to remove control from game logic. I could try that, but my worry is that that'll mess with the eyes. It'd be cool if I could stop the like if it just stop one layer but not the other layer. No, wait, okay, interesting. The fact that it's still flung ahead, that's gotta mean that okay, it's not the animator doing that, right? Like, what? But the animator is the only thing that should be doing that, right? Weird. Okay, let's just, you. Usually, if I select the player, it would show, yeah, that looks like doing stuff to me. Oh, maybe it is still just doing it for, like, one frame. And is it find the very next frame? No. It totally just finished your normal thing. Why? And now you're just shrinking into nothing. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but like, it just didn't work. Oh, it didn't even work in the fact that it's still doing the no motion one. I don't know what I would be expecting to see, but I guess that it would like be off. I guess I could, if I turn off the animator like component, like enable equals false. Maybe I just try doing that and see what happens. But then I don't know what's gonna do to the eyes, is the concern. I want to basically stop one layer. Oh wait, the layers have weights to them. Oh, but you're forced to be one because you're the base layer. Do I need a base layer that has nothing on it and then the body is like layer 2 and the eyes are layer 3? If I set up that way, that could work. Hit the hazard, please. Oh god, that's also not what you're supposed to do. Why? Wait, why are we turning off the animator to that? Why? Player should also be moved up higher in the hierarchy so I can better see it, but whatever. So yeah, okay, it makes it, right now the player thing is here, and then the player body is here. In the course of one frame, the frame that this snaps to here, I get that like the player is moving over there, but in that same frame, the player should then, the child should be counter moving back, right? Like, those should both be happening in the same frame, and the fact that it's not is the weird thing. Unless, because I turn you off, I guess maybe you don't get reset. Maybe I do have to just reset you manually. Which is weird, but and then the eyes, wait, were the eyes reset? Hold on, wait, did the eyes reset there? No, okay, so the eyes are so yeah, okay, when you turn off the animator, everything just stays what it was at. Oh, okay, I can work with this. If I do that, move you, and then go body.local transform.local position equals vector3.0, and then body.transform.local scale equals vector3.1, which is like, they should be basically that anyways. Whoa. Okay. Let's see if that works. Yeah, okay. Learning. Okay, so now I should be clear to make this smaller. 0.2 might be really pushing it. That will probably end early. We're gonna see. Yeah, okay. Like, it looked fine. It should be slightly not that bad, but that didn't break. That was like the stress testing of it not breaking. So we'll try like 0.15. And then I'm also even just gonna, I think now it should shrink ever so slightly faster. Shrink at a rate of 9. Let's see what that does. And then I'll probably decrease the time for it to reload the scene. Okay, that's good. Actually, I think we're gonna rotate slightly faster, and then like I'm gonna decrease this time. Yeah, minor changes, just little minor things. But yeah, getting some of that polish in there is good to do now. This is gonna apply to like all the hazards, so just getting this kind of in place, because yeah. All right, cool. Dying into a hazard is a thing. Yeah. And if I try to spam buttons in the middle of that, it doesn't look super funky. Yeah. Did I just see a? Maybe it's fine. Okay. There's something's maybe causing a tiny bit of weirdness. I'm not sure. That is the one potential thing that can be weird is that if this is in the middle of going, it's said to be able to transition to itself. I don't know. And I mean, so right now we only have like the one real animation, then it goes to no motion. We're about to be adding more, like the one for the wall. When you bump into the edge and we bump into a wall, I don't want just this no movement. I want there to be a little bit of animation actually like almost trying to move but not being able to. That I think will look good just for even player, like, so this is just looking fancy and like that's nice, but actually showing like you can't go here, but you still attempted to move, makes it look less stuck and that there's still motion happening, and showing that turns are still passing. Each time you're pushing against the wall, that's still a turn that's happening, and that's important because enemies move every turn, so there can be enemies off screen still moving towards you at that rate that you're banging against the wall. So I think that actually has functional purpose. So we want to get that in. Okay, the fact that this is exactly the time of a turn, I'm just gonna go like wait a turn, one more turn times 2. Not have different things there. It's fine. This I imagine will be tweaked when I have like proper restarting mechanics of like if it does a quick fade to black or something. Okay, cool, that's working. And again, the stream is called Enemies and Hazards. We haven't actually started on enemies yet. Well, technically it says Enemies and Hazards, and technically what we were just doing was making a hazard more functional. So take that, me who made the stream title. Okay, let's go. So I mean, I would say that now we would do enemies we're about to do enemies, but first I want to, the thing I just said, I want to make one more animation of just when we bump into a wall, and I just want to make that work. In theory, that should be simpler. So let me go to the move animation. Right now it's looking like player. Right now it's looking like this, and that's cool and all. So we should make a new one that's like, so it's for walls and like the holes going off the edge. I guess just those. It's just when you bump into something that I'm just gonna call it bump. Bump into something that you can't move against. I want to start. Will you let me copy you? Paste. Please tell me yes. Yeah. Okay. So one thing is going to the same like 18 frames, because well that's like I'm confused yesterday was that, so the left time is seconds and the right time is just frames, not milliseconds. But I should have known the fact that it goes to 60. I think I did piece that together and then immediately forgot that was that, because I was like, oh, going to 0.3, that's not the 0.3 seconds. Why is that being like that? It's because this is frames. This goes off of individual frames. Whatever, I should have known that. Anyways, so the turn can start the same, but basically we never leave the square. We're pretending. I mean, actually, I could. I mean, for the sake of argument, animate this with the wall itself there. Just we bump it. We're bumping into this wall, and we don't actually move. Is the movement that we want to have it. Make sure I'm editing the right animation, otherwise we're gonna have trouble. So like, I mean, you're not gonna. I made the right thing. Okay, so real quick, he's gonna really just like flatten against this wall. Like he tried to move. I want to make sure he doesn't like cross. Well, actually, no, he should hit. It should be perfect in theory. And then so, no, ooh, that he shouldn't squish prematurely. Should be, yeah. Just get in like the important keyframes, and then I can adjust where they are on the timeline as I need to. Something like, and then, but don't do that. Don't do any of that. Don't do any of that. And you need to end back where you started for that to make sense. So, but like almost there, right? I think some stuff needs to be moved around. I think I want this, basically that frame there. The smoothing is like making it pass. Wait, what? How did you? Oh, because you're not taking in the position. Do that, please. You also didn't like save the position, so do that. Thank you. Okay, that's not like as squishy as it should be. Wait, maybe actually take away. Well, okay, some of these that are copied from the other ones just shouldn't be there. There's meant to be this like slight pullback before he's like trying to move, and then he moves, and he squishes his face. Jump in a little bit, and then blah. This might be too much, but whatever, it's fine. And then move back. That timing of this can just be move. This should be like more halfway. Something. I don't know. I can endlessly tweak this stuff all day. It's. I don't know if I like the move back. It's not as like. I think maybe we should have the same like counter recoil as this. So like, But I think I might be trying to have too much happen over too few frames. If I have too many keyframes, then it kind of looks messy. So as much as I want to have some of this backing up recoil stuff, let me just maybe try just doing the bare bones of what's supposed to happen. Just get the squish. Just this, but like more. What do I do just that? Oh, then you don't like. I want you to like unsquish while still attached to the wall. Well, I guess I can try to get like this. Because there should be that time of wall contact. Yeah, that's okay. That's better, maybe. Push you back. I don't like two keyframes that are exactly the same because then there's like no movement. There should be like some amount of ever so slight difference. I don't know. Okay, it seems like simpler, but maybe it's cleaner. Let's might be easier to kind of see in practice. So let's code that in, shall we? Animator, go back up. Yeah. Bump. It's good. That's just gonna be on another trigger. Bump. And we're just gonna have any state does this and goes back to no motion. Just have it be the same, basically. You, and then your no exit time stuff, no duration time. You're just gonna do, yeah. You can interrupt yourself. Yeah. And then this should be 1. Also no duration. And interrupt. Although I think, well, actually, if it has, whatever, it's fine. Okay. Now I gotta code it to actually work, which should be easy because we've already done some of that, which is over wall, or we already got rid of stuff. This should just have bump, but it needs to know. The animation still needs to go in the right way, so wait, where do we update move direction again? Because that still needs to, oh, we still update it here, so move directions should still be in sync. Okay. Maybe that's it. Almost. Like, one additional thing is that for the player, walls and holes do the same thing, so I'm just gonna preemptively test for the hole tag. I thought I had done that, but I guess not. If a thing's considered a hole, then yeah. So then we get both of those. All right, will this work first try? No, dang it. If I move away and then into it, come on. Wait, what? You just didn't. You're like, nah, I'm good. Did I mistype something? Bump. If I do this. If I do that, it works, and it's actually looking fine enough. You just didn't. Oh, and let me put in this quick change. It won't break everything. Needed to be if it's one or the other, not both. Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. How about now? Yeah. Perfect. That's good enough. It doesn't need to be super fancy. I think actually somehow it looks better from the side. I think just the eyes of this player look better from the side than they do. Even the down isn't that bad. I just somehow I don't. Something's still wrong with the. I don't like how the up-looking eyes look as much, but oh well. It'll be readdressed later. And now going off the edge. Yeah, that's working. Almost. Technically, this works. But technically, I did say before I want a different animation for this, and we're gonna make it real quick just because it'll be cool. So I did say, so okay, so I guess bump is gonna be just for bumping into walls. I do want to make a slight change. It's gonna be basically the same functionality, but bump hole. Yep, I guess that's what we're calling it. Okay, and then this is like bump wall. I'm just gonna rename it. Technically, you're not even bumping into this, so no, technically even bump doesn't even work. What I want to have is instead of the animation be like you're being stopped by physically hitting an object, there's nothing there, but the problem is the lack of something. So I want him to actually almost like go over the line and almost be like, whoa, I don't want to fall, and then back up. So, and I don't know how I'm going to communicate that with just a cube, but I want him to almost like cross the line, realize like, and then like back up because like I'm not going that way, not because I'm physically hitting my face into something, but because I know that that's just falling, so I'm not going to do that. I want that to be more of what this is. So like, bump wall and like stopped by hole. What do I call this? I literally can't think of an ever name, so we're just gonna go with stop by hole, even though that's not a great name. But you know what? It's descriptive. I'll look at this later and know what I'm talking about, and sometimes that's more important. We're gonna start by copying this, which I guess I could go back to just being called bump, but whatever, it's fine. So you're gonna start with the same animation. I'm gonna move the wall away. I'm gonna move the player up to as a demonstration. I'm gonna hide you as also a part of the demonstration. I'll unhide you later. Player body. Stop by hole. So this should be so not this. Which should this look like? Like, oh wait, that didn't actually change anything. It's gonna be like a subtle, like not so different change, but like it's not gonna be that different, but I think just different enough that having this little bit of extra polish could be something that we want. That doesn't look good. I'm actually thinking that instead it should maybe copy from the move animation, but then just not finish in a way. So if I take the move animation and put and like take this, okay. Something like, I mean, don't move. So I mean, let's start with the main things that need to change is don't be there by the end. I guess you then needs to be, well, hold on. Wait, but why did you just not move? Oh, because you're still up there. Okay. Don't be. I don't love that, but like, because I want it to still, maybe like, No, I take that back. Like, you're starting to move, but I guess you shouldn't stretch that much. And then, no, let me move you something like, well, okay, then I lost the squishing entirely, but, I'm not completely sure what I want this to look like, but, I can find something that's passable. Why do you keep, no, you stop being that far out. It should, I feel like almost I want like starting to move, like a stop, like a, I don't know, trying to stop himself and then like moving back. Which I guess it should be moving forward normally, but then like really pulling back. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. Don't do that. So I guess it's almost like the, get to the part where you're over the line before halfway into the animation to then pull back, and maybe the pulling back, like at this part, can be squished back, being like, whoa, 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 whoa. No. Not any of that, please. It's not looking like how I would want it to. I don't have any amount of the sort of squishing in. It's like I'm squishing like this to be moving that way because cartooniness with squash and stretch. Like squishing is the recoil, doing that to move, and then being like, hoo, 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 hoo. Maybe like, whoa, whoa, don't select the entire game and scale it. No, thank you. No. Back to you, please. On the proper function. It's also hard to, I have so few frames to communicate this. What if I just got rid of this and let just... That's not the worst thing, honestly. Like, he tries to move and he doesn't. Maybe I'll squish this extra. Because, no, why? I click off of it and it just, oh, goes away. Nope, that. You click on, be in here, please. Okay. I don't have, so he goes straight from here to pulling back like this. I'm not having him like de-squish while up here to be like, whoa, 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 slow, like down, stopping himself, and then very quick move back. I don't have the frames to have that kind of motion. I just don't. To you. I can try anyway and see if I can figure something out. Yeah, this is too much happening, too little time. If this was like, if I had more time. Okay, I mean, the fact that it still doesn't look great like that, that's not ideal. Let's go back a little bit when there's less total keyframes. Maybe that's fine enough. Okay, it's a few more tweaks, don't mind me. Have a bit more frames of being out there. And then I don't want two keyframes that are exactly the same. So just like ever so slight deviation just because. And I guess I can work with that. I want this one to be more exaggerated. I'm not sure. Do I want this to be any further? Like, he's about to go over. Not gonna. Okay, I don't... You know what? Maybe that's fine. Okay. That's good enough. I think that's good enough. I could, yeah, change it more later, but I can, yeah, let it be like that for now. So, Animator, back up. Wow, no, you don't. Back here. Let me adjust my microphone position, don't mind that. Okay, so now I gotta rename these. What did I actually call this? So bump wall. Yeah, bump wall, stop by hole. Not great names, but whatever, it's fine. I'm gonna rename these actually. And then this was stop by hole. And to, I guess, recommunicate something, I did purposely say that it's gonna be a thing that, like, the holes on the edge of the map aren't hazards to the player, but they'll be hazards for enemies. Because it's like the player is gonna be smart enough to not, and I mean the player is in like the cube itself is smart enough to not auto go off an edge. But in enemy, oh wait, hold on. Thing, okay. But in enemy, will fall down holes. So that's just, I wanted an example of a hazard that's fine for the player, but not fine for enemies. In a way. Well, I mean, the player can't go over holes. You still have to like go around, but yeah. Stop by wall. Or stop by hole. Okay. Okay. Yada, yada, you, and then like this. And yeah, I've got to put in these. Fine. It'd be cool if you could say, for any new transition I make, here's what the defaults are. That'd be cool if Unity had something like that. Because, yeah, that's frequently a thing. Okay. So now, these actually are very, very similar, but they are going to be slightly different just to play different animations. I still have to do tests eventually to confirm that it's not the only thing. We're assuming in our grid system we can have two things on top of each other. Right now we're just working on the cases where there's only one thing, which is it's like fine enough for now. Maybe I'll have I'll have a grid manager thing to look in, like, take this list and say write a generic function that's like basically list grid manager does contain wall. Like, is there a wall at this position? And then, because for the most part, I don't think we ever care about the order of things. We're just like, there's two things in this spot. Is one of them something that we care about? Otherwise, like, if no, like the order or shouldn't matter. And there's not gonna be that many cases anyways of two things being on top of each other, but yeah, for now, it's fine. Wall, hole, so you're gonna play the bump wall animation, and you're gonna play the stop by hole animation. All right, and then if this works, that'll be good. Okay, first try. Oh, I do have to unhide that, but yeah, all right, cool. I like it. It's just another extra little bit of thing where it's like walls stop us completely. Holes is like, it's not like hitting a wall. It's like we go a bit and then pull back. Well, the animation itself could maybe be a bit better, but I think overall it's fine. Let's test and double check that different directions are working. Yeah. All right, cool. Just a little bit of polish there. Yeah, nice. Let's unhide that one that was hidden. Was there something else that I had temporarily moved that I need to unmove other than putting the player back down just randomly down here? Cool, that's that done. Animations exist and stuff like that. Now, 2 hours into the stream, we are finally going to start on the thing that I wanted to start the stream with, which is enemies and stuff. Which, to be fair, some of that work has now been done in that we have hazards that we can die with, so like the dying part is going to be relatively easy in theory. I mean, we have the grid. The fact that the grid manager exists, like that's less work that we'll have to do with the enemies, and then like to get the enemies to move around, they're going to use some of the same code that the player use around. And then also, to start, I think the enemies are just going to copy the player's animations. Like, the enemy's going to be, it's a red cube with eyes, and we're basically just going to copy the player for now, and then change it, probably look slightly different later on, but, yeah. Okay, so let's start on that, shall we? Enemy movement. Turning, okay, this is like, get them to move in a straight line, but we'll probably do that all together. Okay. So how do we want to start this? First, actually, is there anything that I haven't... The player, yeah. Do I want to just... So I had this like red block over here that was meant to represent an enemy. Because of the whole body setup, I'll copy over. Good player move and all this. I'm gonna, yeah, copy over the player's body as it currently is. Where are you? Enemy. Oh, the large enemy, that'll be a whole other can of worms. That's probably gonna, yeah, be tricky when we get to it, but not super tricky. It's just gonna have it's mostly just gonna have extra logic for how it moves around, but yeah. Anyway, open you, paste as child, we're gonna start with just having the same thing. And for now, it can even have literally the same animator, but eventually it probably won't, because the enemy will eventually have different animations for like how an enemy dies versus the player. If the enemy has any extra thing of like actually killing the player and stuff like that. But for now, it's basically just a player but a different color. So the parent game object is now going to be back at being all ones. And then the cube and mesh renderer aren't going to be on the parent because it's better to have it on the child. The body, let me just, before I do anything else, just make the material red. Enemy. The eyes are, for now, the eyes are going to be the same. Okay, the eyes are the same, but I'm just going to real quick. I think I can very, very, very quickly. Wow, man, I just can't type. Eyebrow and just go like, make you use the cube. Just like, oh, actually having an enemy have like cube eyes, that could make them just look extra, just a slight thing that's being different from the player and just may look more intimidating. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, yep, just make them mad. And then this over here. And in theory, if this just moves along with how the eyes move, maybe I won't have to animate them. Like, it would be good enough as like a temporary thing for now. You know what? The eyebrows can be slightly in different places, and that can be allowed. All right, yeah, enemy. Give it like an angry mouth, but for now, it's fine. And yeah, the eyebrows are kind of big, but that's okay. Whatever, we'll come back to it. So I made that one. I need to change the overall sizes of the outer thing. So the actual enemy is slightly bigger than a player at 0.85. Which then means that these eyes need to move up slightly, but that might mess with their animation, so I'm just gonna... The width of an enemy does not matter at all, so I'm gonna put this back at 7.5, the same height as the player, and then hopefully that, yeah, be fine. Okay. Cool. It's funny how just eyebrows, they already seem to add a lot of personality to the enemy. I'm actually just curious. I'm curious just to see if I just add the player move script onto here. Why do you have a drag and drop reference to the body? The body is the same game object that has the animator, so I'm just gonna clean this up. I can totally just game object body, put you like here, and anything that's gonna reference the body, just go body equals anim dot game object. Yeah, it's quick little cleanup of the player code, so that just doesn't need to be there. Anyway, so now this is actually gonna move with the player. I'm just curious to see it move with the eyes. Oh wait, why'd the camera try to follow it? Oh, because the camera's just gonna go for the first player thing it sees. Interesting. So the eyes, actually, funny enough, the eyebrows actually work perfectly. That's great. But actually, I don't immediately know. Technically, the player enemy here should be moving, and I don't actually know why it's not. Like, we're gonna be overhauling this with enemy move code, but I'm just slightly curious as to why. Oh, because the turn move, right. The how the player decides to move is the turn manager being like, "Hey, player, it's your time to move," and it's only getting the one player. So yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Cool. Also, just for the record, this is a neat thing. Just the idea that we have... Oh, hey! Right, it's going to randomly grab a different one each time. That's funny. So now we can actually see the enemy move. And the enemy... Whoa, don't fall off. Yeah, that's great. It even took in the size change of the body being larger. It still has that, but the animations are fine. The eyes are the same distance apart, so like the eyes, if I make the enemy super big, the eyes are gonna be the same distance apart, I think. But yeah, it's funny how this currently is. But the idea of a separate game mechanic for like a separate game that we're not making here today, of just moving multiple, like you control like two players that move together and having to like get to the end of the level, but if one of them dies, then you lose. That's okay. I know that games like that exist, and it's like basically like puzzle games, but still. Kind of have that almost in a way here, but anyway, so that's not what we're doing. Let's make enemy move, shall we? Which it's okay. It's funny that in hindsight, I made a script called player move because it was going to be then a bunch of different scripts, but then that one script just controlled everything with the player. But oh well, it's fine. It's fine. Enemy move. Yeah, whatever. I mean, technically, a lot of what all the player does is move and then interact with the things that happen to be in front of it. So whatever. Anyways, do I just start by copying everything? I think this will probably work as a decent starting point. So, yeah. Even the direction. Is that messy code to define the direction here, but this uses that direction? It doesn't need to define a new direction. I'll just do, okay, it'd be slightly better code. There's probably going to be a few things that are going to use that, like, direction enum, so I'm just going to have direction. And like this is just gonna Can I wait? What happens if I just do that? You don't even use any of these. Okay. I don't usually have one. I don't usually do this or like need to that much, but yeah, okay. Does that just work? And the player one is fine. I guess that's slightly cleaner for how that works. Anyways, enemy move. You have all this stuff. So now you need to function very different. But how different? So actually, before I go any further, the turn manager, in order for this thing to have a turn, yeah, it's gonna need to sort of tell the grid that it exists, the grid manager, and then sort of subscribe to like the turn manager. When the turn manager comes here, it's going to be like, hey, enemy moves, it's your time to go. So how do I want to actually do that? I guess, yeah, on enemy move in start, there should be a function here that's like, hey, turn manager, I exist. Yeah. Do you... try to just think of... There's like a few different ways I could go about this. I'm not stumped on any ways of doing this. It's just, okay, there's a few ways. What would be the best way? So I guess I should have public... it's like... add enemy. I mean, so okay. I mean, so I could do this. The other option is I could do just enemies equals on start find objects. There are objects of type. Yeah. Enemy move. I could do this. Oh, you don't like that, do you? Okay, I mean, you're okay. This is making I could do that and then convert it from an array to a list or whatever. I mean, this is a very not good function. I mean, neither is this, but like, it would work for if we're going off of like it's kind of like a game jam, just getting with the code is dirty and making it work. But the where this wouldn't be good is, am I going to be ever like spawning enemies at runtime? And if I do that, then that could be a problem. The point of the list is to be able to be dynamic. I think it would be cleaner, just in case I do something like that. I don't know if we're gonna have any like enemy spawner things. It would be cleaner for on start enemies be like, hey, turn manager, I exist. And then by the time we get to the first update, then this is set up by the enemies. And then it just goes through the list and calls them. Yeah, okay, that would be cleaner and probably better on performance anyway. And then it wouldn't have issues if I want to add enemies at runtime. Because then as soon as an enemy gets spawned in, then it's like, hey, turn manager, I exist. If an enemy gets destroyed, then it will also have to be like, hey, remove me from the list. But that's, yeah, we'll get to that. So add enemy. And then I will take as input the game object that is the enemy. I could actually literally just take in the script because that's all I need, is just to then call a function. New enemy. And does the order of enemies really matter? In theory, no. The only time it would is if you have two enemies that both want to move on the same square, and it's like, how do we handle that? In theory, it should be one gets to move, and then the other bumps into it like it's a wall. Enemies, I guess, this logic, enemies are going to bump into each other like walls. So it would basically be a 50-50. Either this one moves and this one runs into it, or this one moves and this one runs into it. Ideally, it should be consistent, but by this case, it probably will be random. I don't think it's that big a deal. With the small scopeness of this game, I doubt that's going to make a huge difference. If it does, then we'll, like, if there's one level where it's like, oh no, that's a problem, then we'll address it, but it should be fine. So, we do have that player gets to move first, and then enemies move. So we do have that being a thing, but, so that's not going to be, that will be consistent, but yeah. Anyway, so new enemy, what am I doing? Just enemy moves. Dot add new enemy. So then the enemies themselves will need a reference to the turn manager. That should be fine. Enemy move. You have a reference to the restart manager anyway. Fine. An idea, if an enemy does fall on a hole, then you can walk over to that spot. Oh, like it becomes like a bridge. That is a neat idea. Okay, so that is kind of an interesting idea. Unfortunately, I think we already have enough like game mechanics of all these things that I want to program that I'm hesitant on adding more additional things onto that. We are already like a little bit pressed for time as it is. If we get ahead of schedule, then I could look into doing something like that. Then I also have to now, I already have some ideas for levels stuff. I'd have to redesign those for, if that could be a thing, but we'll see. That is an interesting possibility. Okay, turn manager. Okay, for now it's gonna be this. Might do some singleton stuff with this. I'll do that later. It's fine. Okay. The turn manager. Wait. So on start on the enemy. Turn manager dot add enemy this script, this instance of this script. Okay. And then turn manager, where are you? Let me just put these over. Yeah. Okay. Then enemies are now added to the list. Now, whenever we go to move, we move the player, and then that's all good. Then we need to go through each. Hey, it got that. Interesting. Oh, not that, but enemy. I'll just call this enemy. Enemies. Okay, for each enemy, it will have its own function that's just called move, but then that'll do more. This is where stuff will kind of change from the player. So for now, actually, if without any other changes, the camera's going to pick one of them, but now they should actually both move together. Or not. Actually, I don't know why you're not moving together now, because you... Oh, wait, did I not? I wrote the code, but I didn't actually replace it, is my first guess. Yeah, you still have the player move thing. Apply and then open just so... Remove. Enemy move. Okay. So here they'll move together. It's not what we want, but the fact that we have two things that the turn manager is telling to move, that's something that we want. And they won't move onto the same square, which is a thing. Yeah. Okay, cool. That's the start of this. So now what should happen, in theory, actually what's kind of interesting, the difference between the player and an enemy, other than what they interact with, they'll interact with different things, but for the actual just moving from square to square, in Update, we take in the player's input and use that to, or like the user, the keyboard, to decide which way to turn, and then once we hit move, then we execute moving in that direction. An enemy just needs different, functionality to decide which way to turn, but then the move function still just works off of that. So the move function might not actually change much. It'll change, maybe actually I might want to split this up. This is the moving, deciding which way this is deciding what way we want to move, and then this is like deciding like, oh, is there a wall there? Which actually the enemies will have slightly different behavior with walls. Yeah, okay, we'll get to that. Okay, we'll get to that. So now we are at a point where, technically an enemy moves, it just, it shouldn't take the player's input. So, in a way, my, over here, the enemy moving is done. Now we're on to enemy turning. Not just moving in a direction, but deciding, which way it actually wants to go, which is going to be towards the player. I was considering if we wanted to have, like, an enemy is, like, sleeping until you get within however many units of it, and then it sort of wakes up and then starts chasing the player. We're going to try to not have that, because, again, that's just an additional thing to do, and then that'd be animations for it looking asleep or whatever. So I think for now we're just going to have, as soon as you start a level, enemies are coming towards you. But I did say that it's going to be a thing that, as I said, enemies are going to be dumb, in that if you are here and enemy is here, not in between blocks like there, the enemy's going to run straight at you. We're not doing, like, grid-based pathfinding to get to the player. We are on purpose. There's like two reasons. One, it's just simpler to not do it that way, obviously. But the other side is on purpose. It's part of the strategy that if you want to get away from an enemy, you have to lead it so that there's a wall or a hazard between you and the enemy, so that it gets stuck and it can't get to you, so then you can get away. That's on purpose part of the strategy of what's expected of the player, is to outsmart an enemy by leading them into having a wall there. Or a hazard or a hole in order to kill them. So, so there's... Oh, I'm truly proud of my news website. Oh, yeah, I think you mentioned something with that last stream, Skinny Feels. Cool. Oh, yeah, no, you said that you were doing, website programming stuff, but then you were kind of new to game programming, if I remember correctly, or I'm not thinking of the wrong chat person. But yeah, very, very cool. Neato. Anyway, so with this, there's going to be a lot of individual edge cases. That inner pressings, we actually talked about this. I did talk a lot in depth of a lot of the specifics of how an enemy will decide how to move and how we handle weird cases with, like, the diagonals. I'll have to remember some of the specifics of that, but we're just going to start with the simple cases, get those working, and then move to the more complicated cases. So right now... So the first thing that the enemy needs to know is where the player is, right? And the enemy is going to work off the player's current position, not like where they're moving to, right? Or anything like that, I guess. Well, wait a minute. So that means if the player's in the middle of moving, their parent game object is going to be here. No, but I think I moved the grid position immediately, I want to say. Let me just double check that. Yeah, as soon as the player goes to move, yeah, I moved the grid position right away. Oh, okay. So as long as I go off of the grid position, then an enemy... Yeah, if the player's in the middle of moving, the enemy's going to consider them to be on this square. Okay, just making sure that's clear, but yeah. 50-50 if it will move on X or Y axis. almost. It's gonna be kind of 50-50, but there's gonna be some a slight bit of additional stuff to that. Yeah, so kind of know how to do HTML, so it'll probably help a lot. Cool, very, very cool. I've done the tiniest bit of HTML, and I definitely could not like do anything complex with HTML. It is very hard and very confusing. Everything with internet-related programming is very hard. Which that's also something I haven't done like basically anything within Unity is like server client like stuff with like multiple players and whatnot. I've done like local multiplayer things a little bit, but that could be another thing I experiment with at some point. I actually think I kind of want to experiment with the tag game that I was working on when I get back to that. Anyway, so in terms of like some of the diagonal movement, one thing is that if it's an exact diagonal, it probably will be 50-50. We will have the enemies be slightly smart in that if there's a wall here and the player is here, the enemy's not going to ram to this wall. The enemy will look at both spots. See, this is a wall, that's bad. This is free, and then like it'll move down. So 50-50 sometimes, but there'll be a bit of in this case specifically, I wanted to actually choose the one that's not the wall. In the case where it's not a perfect diagonal, I think we decided that if it's not a perfect diagonal, pick the one that's the longest axis. So in this case, it'll move to the side. That way just is getting closer to that diagonal. Where if it's like here, it'll move down. Here, it's moving over. It's super easy if it's if there's a straight line, that's not going to change. So yeah, that's fine. So let's start with the first like that. Then that's the easy thing. Just move in that direction. So let's start with moving in a direction, shall we? Okay. So okay, that is one thing that I'll need to change. Right now, I have that like the player decides the direction they want to go, and then when we get to the move step, then we see what they actually interacted with, and only at that point we see, hey, it's a wall. So I will have to do the looking in grid. I'll have to do a lot of that up here. So yeah. So starting with just the case, enemies here, walls here, players here. First thing we need to know is relative to the enemy, where is the player? And we already did some of this work with setting up the grid manager in the first place. We did set up that we have like we don't have to test like transform dot positions and all that necessarily. We have stuff set up to where is it? Get stuff or looking grid. This we can pass in positions and then find out if stuff is there in that spot on the grid. So we already have some of that work set up. What we do need, this was set up for the player at first to just see what's in the square right in front of us, and then that's like super easy to pass in. Oh, hello, new person, the fall away. Hello, and yeah, light mode. Ah, my eyes. Ah, yeah, I use light mode. Just how I be. Yeah, so we do need, I think it probably would be helpful for enemies to have another special function here, because we need to find the player. That's the first thing we need, is we need to know where the player specifically is. So we probably want the grid manager to have a thing of like, hey, what's the vector2 int of the player's position specifically, and then it could work off of that. So we're gonna start by making that public static void. Or, no, I just said it would return one of these. Get player position, and nothing needs to be passed in. It's just so somehow. Oh, wait, you are, because you don't return anything. Return just all right, we'll get to that. So that means we need to actually know where the player is, and one option is go through this whole thing until we find the player. I don't see a reason to do that because it's just one player, and it's very like we can hard code it because the player is the player. The player is special. We can. When the player registers stuff with the grid manager, it can, ideally, maybe it has a special thing to be like, oh, it's the player, do something, like store that. I'm trying to think the best way of doing it that's not going to be like, I mean, performance doesn't matter with this too much, but where was add to grid? Let me just double check the specific, what the player is doing here. So, add to grid, game object. So starting here, add thing. I guess when we go to add the thing down here, we can be like, if the thing that we just added is compare tag. My only problem with this, that means everything we're adding to the grid, we're saying is it the player. I could have like a, instead I pass in like, bool is player was false. Most things would have it be false, but then the player will be the one thing that says that it's true. That's maybe better, just to test that Boolean each time, rather than calculating rather doing the compare tag on every single thing that gets added. On Pac-Man, one of the ghosts actually plots with the one that does always follow you to try and trap you in a close path. Yes, the ghosts in Pac-Man. I'm aware of that. I've seen videos on their programming. It's cool, neat how that works. There's I forget which one does which. I think Clyde is the one that like chases you. Well, no, okay. In different Pac-Man, sometimes the red one's called Clyde, and sometimes the orange one is Clyde. Depends on the franchise specifically, but in OG original Pac-Man, Clyde is the orange one, and it's anyway. I think I have that right. Anyways, so one of them chases you. One of them will try to cut you off, go in front of you. One of them is complicated, where it's like it looks at kind of like where you are, and like some amount of squares away, it tries to like go there. I forget how, like that one's like slightly weirder. And then one of them just moves completely randomly, I think. It's something like that, and then they all of them go between states of like chasing the player and then running away, and they go in cycles like that. Yeah, I'm aware of some of that. I might have some of what I've just said slightly wrong, but yeah. Okay. So. Oh, and they also have states where they both, when they're running away, they all go to like corners of the map, I think, right? Was that also a thing? Anyway. So yeah, I'll do this player approach. That's probably fine. Which then means I'll have it in here is. No, I can do it up here. I don't need it in this common stuff. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever. If is player, then we're gonna have a separate private static vector2 int of player position. And that's gonna be, then that equals the grid position of the thing that we just passed in. That's all we need there. And then, well, we have to figure for when the player moves, but just at the start, we have that. Okay. So then this doesn't need to do any calculations, it's just returning an error that we saved. So the next thing we need to do is when we move the player, we gotta make sure we move the, move that number. Where is, what am I looking for? Move object in grid. The player uses this, which I guess means I'm also just gonna pass in bool is player equals false, and then if is player, then this equals new position. Yeah. Why do I put new position than old position? I feel like it should be old and then new, but whatever, I already wrote it that way. It's fine. I don't need it. It's fine. Okay. So now I gotta set things to actually use that. Add to grid, true, and then, which I think that's a fine way to do it. Maybe there's a better way, but get grid doesn't need, look in grid doesn't need that. Where is move object in grid is here. True. Why not like that? Yeah. Okay. Back to this, and then wait, I didn't actually do anything with that. Okay, we got a number. Why am I seeing orange? Is a problem? Oh no, that's just I did between last stream and this stream. I set up version control, so like if my computer spontaneously explodes, we don't lose the whole project. I gotta add the stuff we've been doing in this stream, but I'll do that. Anyway, version control is good and important. So what are we doing next then? Next thing is enemy actually using that information. So the first thing that we need is the player. So we'll go vector2 int player position equals, just get that, and then ta-da. That's not even get player position is specifically what I want. So now we have that, then we can calculate where that is in relation to us. Did you see the movie about Tetris? I don't know if it's good. So I've heard of it, and it seems interesting conceptually as a movie, and I appreciate that. I didn't see a trailer of it. I appreciate the Tetris Russian music was used great in that trailer. I saw there was a thing. It's interesting concept, and also even just like the way that the trailer that I saw, like, you start watching it knowing it's a movie called Tetris, like, why is it called Tetris? And it takes a while in the trailer to like understand why it's called Tetris. Like, it's like, how do these two things relate at all? Oh, I see. But so it seemed like an out there idea, but like, I mean, I haven't seen the movie, so I can't speak if it's good or bad. I don't know, but like, it seemed interesting. Well, the trailer could be very, very different than the actual movie in terms of quality. Anywho, yeah, like, why not? Yeah. So anyway, so what are we doing now? So what did I say? So going off the situation where the player is below the enemy. We have vector 2. We just need to... Basically, we just need an offset. We need to know relative to us, our grid position. Where are we? So I guess we need a second vector 2 int. Our position. Our position. Whatever. Fine. Get grid position game object. Pass that in. Then... another vector 2 int of like player offset or something. Basically just subtracting these two. I always forget the order that which these would be subtracted. It would be the player 1 minus our position. And I guess first we'll do just some testing with this. Back. Hello, Francesco. We've actually been making good progress, I think, with the stuff we've been doing. And we're 2.5 hours into the stream, and only now we're like, we've already made some progress with making the enemies, but yeah. The animation stuff we do with the player actually turned out quite good, so we got that all finished. For now, we're just gonna print out this number just so I can see that it's being correct. And yeah, this could be like a one-liner of just this minus this, but this looks easier to comprehend. Okay. Come on. There. So yeah, I'll just see in the console. The console's behind my head. I'm gonna move that where you guys can actually see it. No, be at the bottom. Okay. So, okay, well, with the things actually moving around, I can't as easily see them, but so you do see the first frame. It looked like it was maybe correct. -4. That is correct because the enemy is the player is 4 spaces down from the enemy. Yep, that is correct. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna put in. So if that worked, that seems pretty confident. Any other test case I do is gonna work, but I'm just gonna double check. Might as well. 5 to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2. Yep. Okay. Cool. First try, and you are the correct way of being negative or positive. Yeah, because we're going relative to the enemy. Where is the player? The enemy. The player is 3 spaces positive, and then 2 spaces negative. Yeah. Okay. So that's correct. Cool. So now that we have that, we can work off of it. So now that's what we're using for our calculations for deciding which direction to move. So we'll start with the simple cases. The simplest cases would be that one of the numbers is 0. If the x is 0, then we just go off the y and then everything's all good. If the y is 0, then we go off the x and then everything's all good. And then if they're both not 0, then we have the more complicated diagonal cases. So let's start with that. So if player... I'm going to call it player distance, just because. If player distance dot x equals 0, then we're going to do stuff that's going to be easy. Else, if that's 0, then we're going to do stuff. Else, that means that both of them were not 0, so then we got to handle the diagonal. And then there'll be more things of like, which one's longer, and then if they're the same, and then if there's a wall, then blah, 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 there'll be more. But let's just start with this. So the x, actually, I'm going to start with the y because the y is the thing we currently have set up. If the y, or no, wait. If the x is equal to 0, then that means the y is the only thing that has a value. So that's the one we want to start with. So if the y, so if x is 0, then we just want to see if it's positive. And then just if is positive, then we are moving, then facing direction is going to be up. Yeah. And then, actually, right, this should have, look. Because we're going to have multiple scenarios of deciding which way to go, I'm going to preemptively make some functions for the enemy to just be void look up. That's just gonna just to combine these two lines real quick, and then make the same thing with the other directions. It just, rather than having to have the two lines everywhere, just having the one function will be easier. So look down, look, just to do it in the way that's okay. Right, and then down, and then left, and then right, and then down. Yeah, sometimes a bit of tedious work involved, but that's more tedious than it takes me. Oh, you're doing it, but you keep mistyping things. But there, okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay, then that, and then might as well put these in. Yeah. Okay, just look down. Okay, and then look left, and then look right. I'm not gonna bother making that same change on the player version of this because it's not repeated. Where in this it is. Okay, so now easy enough to just say look up, else look down. And the way it's looking is gonna be the way that's gonna move. If this is the thing, so now for the Y, also yeah, I'll type some of this, but then I've got to make sure I actually test it, make sure it's actually working. If the X is 0, then we test what the, if the Y is 0, then we test what the X is. If the X is positive, the player is to the right, so we're moving right. If the player is left, yeah. In theory, we shouldn't have both of them 0. If both of them are 0, then that means we're on the player, which means the player should be dead, which means the turn manager should have already sent out a memo to stop the turn. Yeah. I've just realized that actually maybe this doesn't need to run an update. Because we only need to decide which way to turn after the player, like when the player's about to move. So, okay, I might make the tiny adjustment of that. Update might not do anything. Oh, we still have the can move. That might stick around. Or it won't if this gets put into the move function. Yeah, let me just put this as being part of the move function, right? I'm thinking of, is there a reason why I would want to not do that? Oh, well, when an enemy moves, do I want the eyes to already be prematurely looking in the direction that the enemy is planning on moving next? Yeah, that could be a thing. I didn't think about that, but sure. So that means if the second that it's moved, it needs to, it's going to calculate then what direction am I moving next time. Interesting. So let me back up real quick. Whoa. So one is I don't need that other part. I'm also fine not printing the distance anymore. Let me better put this in a function that's like private void calculate look direction, and then dump this all in there. Start with that, and then we'll probably like call this on start to just know, so that it'll look in the direction of where it's going to be moving the first time, and then down here, after it moves based on what it had previously calculated, at the end of all this, then it will calculate its next move direction. The problem with this is what happens if it moved in that it moved on the player, so that we're killing the player. Move direction is going to be funky because it's not going to be looking in the right direction, but I mean, like, I guess I should just handle the case. I guess it should just have the case of if both of these are 0. Might as well just type it in, just so it doesn't have unexpected behavior from just not coding it. If it equals vector2 int dot 0, then I guess just return or something. If I can type the word return, that would be great. So just do nothing. Stay whatever way you were looking before. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Okay, so with that in place, we're going to find out if I missed something. Player should be moving, and the enemy should move down. Oh, yeah. And then as soon as I'm here, hey, bud, you're supposed to be coming this way. Oh, no. Why did it decide not to? Hey, buddy. It's supposed to come over here. Oh, you know. Also, I believe the very first turn it moved up, which it wasn't supposed to do. The whole point of me calling this an additional time in start was for at the very beginning to decide a better... decide its first move direction, which should have been towards the player, which should have been down. It's also updated. Is it doing it more? Oh, wait a second. No, I can... Yeah. So why did that not work entirely? I do have to still change. Some of these functionalities will change. But we'll get to that. This should not happen. Let me just, before I forget entirely. We'll have to change part of this, the shrinking to die, but an enemy shouldn't trigger the restart process. Whatever, I'll get to that. So that means I can better. Bro really didn't feel like that. Yeah, no. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna move my own path. Let me just double check that it did indeed move up. I'm advancing frame by frame. Yeah, he moved up, but then looked down. Which, see, it's cool that they can do that. That they can look in a different direction they're moving. That's a cool thing with how he separated the body and eye movement. So I guess so calculate look direction. I guess I just have to, I'm going to step through the code and double check that it's actually, basically that the code is running the way that I think it is. Is it getting the value, going the right if statements that I think it is? I'm going to guess that it's not. So you did run this and start, good. You decided to go to nothing. You're on -2-1. Okay, so wait, what? But did I not just print the player position and it was it seemed correct? Unless on the first frame is the player's position 0-0 and it's just going off of okay, so maybe doing this in start is problematic if the doing this in start is problematic if the player hasn't added itself to the grid yet. I mean, okay, I'll put easy solution. Put this in awake. Let this be in start. Then it's fine. I mean, that probably should be what it is, or to some degree, yeah. It'd probably be better cleaned up if everything's awake function. Add itself to the grid, and then only in start do stuff that involves the grid. That yeah. While I'm at that, everything else should do that. So I'm just gonna probably gonna be cleaner. Which means actually I don't know if it's gonna have a problem with that. Actually, I don't want that part. That's fine. And then this being start. Whatever. Some of the other things could also probably be in. Oh, let's make sure I don't forget the true part of it. Being awake, but whatever. I'm just gonna not mess with it for right now because the code is working and I don't want to break it. In the grid manager, yeah, that's fine. That's a separate case. Yep. You should be, you should be awake. This is more for the everything else that has its just little script to add itself to the grid. Okay, is that all? Could that be the only issue? Would be great. Okay, it's starting to look down. Okay. Now, if I go here. Okay, so he's not changing direction. But he first framed moved the correct direction, I think. I mean, part of this is so if I have his default, way that his physical eyes are, it looks like it's looking up, then, yeah. Actually, tiny, interesting thing is that, most levels, I think, are going to start with the player being down, moving up. That's going to be the general direction. So if I cheat and say that an enemy's default direction is down, then it's more likely to be starting being the correct direction. It'd be like good enough, which means that on an enemy, I'm just gonna enemy over here. I'm just gonna cheat and move his eyes to the look down position by default. Okay. Well, it's annoying to like. I can't copy that out super easily. No, maybe I don't bother. Well, copy position. Yeah, whatever. I'll just do it real quick. I can go out of view and then like. No, yeah, whatever. I don't care. It's fine. Don't worry about that. Because I'm gonna have to give an enemy its own animator eventually anyway, and when I do that, I'll yeah, okay. So that'll be fixed by other things. Like when I give the enemy its own animator thing, then its default state right now, the player's default state is look up. Then if I just make the enemy's default state and look down, then it'll be fine. Okay. So for sideways, why did sideways not work? That's more important. Sideways didn't work because why? So it never. I attach this to Unity again. Well, then it's gonna happen every single time. Well, okay, it's fine. Wait, no. Wait, I have to test that. Like, did left and right ever work at all, or is it just the fact of changing directions? So that's the question. Is this running every frame? It looks to be. Take away that. Usually I do this on like 2 monitors. It'd be easier, but to stream it's only 1 monitor. So if I just do this and then I put a breakpoint, it should catch it immediately. Okay, so now the player is to the right of the enemy, so that this should, in theory, it should end with look right. So I'm guessing it's not doing that. So the player distance is 0, -3. No, this should be +3. Wait, what? You're -2, and then the player's. Why is the player 2 -5? Wait, so is it just the problem is that the grid manager isn't properly storing player's new position? Because but then you should be doing look left was what I was gonna say. Well, let me go back. Oh no! Wait, no. Because you think you're no, but yeah. So either way, you should be moving left, not doing nothing. No, wait, you think you should look down? Why you? Because you're -3 on the Y. Wait, you think the Y has stuff? Is the problem? Oh, is the problem? 2 -2. Oh, 2 -5. That's the Y. So that's the up down. So my guess is that the problem is that the grid manager is just never updating the player thing, even though I specifically told it to. I passed in true there, right? It's possible I didn't. Was it move? There's a lot of move in here. Oh, you went away at some point. True. Wait, what? Why did I run this twice? If else, because that's why. Okay, yep. Okay, that's all. Oh, let me leave. Yeah, it should maybe work. Still not gonna work on the diagonals because we just haven't done that part yet, but it should move on the main axes. Okay, please. Yay! Booyah! I mean, hey, in a way, he is chasing me like just only the verticals. Oh, I got away from him somehow. But I go back here. Now here he comes. Oh no! Yes, because there's no code for him to kill me. I can just stop him. Force field. You can't come here. Oh, interesting that's how that works. Is that a problem? If we're here, and then I move down, he should have moved over and then straight down, in theory. There's like I guess there's like a 1 frame kind of gap. Is that an issue? So right now, his position is here, my position is here. The second I do this, which, okay, it's funny what that looks like. I might have to like the y coordinates of these might have to mess with, but that's fine. Okay, so at this current time, technically, as far as the grid manager is concerned, the player is here and the enemy is here. So right now, the enemy should decide that its next movement is moving down, which is weird that it's not doing that. Unless... Unless it's not doing that? No, wait a minute. Because No, yeah, hold on. So even though we don't have the diagonals yet, even just the coordinal stuff here, yeah, there's it's being slightly off. And I'm guessing that's just we're not calculating the move direction at the right time. Is look direction going off of where we currently are? Because it shouldn't be. Yeah. It should go off of, because at this point we've moved as far as the grid is concerned, but we're still on this position that we were in before. So because of this, even at this time, the player's moving down here and the enemy's here. So now the enemy is moving as if for the next turn, the enemy should be here and the player should be here. So the enemy should be moving down as if it's here and the player's here. Currently, it's moving as if it's here. Even though the enemy is here, it's doing the calculation from when the enemy is here. And yeah, so that should not be that way. And that's just because instead of get grid position game object, it should be... I mean, did I have a way of thing to find, like, do it based on where we're going. I mean, it's grid thing, new position. I call you new position, whatever. Like I'm just looking at if there's a way I can modify one of these helper functions to be more how it should be, because like the boulders are gonna have to do the same thing. Yeah, okay, fine. I mean, okay, I'll make a slight variation of, like, get grid position, passing in... This will just convert a vector 3 that's, like, position into this. Basically just to do this conversion so I don't have to do it every time in the different bits of code that are going to do it. So just get rid of these. Yeah. Grid position, yeah, okay, this is probably be one line, but whatever, it's fine as it is. Okay, so then then I can just have this use that, and then get position of, instead of that, there's like new, what's the game object I have for where we're moving? Didn't I do that? Next position, yeah. You're already one of these. Oh, never mind. Okay, I don't need that. Oh. Okay, fair enough. Never mind, so I did that. Well, I won't delete this yet because I might need it for other things, but okay, never mind. I didn't need it in this particular context. Okay. Ooh. Funny thing, this is easier to test and debug while the enemy can't actually kill us, so it's good to do now, I guess. So, whoa. So, what I want, to get, let me get back into that, that scenario. Okay, so if I move down, the enemy should go woo. Okay. Yeah. So that's just slight optimization. It moving based on where it actually is, rather than trying to decide where it should move based on where it was the previous tile. Okay. I did notice that it seems like, so this is something I think will be fixed in when we put in the diagonal stuff. But okay, if I point at the screen, you're not going to see it. Actually, you know what? This is the perfect time for me to use a tool that I have. 1 second. This perfect use case. Don't worry about this. Actually, wait, hold on. Yes, don't mind me doing a thing real quick. I'm just gonna. So I can, So I can use mark specific grid spaces. So if the player is here and the enemy is here, I could try two different colors. You know what? I'm gonna. Hold on. I'm doing way too much work for like not needed. Make you red. You're gonna be red, and then I can explain what this is in a second, but you're gonna be blue. And then, yeah, this is fine. So if I'm gonna use over here because the player stuff here. If the player is here and then an enemy is here, what I think was just happening is that if the player moves up the same frame on the same turn that an enemy was moving down, there's never a turn where they are on the same square. So then enemy players here, enemies here. So then, because we don't have the diagonals programmed yet, that's why it seemed like the player and the enemy is just doing this. But this scenario will be fixed when we have the diagonals coded in, so it's not that much concern. Anyways, so that's a thing. So this tool is a thing called Scribble. So with my job, this is actually a thing. So yeah, I'll give it a tiny bit of 1 second. I did this like 2 streams ago. I'll do it again. So I work for a company called Fingerworks Telestrator. I will only be giving publicly available information because I don't want to get in trouble with my job. So if you ever seen like sports, football, and all that during replays, when they draw on the screen, it's like, oh, look at that guy going over that way. Lines and different like. Arrows and circles and all that kind of stuff. That's my company made the tool that allows them to do that. So that's what that is. Then we just launched another like variation of the product that is the thing you just saw, with basically same thing, but instead of drawing on live television, people will be able to just draw on top of their desktop. So yeah, that's what that is. So that's a cool thing. Yeah. Woo. And this is like, we literally just. Why I was busy, part of why I wasn't busy and wasn't streaming for 10 months, a decent chunk of it was literally working on developing this tool and stuff. It was like half this and then half like the main program. And fun fact, I can say this was made in Unity. This program that's drawing on your desktop, yeah, it was made in Unity, so that's cool. I won't be giving I don't want to talk too in depth on like specifically how stuff is working because I don't want to get in trouble. It's fine. But yeah, so that's a cool thing. We did just launch that on as of last Wednesday, so that's a thing. But we're gonna be continuing to update it and like adding new features, new tools. In the main version of our program, there's like a lot of tools, like too many tools, so many tools. So over time, we're then going to be probably adding more of those tools into Scribble. So that's a thing, and it does more than just lines, right? That's the other thing, is that, so the main thing is, it's easy to explain, is lines, but like, ooh, X's, ooh, numbers, ooh, arrows, and then it has different like presets and all that, and then you can change the sizes. Wow. So that's a thing. And I didn't make this myself. This is not my thing. I work for a company where we developed this. I'm a cog in the machine of making this. Like I didn't design any of the UI, for example. I didn't come up with the name. I'm not doing any of the marketing or the businessy side of any of this. So that's, yeah. Anyway, so that's a thing. That's cool. Tic-tac-toe, mid-coding. Yeah, it's funny that I just had this perfect scenario of using that tool, because like, aha, to just show off stuff in the grid. I just thought that was funny. Chuckled, but yeah, think about that. Yeah, when do we make a tic-tac-toe game? You've had 3x3 tic-tac-toe. I'm making a game that's 10 to 20x20 tic-tac-toe. Wow. Anyways, yeah. So anyway, anyway, so I did all of that to just say here's a specific scenario of why the AI is working a certain way. But now we're gonna actually solve that tic-tac-toe. But you have a pistol to shoot the board. You shoot the board to make you make O's by shooting through the board. Yeah. All right. That'd be mildly interesting if, like, what if, okay, inklings of an idea, we're not making this, but somehow what if you made tic-tac-toe like more in depth in how you had to actually play stuff on the board? Like, you're running around, running away from enemies, having to like go to a place on the map to pick up like X's, and then you run it somewhere else on the map to like put them down, and that does stuff somehow. That's mildly interesting. I don't know. There could be more to that, but like somehow if you actually have, like running around right now, you and like second person are running around having to like pick up symbols like X's and O's on the ground and then place them to make X's and O, but then you could maybe like pick up other people's symbols to like mess them up or something. I don't know. Or if the symbols actually worked like traps, like you put down an X and if someone else runs over it, that like stuns them for a turn or something. That's weird idea, but I don't know. Feel free to take that. You can feel free to make that a game. Multiplayer tic-tac-toe, but with extra steps. Exactly. That's a good name. Just calling it tic-tac-toe, but with extra steps. Because that's what it would be. That's funny. Extra steps. That's like a Rick and Morty joke. With the yeah. But anyway, that's funny. That's not what we're doing right now. We are too far into this to start planning a whole new idea. But yeah, this is fine. Okay, so. Okay, so let's start doing the diagonals. What are we doing with the diagonals? Extra tic-tac steps. Yes, perfect. So this is the scenario where you're going straight at the player. That's easy. If the X and Y aren't equal, then of the different scenarios we have, so there's 3 scenarios that are like have more sub scenarios. There's if the X is larger than the Y, just in terms of the quantity of the number, and then if the Y is larger than the X, the quantity of the number, like doesn't matter if it's negative or whatever. And then if the X and Y are exactly equal, then that's gonna have its own stuff. Then we're perfectly diagonal, and then that's gonna be a 50-50 unless one of the options is a wall. So let's say if the X is equal to the Y, I'll need to absolute this. Because if it's diagonal, but when it's like -4, that's the same. So I have to mathf dot absolute. If the absolute value of this, we'll say is greater than or is less than the absolute value of this, that's one scenario. And then else if less than and then else this is the case then where they're equal, and then we'll handle that. Okay, so if the Y, so this is if the Y is greater, okay, so the functionality is the same, but I would like to actually just define it differently. Just I'd like to define it this way and be like, if the to phrase it how I'm physically saying it, as if the Y is greater than the X, do this. If the X is greater than the Y, do this. I'm just have to be that way. So if the Y is we said we want to move towards the larger number. It just when we put some test scenarios, it just looked physically better for the enemy to. If it's like one block over but really far up, it looks better for the enemy to want to move it down rather than trying to get in a straight line and then move. It just looked better to. So then it's still because it's still like moving generally closer to the player. And then that's just less moving off screen. You're then basically getting closer to the player faster to be like on screen as far as the player is concerned. So. If the Y is greater than the X, then we want to just move in the Y. Then it's just this. That I think I can combine better. I think I can combine this by more functions here. Private move. So this is this is the simple scenario where we are moving on the Y, and then we got to decide if it's up or down. This is the simple scenario of move on the X. Then this is complex scenario to then say move on move on Y. Yeah, I can just combine the void, and then we'll see move on X. X should be first. Technically, I write the Y first. It doesn't matter. Whatever. Okay, so then this is move on Y. Do I need to... Oh, wait. Hahaha. Don't... I have to actually... pass you in. That means you're going to take vector to int player distance. So now I have to pass that in, but oh well. It makes sense that I do. Unless I made it like a public variable, but nah. Okay. Okay, what are we doing now? Putting this in here. This is move on Y. Player distance. Why don't you like this? Move on Y. Yeah, I gotta type the right thing for the things to actually function. Who knew? Who knew? Okay. Next. So that's the simple cases there. But then I can just copy this in here, and then that's just easier overall. So this almost works. Actually, there is we now have to start worrying about the walls. Just so that this is just has at least some of the stuff in here. I'm gonna say if they're even I don't like the idea of it being an actual 50-50. I don't know, because I want it to be consistent. In puzzle games like this, usually you want consistency. If it's a 50-50 of whether you're gonna die or not, I don't want that. So I feel like if it is a true 50-50, I should just hard code it's gonna pick the Y, I guess, because why not? I feel like I would rather the consistency, which means it does favor up, down versus left and right if it's a true 50-50, but whatever. That's not gonna matter that much. Oh. That's right, so this was the case I wanted to solve. Although, okay, actually, something's not working with this, right? Because there should be a point where it tries to move to the right. If I do this, will you eventually chase me? Ooh, no. Okay, my first guess is that I copied the wrong function in. If the Y is the larger number, move on the Y. If the X is the larger number, move on the X. If they're the same, then it doesn't matter, but that should eventually get you to the point where you're... If the X is 0, move on the Y. If the Y is 0, move on the X. Did I just type in the wrong code somewhere? Oh, I did. Whoopsies. Yeah, I mean, so it can only... just reconstruct this real quick. Wait, this is greater than 0, that's right. If it's less than 0, that's left. Move on the X, move on the... Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Alright. Any second now. Piece work. When I move far enough away, then yeah. So that's a scenario I still want to fix, but it's yeah. Okay. One thing that sucks for testing is that I can't if I'm only one block away, I can't get away. But that's interesting. That makes me think that's the springs. Oh, we're gonna have springs that like launch you 2 blocks ahead. I was gonna let enemies use them. Maybe I don't. Maybe I say only the player can because it's a tool that allows you to get more than 1 block away from an enemy. Interesting. Oh wow. Okay. I'm sure. In my own moving around just now, it's being actually very. Enemies getting like 1 frame away very, very quickly. Interesting. Wow. That's interesting. Yeah, so maybe I do... That is making me think that there should be more... I mean, in a real level, there's going to be more walls and stuff, but... Interesting. How that works. So, and then also, yeah, the idea of trapping the enemy on a wall. So this is where I could actually do some experimenting with wall and like... If I just have more walls, as long as you're like... If I just randomly like, whoa, look at these, yeah. This is now almost like the test of like, can I use these walls to get away from the enemy if it's getting closer? Because that's what a large amount of the game is going off of. Okay. is the idea that this is a thing that you can strategize for. I'm not getting him to like, so, okay, yeah, right, okay, so, okay, this is why I want to have, there's an additional piece of functionality that's missing from this. Oh, now he's only 1 per way. We still need the dying code, but I'll wait on doing that. Okay, so the additional piece that this needs is that, if there is a wall in the way, let me just, you know what, we're gonna use this again, just to show off scenario of, if the, let me move the camera because I, for some reason, moved the player over, let me just move the camera over here. If the player is here, if the enemy is here and then the player is over here, the enemy shouldn't be moving into the wall. The enemy should, this is a, if the path was clear, the enemy can move down. But I think the enemy should look at, if there's a wall, then, like, if it's moving diagonal and there's a wall, pick the one that's not a wall. So it should go blah. And like, that's fine. So you can only really trap an enemy on walls when it's a direct line. So that's kind of what you want to lead an enemy into. Which then I think that's, yeah. Yeah, okay, that's, yes, okay. So, yeah. Okay. So to do that, I need to actually look ahead. So when I'm doing these, thinking. I need to look ahead at the walls, and I already have a thing to do that, which was this. Take grid position, and then look in a particular direction. Look at the thing in that direction, and then decide if it's a wall. For now, I guess we're just going to look at walls. Should it prioritize hazards to, like, make it easier for the player to lead an enemy into a hazard? Probably not, because then it will, like, hey, I'm here, and you're here. I'm coming towards you. Let me just go down and randomly let myself get killed. Maybe not. Okay, so how do I want to handle this? I'm not completely sure. I think somewhere. So okay, back to like. This is move on X. This could move like a Boolean, where before it's like, okay, I'm gonna look in this direction. It could look in that direction, see what's there. If it's a wall, or it's like, no, I guess I can't move there. No, but how do I wanna? Is the thing above or below? I could have a bit different, like. So here's the thing. These are guaranteed moves. With these ones, it's not going to look left. It doesn't care if there's a wall there. If there's a wall there or a hazard or anything, it's going to try to move that way regardless. For these are where it's funkier, where it's going to, yeah, try move on Y, which will look at the thing and then decide stuff. And it's like, if it can move there, it's free, then call the move on Y function, something like that. Okay, so try move on Y, which is gonna look something like this. Okay, and then I can use, so I'm trying to move on the Y, passing in the player distance. Again, so I can have the same start of just, we know that we're moving towards the player. So if the player is above or below, then that would be looking in that direction. Rather than look in that direction, this is like locking in that movement. Where is, whatever. That's just to change the facing direction and set the animation trigger. So instead, if we want to look at the thing in front of us, now that's looking down here of calculating this grid position. I'm going to copy all of this as a start, but then I'm going to be taking out a decent chunk of it. Yeah, I did all of it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so what do we actually need from here? This. We need, if we're looking up, then we don't need like a switch thing, because it's just this part. Like we need to, we know for sure that it's basically this plus plus. So we basically want, we're taking our grid position. Oh, it's coming from this. It's taking where we are right now, that we know. We're not actually doing any movement here. Taking where we are right now, and we know for sure that it's up. That is what we're curious on. So that gets rid of all this. And then look at the thing in that position. And then then we gotta have the cases of what that thing is. But these cases aren't gonna perfectly match the ones down here, because this is like, we're curious of what's in that direction, which will mean whether we do or don't move. But down here is for actually responding to that we did actually move to those places. So do we care about anything other than, so if there's a diagonal and there's either a hole or empty, it would prioritize the empty. So I guess we only care if it's empty or not? Well, no, because we have things we have things that aren't hazards. We have like, so the player, we have the player, we have the like springs, the things that aren't hazards, right? So it's not just, is it nothing or is it something? For now, we'll just go off of wall and hole, and then we'll add the player to this when we actually no, this isn't or we'll add the player when we worry about actually killing the player. We're not going to do that part just yet. So if it's null, that means there's nothing there. This should be returning a bool, I said. The whole point of this is just to return a bool. Yeah, no, because if it needs to if it returns false, then it's like, oh, it couldn't move on Y, so now try to move on X. Is there any kind of hazard that shoots projectiles in a certain direction? Currently, no. I thought about that. Having actual projectile, like, shooting things. So no, but I have a kind of alternative to that. If you had something that shoots, that translates to just a thing that's moving in a direction constantly. Like, it doesn't turn, it just every frame, We do have that. We have something that fulfills that requirement, and that's gonna be this rolling boulder. That's gonna roll every frame, and if it hits you, then you die. But then we're also gonna have these faded arrows. They don't do anything to the player, but if a boulder goes on them, then it'll turn. So just a whoo, whoo. So then we can use that to make like a circle if we want a boulder just be rolling in a circle constantly. And then we can even have like, 3 boulders all basically patrolling this one path. So this is fulfilling the function of having an enemy that just patrols an area, which it's similar. So it's similar to the functionality we get out of a projectile that's shooting. I guess we don't have an enemy that moves and then fires something at you. If we had like a boss, technically the end of the game is having a pseudo boss kind of thing. We could have a boss that actually is intelligent and shoots at you, but we don't have time for that level of functionality, right? There are some things that's like, yeah, maybe it would be cool to have, but we don't have time to add any more like things on top of what we currently have. We're almost at the end of day 3 of this 9-day challenge, and we've programmed, of this list of things to interact with, okay, there's the player, I'm gonna say 2, 3, if we finish the enemy, then that's 4 out of the rest of these. Although, to be fair, once the enemy is done, this should actually be really simple. This should be simple. These 3 won't be that bad. This is the thing that won't be that bad. This is rocks falling from the ceiling to be like, one frame it's not a hazard, next frame it is a hazard, is the idea. Ideally, the graphics for this will be like, it'll look like a cracked floor, like something just fell there, and then like a shadow will grow, and then a thing will fall from the ceiling. This is just like a placeholder-y thing from this. It's not going to look like this. It looks like cracked floor, and then shadow rock. And then this is a big enemy as well, I guess another thing. Once that program for the normal enemy is done, this is going to go off of the same-ish programming, where a player being here counts as a straight line, here counts as a straight line. I guess this counts as a diagonal. Yeah, so this will take some extra work, but it shouldn't be the worst thing. It just has to look more at what's around it. Okay, so where was I? Why do you... Not all capacitors return a value, right? So if null, then we return true. Oops, return true is all we care about. Else, if we can actually find this under here, I think. Otherwise, whoa. If we hit a wall or a hole specifically, then return false. Else, this is gonna be anything that's not this. This should also actually be returned true. Weirdly enough, true, false, true. Yeah. I mean, I guess I could start with. No, I can combine these. Hold on. No, I can combine these. If it's this, then else true. Yeah, because then that's also the case for if it's null. No. I needed to test the null case first because otherwise these won't these will error. So I need to test the null case first, and yeah, that's fine. It's good enough. Okay, so this is the case for up, and then for down. Ooh, okay. I can definitely combine this code. So if this is just the same except the Y part's different. Then I can move the common parts out. Okay. Yeah. Will that work? We're about to find out. So then I have to actually test if this is true or not. So, bool success equals that. If it worked, then why are you that color? I don't know. Whatever. Wait. What? Why did extra thing? Okay. Why did you get all funky? What happened? Okay. So now. This is if the y is if we're in the grid position where the y is greater than the x, then we try moving on the y. If we can, then we just do it. We don't care any further. Otherwise, then we try to move on x, which we haven't written that yet. We haven't written that yet. We're about to. And then if that succeeds, then we'll move on X, which that we have written. If that fails, then that means that both failed. And because both failed, then we're gonna just do the sort of failing move on Y, which we know will bump us into a wall. But then that's okay. So now let's write the move on X function. Move on Y, move on X. Try move on X. This might be sharing a lot of code, actually. Well, oh well, it's fine. They fulfill different purposes or something. This is just X greater less than. Okay, I should. Private, bool, try move. This could take input, try move, and then but then it's I like the name X and being in the name of the function makes it easier to deal with in terms of calling it. So try move common that just takes the common parts of both these functions and puts them together. Something like that. This maybe isn't the best way to do this, but oh well, it's fine. It works, and as long as it works, that's okay. And again, for this being a sort of smaller scoped game, yeah, it's fine. We finish this, it works, and then we never look at it again. So why did you? Then you have to return whatever that returned, and then the Y part of it can do the same thing. Yeah, slightly easier to then to just change this bit. I guess this part's also common, but who cares at this point? It's fine. Wait, if I just get this, then just use this, I don't use the other one. If that's the case, I'll make it just one line in, yeah. Weird. Yeah. Okay. So you can be same thing. That's just a bit of a symptom of copying the code from other places and it being a bit suboptimal here. But in theory, if that works. Now, I should totally be commenting this, but I'm not. Probably extra confusing to look at, just that it's like not commented. So here, just a little bit of like calculate look direction. If enemy is on player is kind of that condition. If enemy, how do I describe this? This is if where the player is relative to the enemy, there's no X difference, so there's only a Y difference from the enemy to the player. But there's definitely a more elegant way of putting that into words. Distance between two player, I'll say two. From us, we are the enemy. Only a Y distance to the player. Vertical, I can use the word vertical. If player is vertical relative to us, if player's whatever, it's fine, it's not that. If horizontal distance to player, I usually put like commas at the end of if statements to be like, if this, leading into whatever's inside the if statement. And then this is if player is diagonal, whatever. It's not that bad. Hey man, I have to hop off to work more on my Gil News website. I'll tune in next soon though. Yeah, thanks for dropping by, Skilly. Best of luck with it. Yeah, I think you're working on it. Does seem quite neat and cool and all that. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. And yeah, this is coming along good, making cool progress. I guess since this should be working, I can give you one last. Actually, wait, let me just copy this too. Is this gonna technically this? If I just put this on here and then swap the X's for Y's, which then we can just test if this is gonna be actually working. X, X, X. Wait, no, I don't know which ones I haven't done yet. Okay. Did those, and then Y, and then Y, and then X. And we're gonna see if that works. And I have to still do the case down there, but let's just quickly, when this compiles, and go into play mode and see it actually working. So, it should look similar, but yeah, here he comes. Hey, he's figured out diagonals. I didn't take out the respawn code. He died, and it killed the player. Oh no. See, that feels better. That feels more intelligent, like what you'd maybe think an enemy to do if coming towards the player. That's great, though, that he killed us. Let me, before I forget, I'll at least comment out that part, but then I'll need something else to call, I guess, the enemy to shrink into nothing. Okay, I'll finish now. There's the rest of... Wait, this is an else. No, yeah, I wouldn't be combining that. Player is diagonal. Then, this case, if Y is... distance is... Wait, if player is further vertically, then that's what's going into some of this. This is if player is further horizontal. If I can horizontally, and then is on. We'll call this a perfect diagonal. Okay. And then this. This is, so see if we can move. See if something is blocking us moving on the moving vertically if we can move vertically, we move vertically. If we can't, see if something's blocking us moving horizontally, and then do that. Otherwise, both ways are blocked. So just move vertically. So move vertically into something. Yeah. Something like that. That's fine. So then these comments are gonna be the same here, but just swapping the horizontal vertical. And that's good enough. So yeah, now this will be slightly easier for me to look back on. I could try to comment it even further, but nah. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is the setup. I'm enjoying programming this. This is where I'm in my element with programming. This is like, oh, it's like a bit hard to like figuring out all these different scenarios. I'm loving this. This is like my favorite thing to do as far as, I don't know, programming stuff. Like with some of the animation stuff, like, I don't know what I'm doing. This is like tedious, like whatever. I'm enjoying this. Just figuring out the the different behaviors of how an enemy is moving around. And like I have it kind of logicked in my head, just here's the different scenarios that can happen, checking them off one by one. I don't know, yeah. So, and it's working. We're not spending hours debugging one issue. So, if the player is on a perfect diagonal, then we said we're gonna focus the Y. Huh. So, hold on, actually. We said we might 50-50 this. If we 50-50 this, we'd have to write extra logic. It'd be 50-50 if either it does this or this. If we are treating the perfect diagonal as if it's a Y, then we just can use the same code as here, if I'm not mistaken. So can I just actually get rid of that? And then if we're further vertically or on perfect diagonal, interesting. Okay, that seems weird. Like that. I guess that is just how that is gonna be. Greater than or equal to that, which means this can just say else, because that's the rest of that. Yeah, weird. But yeah, if that works, then it works. Okay. Let's see if enemy is good to go. So, yep, it's just, yeah, there he is. It's interesting. I actually don't know if this is a problem. He is hard to get away from. And I don't know if I accounted for this. That he might be too hard to get away from. Because it does feel, if right now, if I'm one square away, I'm dead, basically. We might want to get, death code in soon. But, yeah, I don't know. Let's get the player dying. I could make it a system where, like, maybe if the enemy moved every, like, 2 turns, that's the thing I could do. Oh, wait, no, yeah, this guy, yeah. Conga, 8. I can pretend. Oh no, that's the. Yeah, I was gonna say I could pretend to know what that means, but you mean the player and enemies following along. If I put in a bunch of enemies, I mean we could just test. Is in theory we programmed this with the intention that there being able to be multiple enemies. If I make more, put them in just round, it should function, and it'll be intimidating and intense. How many moves until I die? 2. Oh god! Oh, it's terrifying! Oh, they can block me in! That's amazing! That's great. 3, 2, 1, blue screen. Yeah, the stream just crashes. Can I even get away from this? Ah! Okay, that's great. I love that. I actually really like that. I don't know, it's cool to be having to escape multiple things. I mean, it's like when they're actually killing us, then it would work better, but like, 2 things. 1, if so there's two things. One, if an enemy touches us, we should actually die. But if enemies touch each other, an enemy will bonk off another enemy like a wall, in theory. So an enemy should treat another enemy as wall is, I guess, the easiest way we can do this. So I'm actually going to do that first because that'll be easier to test while the player won't die. So let's make it so that a player or an enemy treats another enemy as a wall. So I'm going to give the enemy the tag enemy. Oh, that will look funny, haha. Yeah, yeah, but it's necessary. I mean, I could try to have some like more robust thing, but I think it works. Like doing it like that is fine enough. So now we gotta assess when they're going to move, because now there are things that are going to happen differently, right? So a wall is going to be the same. If the tag is enemy, they're going to be allowed to move. Wait, no, they won't move, but like, yeah. Player, I guess I'll do some of this. I'll say a player is a thing where they're allowed to move. I'll let them just move and... Actually, no, I won't. Not yet. I'll put this in for a second. No. This is the code that's going to be there, so I'm going to put it in, but I'm going to comment it out for the moment. Hole actually will not stop an enemy. They will move onto a hole and then the enemy will die. So we'll get that in there in a second. So right now they'll just move across holes. Fire will kill them. Yeah, so we got to figure out enemy dying, and that's gonna be different than starting the respawn process. An enemy killing a player will start the respawn process, but which means I might have to code that both ways, both if an enemy runs into a player or if a player runs into an enemy. Yeah, okay. Like, yeah, this works. And so this scenario will not happen much in the actual game because I would be dead. I would have been dead 50 turns ago from these enemies actually moving into me. So, yeah. But okay. That's just, I think that's necessary. Things moving a little bit, I think, yeah, it's good. Woohoo! Anyways, yeah, mega conga line. Huzzah. Okay, so, yeah, that's looking good. Okay, so now we need what? Let's do... I feel like let's do the things that are going to be easier to do while the player can't die. Let's make it so that enemies can die to fire and holes. Okay. So first thing is that an enemy will move. They'll move onto that spot. Now for the player, I use this start respawn process that then goes over here and then does all this stuff. That's not what I want here. I basically need to do something, part of this functionality, but not all of it. So actually I'm gonna copy the start of it. But then the enemy's gonna, be different. Die. What is it? Start, die process. Oh no, this is just intimidating. Okay. Wait to die. Oh god. Okay, so wait a turn. You're not gonna tell the turn manager to stop. You're gonna... Our own move stuff we want to not do. Actually, I mean... So, in order to stop us from deciding new directions to try and move, we need this function to stop being called. It's the turn manager that's calling this, so we need to remove ourselves from the turn manager. From the turn manager and the grid. So, yeah, first the grid is going to be easier. So, grid manager dot... Actually, I'm going to... No, this should happen here, yeah. So, wait the frame for the moving to be happening, and then it can, be removing itself from the grid, because then nothing else will care about it in terms of bumping into it once it's decided that it's moving it to death. Manager.delete from grid, game object, us. Why do I pass in the old position? Oh, this is the position that it was in that it's deleting it from, which is going to be... Wait, no, don't I have a... Did I not make an override that it can... Wait, no, where would this be? As far as the grid is concerned, at this point, it's going to be on the position of the hazard, the thing that's killing us, which we aren't there yet. So that will not match our current position because we're still in the process of animating over there. which means I need to pass in next position is a thing we have. So yeah, okay, so that's that. Then turn manager, we need to remove ourselves from add enemy. So public void remove enemy. That's gonna have to take in this, and then we just gotta find it in the list. So hopefully that should be as easy as remove. I guess I should this be if it contains that should be the test first, and then here should also have if it does not contain. I'm not a fan of one-line if statements like that. I prefer to just do the brackets. Then anytime I go to like have a one-line if statement, it's like, oh, I need to add an extra thing in there. Like if I want to add a print statement, it's like, okay, I gotta add the brackets now. But if it's just they're already there, easier. Okay. So if it let me make sure I put this the right way. If it contains, then return, sure. If it does not contain, then return. Usually that's yeah. And then this not there. This just it's formatted kind of samey. So then remove. Hopefully that should be fine. And then remove enemy. This version of this script. Then you wait the amount of time it takes just for the enemy to just move over, and then you can start your own shrinking process. Shrink into nothing. And then you don't need to do this part to be restarting the scene. You don't need to do that. So will that work? This doesn't need like to be a two-part deal. Thinking, I'm gonna leave this here actually because we might have a scenario if something else is like, hey, I need to go kill that enemy. I'm moving into a thing and I need to kill it. Then it'd be like, grab the enemy move script and say, hey, you start your dying process. So I'll leave that there for now, but we might not use it, but we might. So, and we're not gonna have enemy. It would actually, it could be kind of interesting if enemies could kill other enemies if they happen to bump into each other, but nah, that might be too complicated to kind of set up. Okay, so fire kills enemies. And holes kill enemies, but I mean, ideally I like holes that maybe they might have different. No, I was about to say they might have a different animation, but now the shrinking to nothing actually works perfectly because shrinking like you're falling away, maybe, but I don't know. For now, that's fine. The holes one we're not gonna be able to test super easy, but if we follow me, guys. Yeah. So I mean, I didn't kill it's hard to kill some of them, but that's funny that I can get blocked in. Yay! Stuff can kill stuff, and now I have less stuff on me. But it's interesting that I don't have a good way to get away from an enemy when there's only one space between. But I think that's why I need the springs. These springs will do that. Oh, killing myself doesn't work. ain't super good there. Okay. So cool. I don't have the holes. This is harder to like. I was gonna set up a temporary thing just because it'll be easier to. Oh wait, no, never mind. This is meant to represent a hole. Okay. So those dark blue spots don't actually do anything. Those are just blocks for me to quickly like block out. Like this will eventually be what the floor plan actually looks like. That's for that kind of idea. The gray thing is meant to be a hole. So I can just right now pretend that in there is a hole. So I can't go there, but if an enemy tries to, that enemy will die. So it's similar to a hazard, but I can't actually fall in it, and that's going to be important for reasons. Okay. Yeah, that's that. So that's not what that would look like in a real world, in a real level situation. In fact, I actually want to just, because of the way that this works, having 1x1 holes isn't going to work super well with just the art style. So I'm going to have, any hole has to be at least a 2x1 or whatever. So I'm just going to get a 2x2. I can also now just look over there and look at what that's kind of looking like. Anyway. And let's see what that's like to have an enemy have to go in it. I'd be careful. I get blocked in by 4 enemies coming around me. That's funny. So I can't fall to this, but I can get enemies. Oh. Yeah. If you guys want to just fall, there you go. Yeah. Anyway, shouldn't you be? If I move this and then down, you should move down. No, right, because you smartly go around the hole if you're unless it's a straight line. Yeah, which makes sense. Okay, cool. Awesome. That's working. Yeah. So we got fire. We got the holes. I guess now we'll put in player killing. Which, oh wait, let me reassess. This board. Enemy turning is done. Player dying, or enemy dying we did. Enemy finding the player, which was a part of that we did very early on, is done. I don't have that, like, so enemy dying, I guess it's part of player dying is, well, no. Oh my gosh, I don't know where that was. Whatever, it's fine. Let me make a new thing for just enemy kill player is its own thing. That's what we're doing right now. Yeah. Okay. So what needs to happen if I do need to code this from both sides, I think. If an enemy touches a player, it's going to move onto the spot where a player is, and then also if the player is going to move onto the spot where an enemy is, even though that process is still going to look very similar. Wait, if they're moving at each other, how will that work? Well, actually, I'll figure that out. Anyways, I'll get to that. Anyways, so if we, the enemy, have touched a player, we're still gonna move to that position. We're gonna do our normal move animation, and we're gonna do that stuff. So that's our moving thing. There's a lot of things. This actually gets used a lot of times. I probably should combine that, shouldn't I? Even actually, the stop all coroutines doesn't need to be there. Yeah, I'm gonna make a function that's just void move. No, well, this is called move. Execute move. I don't know. Like, this is, we might move. We're gonna figure out the moving process, and then this is like, we've decided that we are indeed actually transitioning from being in one grid to another grid. Whatever. If the names don't make sense, that's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It sucks that I have to pass in these, but so wait, move object in. This is just new position, old position. Okay. Vector 2 in old position followed by new position. Which this is reverted. I need to swap these around, otherwise I'm gonna confuse them. Which means I need to now swap out any case where they're being used, but old first followed by new is how I'm using them in the code. So final references, make sure now everything that I've done with this I just need to swap, which should be fine. Which, I mean, should just be the player and the enemy, so there's not even that much to have to swap. Okay. And now I'm gonna roll. So, wait, are the rest of these in the enemy move? Because that's what I'm about to now group under one thing. Okay. Oh, I didn't actually save you. Why do you hate that? Not existing current concept. Oh, yeah, of course you don't. Well, let me move these over to where this is being called first before I forget to entirely. There should be like grid current position and then grid next position or something, but whatever, it's fine. Well, this is like where we want to move, and then we might not move there, but yeah. Anyways, move object in grid, game object, the thing that's moving, and then, okay, and then that's that, and then you're gonna do that, and then you're gonna, this is next position is new position, which that's confirming that that's where we're moving for the sliding to happen. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. So now I should be able to use this and replace it for these in a bunch of places. Probably will want the same thing on the player, but yeah, I'll get to that. Make sure I'm not deleting code I don't mean to. Hopefully I didn't. Hopefully that was all the same. Okay, so, wall, enemy. These are the same. I guess I can put this in an or. Not that that matters that much, but if it's a wall or an enemy, bump the wall. If we have a player, hole, fire. Okay. If we have so and even these are the same. Yeah, I think the animations for them are gonna be the same for now. We're gonna let them just be, yeah. If it's hole or fire, then do the dying, and then if it's the player, then do the move. But then, so now we have to kill the player. How do we? Do I just call the restart manager dot start respawn process? Actually, wait, do I just want to do that? Will that take care of everything it needs to? Well, the enemy won't die, but the enemy might need to do a tiny bit of its own. Does it? You need to do? You don't need to shrink. You don't need to. It'll be the turn manager gets like turned off, so that's not a problem. The grid manager is about to get reset, so that doesn't matter. So maybe is that fine? Is it? It can be that easy. Is it gonna be that simple? All right, let's see. Enemies run into us. Will we die immediately? No. Why? I said, wait, does the player actually have the player tag? I may have never actually given the player tag because I just haven't needed to use such a thing until now. I did not do that. Player. Will that be the only problem? Hopefully, we can dream. Almost. Okay, so yeah, we died, but like I noticed a few issues. So the enemy didn't fully do its move. It like started to move. Let me see something with the actual 3D-ness of this. I think the player should be on top of enemies so that we skip to see the enemy. The enemy moves sort of underneath, and then the player moves away. Let's just move the Y, and that'll handle itself. But then, yeah, the enemy like gets put back over there for some reason. I don't actually know why. Okay, one problem at a time. Let me get the. So if I want the player to be moved higher, I'm just gonna force that. The player should be on top of everything. I don't think there's any reason it shouldn't. And any illusion of elevation will happen, like, won't be from the Y. So just say the player is always like. Yeah, like 2. And that may be good enough. I want to make sure that enemies are above walls. So we'll say maybe enemies get to be at 1, just to confirm that they'll be above walls and stuff. I can put this in 2 places. I don't know if I should actually have just like, if it's in those 2 places, I don't know if you should actually have like a Y position for, like I have that as a Boolean, but whatever. It's fine. So that was one problem, but like not really the. Let me just see this. Yeah, not the. There's the other problem with the enemy actually moving. So why is that happening? So I tell the enemy to do its move cycle. It gets to basically the end of its animation, but then it goes back. Oh, it goes back because we never. The thing that actually is meant to move it at the beginning of the next turn never happens. So. You're gonna need to do that to finish off your last move. Tiny thing, doesn't matter at all. I've just decided that I'm gonna have the enemies die spinning off in the other direction because why not, for funsies. But that's not the important part. So start the respawn process. You wait a frame, and then it's almost like you. Yeah, this is almost like you need to wait for. Well, no, you can't wait for the next turn to start because then you'll start that. Unless so this is convenient that this thing is kind of just finishing off stuff about the last turn because it's just easier to do it that way. Should this not be like this, and should the turn manager call something like this separately as like a, I don't know, should somehow this be at the bottom and it like waits how much time and then do stuff to be like, yep, we finished the turn. Because it would be cleaner to do it that way. For the enemy, I can do that easy enough because the enemy already has a reference to the turn manager. The player doesn't currently. I mean, I can have it get a reference to the turn manager, then just get that number. I guess that would be easier to have. I probably should do that, yeah, so that turns are more self-contained in a way. I mean, I could do this line manually down here, but you still start die process. Wait, how is it not a problem for the shrinking to die? Unless he shrinks into nothing before it actually start shrink. Oh no, no, that's because this overrides that. That's why. Okay. Which I mean, this is the line that I need to do. So I guess I could. Well, no, but I need to do it after the 0.3 seconds. Thinking that would be the best way to do this. Yeah, start enumerator. Wait to end turn. Yield return new turn manager dot. But okay, no. The worry I have with coroutines with this, if this is to wait 0.3 seconds, and I have the other thing that's also waiting 0.3 seconds. If things are running ever so slightly out of order, I don't know if there's a guarantee that this will finish first before the other one. If they're both on the same frame, being like wait 0.3 seconds, it's important that this runs first. So thinking about that, I don't think that should be how that is. And this is only a problem on the time when an enemy crushes the player, so it's a rare case. So so leave it like that, and then have when we die in the dying process. Wait to die. You wait a minute. No, that's not that. We won't have the enemy do that, but I guess start respawn process. What about other things? Did other things get to finish? Wait, I'm just realizing, did other enemies go back, or was it just the one that killed us? All of them moved back. Okay, so it's actually a problem with all of them. So, okay, maybe stop turns could have like a do the final turn kind of step, and then enemies could have like a final turn thing, and then maybe you could do it that way. I guess that's how we're gonna do this. And then other things might be part of this, not just this behavior. There might be other things I need to do a kind of final cleanup step. We're gonna see. So enemies, to do this, and then stop coroutines. Start coroutine, final turn. And then final turn will just be a single time wait. Player doesn't need anything, but go through players, go through all the enemies, and the enemy will have a final turn, I think. And then public void, final turn, that just does this. That's fine enough, I think. I don't know if this one should do any other things with like the final eye positions or final animations. It'd be funny if all of the enemies did something, like basically laughed at you when you die, but nah. They don't have mouths. It's fine. Okay. Okay, so I mean, it worked. Okay, so that did work. I don't know if it's weird just how everything feels like it just stops. I mean, I could decrease the time of, would I define some kind of like an idle move? Where they just kind of like, I don't know, have some kind of idle animation for not moving. I don't know. What happens if they kept moving? In some weird thing, if I kept letting them run around, I don't know if that would look better than everything just coming to this weird standstill. I mean, if I just cut away, reload the scene faster, then like that could also be its own thing. I was thinking that there might be like a bit of a very quick like fade to black and then fade out of black for a restart or something like that. I'm just curious to see what happens if I do this and let enemies move but not the player. I just want to physically see what actually happens because I'm curious. Wait, the player's going to be dead, so actually I don't actually know what the enemy that's now on top of the player is going to do. Let's find out. They go to... Two enemies went to move onto each other. Oh, no. Okay, so we're just gonna leave this like this and say that it's fine. But I have just realized that that could happen, can it? If enemies are here, if this is how this is set up and they decide to both move this way, so I mean I can make the scenario actually happen based on the current code by doing this. If I do this, they're gonna move on top of each other because they don't see the other one as a problem. How do I figure that out? Let me just, I want to see this happen. Wait, what? It didn't do that. What? Yay! You were smart on your own. Okay, it seems like it's 50-50ing. It might 50-50 which, the first time it was this side, right? I'm pretty sure. Right, no, because the things move one at a time, internally, as far as the grid manager is concerned. I kind of want the consistency. I don't love how sometimes it'll be one, sometimes it'll be the other. And that's dependent on the order that these different enemies run their start functions and then register themselves with the turn manager, which happens just on the start functions, which I think you can define like execution orders and stuff, but or like, I mean, another option could be if I have a like enemy manager script that basically on start it has all the enemies set up as children, and then it goes through and it's like, hey, you register yourself and then that would be consistent. I don't think I need to worry about that right now. I think right now this is like such an edge case that's not super big of a problem, and that's not gonna affect the gameplay that much, I don't think, that kind of that one inconsistency. But yeah, so yeah, now we can run away, or we can get killed and stuff, which is now means these enemies are a lot more intimidating. What happens if I go to move at an enemy? Just okay, just seeing that the scenario. Ooh, that's weird. If I go to do this, what's that there? Okay, hold on. Try to. There was something there where it's like I pushed off an enemy for a frame. I think I don't have a case. I didn't write from the player's point of view if the player tries to move onto an enemy. I guess I should just treat it like a hazard. It'd probably copy the same code that a hazard has, and that'll probably clean that up. So fire or enemy can probably share. Yeah, because otherwise it's gonna bump off where the enemy was, like it was a wall. Yeah. Enemy. Or is that an issue? Actually, so the only thing where that might be an issue is that I might swap places with an enemy, basically. Oh, let me test this scenario. If I do this, wait, hold on. Oh, wait. Oh, two enemies are totally fine moving on top of each other if... Oh, there was an error. Ooh. Two enemies are fine trying to move on top of each other if it's the turn that kills a player, because I don't have the... I've been lazy with looking at if a player is or two things are on the same grid position. I haven't put that in yet. Hold on, let me just... How do I get out of this? Wait, why are you... Yeah, actually, what is this null error? The player. But the grid was supposed to get reset. Wait, your start function. On start, you go calculate look direction. But the... Excuse me. The get player position, is that like not set up on a refresh for some reason? Some weird... But yeah, I mean you what? Wait, what was the actual... What thing was specifically being null? It was the... I assume the array things at point, but I have a thing for it being null there. Yeah, what? What was being null? It was 130, line 130. Unless the array itself isn't null, but the thing that's... The list has a value, but the thing in that position is null. Weird. I mean, on one hand, I can just put in the error case for that, but the fact that it's happening is something that should never happen. I'd rather fix it, never having that happen. So why is that even happening? It's only happening on a restart. But I thought I specifically put in code to completely reset the grid, and I clear you out. Which should be clearing this and this. If that's like somehow not actually properly clearing out each list. But I thought garbage collection would handle that for me. But I don't know for sure that that's what that is. Because then in Awake, or wherever it is, yeah, this should be making a new... The player being added to the grid, all the walls being added to the grid. What happened? Like, why? I don't know. Anyway, was this happening every time? One thing that might help figure this out. The time when the two enemies were moving on top of each other, depending on if that happens or not. Is this happening every time? It's not happening every time. It happened like over here when like these two enemies move on top of each other to kill the player. So maybe that's a component of this. Yeah, okay, that's a part of it. So, or maybe the entire cause. So for some reason when... Oh, you know what? You know what's weird? You know what's weird? Is... This should make... If two things go to move on the player at the same time, then it might be like triggering two of these start respawn processes, which might be doing funky things. So just... Maybe if I just... Only one thing can be trying to restart the game at a given time. Maybe that'll make it work. But there still is definitely a few funky cases that we do gotta deal with, it seems. Okay, well, so if I do this seems to consistently do this. Okay, yeah, it wasn't super complicated to figure out. That still shouldn't happen. Two enemies like moving on top of each other like that, but yeah. We'll get to that. So what else was I wanting to test here? Can I even get away from... It's really hard to get away from all these enemies. It's doable, but... And slowly I can kill them off. But yeah, and I can, do that. Enemies dying to Hazard, that's working just fine. Oh, right. The thing I wanted to test, if I can get down to just one enemy, which I can turn them all off, but we just get away real quick. Now that I have also a lot of enemies, I don't know if now like is a good time to like reassess what the turn time should be, because I can keep it being this fast, or I could slow it down if this is like too much, or I could speed it up. Well, for now I'm gonna keep it as is. I mean, I don't think normal levels are gonna be this packed with enemies and just enemies. Yeah. This is just for right now for testing. It's there's just a lot of them. So I need to just get to. No, okay. No, I need one enemy to chase me real quick. To just test something. I won't delete these guys. I'll bring them back. But actually, that's not gonna mess anything up if they're just there but off. In theory, because we're gonna find out. If you're 1 square away from me chasing me, if I move towards you, what happens? Yeah, I moved over you. They moved like past each other and then died. So if I go to move into an enemy, I guess I shouldn't do that, right? It should just not move and then get crushed, because that means if you're 1 square away from an enemy trying to move towards it, that means it's definitely trying to move towards you. So yeah, that should be the easy solution there. If we're a fire, okay, so that means we do want to actually keep these separate. Wait, whoa, back up. Didn't I just? Oh no, because right, I did this by putting that there. Okay, yeah. So if I just bloop and then bloop, these should have else ifs, but whatever. Well, then I'll wait to figure this out. I need to do the whole this being testing for more than one thing on a block, but we'll get there in due time. Okay, so an enemy will be just slightly different in that an enemy won't move. Thinking. Also, you don't need this stop all coroutines part, but yeah. And then I guess you just won't do an animation. If you do the bump animation, that just might look weird. So I guess you'll just do nothing and let the enemy move on you and then spin. Okay. So now I just need to test this. Once goes into play mode, and now that should look fine. It doesn't. Yeah. So the scenario where there's 2 enemies trying to move on to each other, though. Wow, that's not what I want. Oh wait, did that just do something funky there? Hold on. Okay, get back to being chased by one. No. Get 1 square away. If I move towards you, yeah, I just don't move, and then you come and kill me. Okay, that's fine. So what next? Yeah, I think I definitely will have it be that only the player can use springs, just because that's just things that allow you to get further away. So if I turn back on the enemies, let's see if I can deal with specifically this scenario that happened on the side here, where 2 enemies move on to each other. How do I prevent that from happening? I guess. So the enemies do move internally one at a time. So when one enemy goes to move, where is that? Here. Or let me actually go straight down to here. Yeah. They're trying to move. That doesn't matter. They're still gonna they're still gonna think that they want to move at the player. That's still a correct direction. So that part is unchanged. Yeah. If it's a wall or it's this is looking at this. So in the scenario where you have a player moves this way and then enemy moves down, that's fine. But now 2 things are on the same spot. Now we have this thing that wants to move up, and there's a player and an enemy occupying this block. If there's a player, it's like, oh, the first thing's the player. Trying to go see that, go to get that. But then also if the player's so one thing that's with this double system that can happen, there are some things that will never be 2 things on one block. You'll never have, or that in a way that matters, for more than 1 turn. If a player moves on a hazard, we immediately stop the turn manager. So nothing else gets to like care about that at all. It's never not a concern. Whatever. one enemy being on a player, like, assuming if there's nothing else around, then it's like, oh, we stop, we cut that off. Nothing's ever on a wall, nothing's ever on a hole. The enemy being on a hole as it dies, then the enemy's gone, so then it's removed. So there's a lot of scenarios where we can be pretty confident that we don't need to check further down in the list. But yeah, so if an enemy, and we already have, if an enemy bumps another enemy, cool, solved. Oh wait, I just said that, so I guess enemies will move over springs. I guess I do need to care about that. So I guess if I see the 0 thing as a spring, because this is in the order that things were added into it. So in theory, this will actually be, the list will be based on like ground. If you imagine ground and then like things on top of ground, in a way. So if we did have a spring and then an enemy's on that spring, we know for sure that the order is spring followed by enemy. So we don't need to, we would never have a spring that's in position 1 in that kind of way. So there are some things that can be almost hard-coded, because we just because 2 things are in this list, we can know the order in a lot of cases, so we can work around that. And then on a given turn, the player moves first. So in the case of like an enemy killing a player, actually, in the case where you have a spring, which we haven't made yet, but we'll get to that, and then a player moves onto that spring, and then an enemy also happens to move onto that spring, killing the player in the same frame, we know for sure that the order would be spring, followed by player, followed by enemy. So we can, yeah, so we can use that to make this simpler. So where was I? So so just dealing with the case of player, 2 enemies, all trying to move in the same square. We know that the player will move, followed by an enemy, and now maybe this other enemy is looking to move there. So all we need to do is say, if the first thing was the player, before we do anything else, now let's look at the thing in the first position, which this will need a null check because we don't know for sure. If we got here, we know there's at least 1 thing in the list. Here we'll put in a check to make sure that there's actually 2 things in the list. Actually, I guess I can do that now. If this dot count is greater than 1, and then the thing in that position dot compare tag, right now we're just gonna say that it's an enemy. Then we're just gonna not move and let the enemy that's already there, it handled all of that. Yes. And then, so this also handles, let's say, so we have the player going to move on spot, enemy 1, enemy 2, and enemy 3. If there's then 3 enemies trying to move on the spot, this will also handle that case, because enemy 3 doesn't care that enemy 2 tried to move there and failed. And even if somehow then there was the 2 enemies on the same spot, if there's 1 enemy, it's a wall basically, so then do the wall stuff. Okay. Cool. Edging out these, solving these edge cases, and yeah. Cool. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be 50-50 random for which one gets to move and which one doesn't, but that also, who cares? That doesn't matter. Yeah, that's another thing done. So now we have the player can die, enemies can, kill the player, and all that. That's, I think, done. Were there any other, like, major edge cases with this that we need to tackle? So we're gonna see. There's still, as you said, there's more cases of multiple things being in the same grid position that we'll have to handle, but for now, it's pretty good. I think next, so now we could start making some of the, oh, where's my Trello board? Here. We say that enemies are basically done in this beginning state. Next thing we're gonna, I guess, start to do is some of the other blocks that the player can interact with. The first one is gonna maybe be the goal, just so we can have the end of the level being done. But because of just the way that the enemies are, I'm actually, I was about to say I'm tempted to do the spring block first, just so we have more, like, while we're testing, be able to get away from enemies that are 1 frame behind us. Anyway, okay, so I'll do quick rudimentary goal block of, like, if you touch the goal block in the bottom, like, we'll just print to the console, you win. Do that, but we won't deal with like level transition stuff just yet. probably won't do that until we have most of our mechanics in. So yeah, we'll do goal blocks in the most simple way possible real quick. So this is gonna need its own tag. Cool. And then you, and then open, and then make sure you actually have the tag. Do you have an add? You don't have an add to grid yet. Now you do. Surprise. Can enemies move on the goal? An enemy being on top of the goal doesn't necessarily break things, but it might just look funky with. It's like, oh, where's the goal? I can't see it because the enemy's on it. It means they're gonna be moving. So I think for probably just to keep things simple, I'll have the enemies treat the goal as a wall, just bump into it and have to go around it. I don't think that will come up too much in theory, but yeah. And also, that'll extra make sure that if the player is on the goal, we don't have something funky happen where an enemy moves onto the player, and kills them. So, if it's a goal, that counts as bumping into a wall as far as the enemy's concerned. For the player, yeah, I'm gonna say goal. This could be a switch statement. Whatever, it's fine. I'll do that later. So now that we hit the goal, we need to, for now, we can just go print, level complete. Wow. You win. Woo, you're the best. I guess I could start the respawn well, part of this respawn process kills the player. So I wouldn't want that. I'll see if I can just stop the turns real quick. I think eventually we'll have a bit of a level manager thingy that will control the going from one level to the next. That'll probably then have things that'll take care of that. But for right now, I think I'll just have yeah. I'll go private turn manager. I just get the turn manager to stop the turn process, and then I have to actually get the reference. Let me do that. Okay. Funny thing, because these are on the same game object, I can do this .get component. That's technically slightly better. Okay. Turn manager .stop turns, which then the whole final turn thing that still gets to happen for like the enemies. So that's not gonna like break things. Awesome. Okay. Whoa. Okay, so let's just test that out. I'll have to actually get around the enemies to like get there, but I'll do that. So enemies also shouldn't bump into the wall, which means I can use the wall I can use the goal as another wall. Oh no, I'm not gonna get out of this. Oh no. It's like where do I go? Okay, I'm not playing my own game optimally. No. I've gotten out of this a few times. Where do I normally go to do that? I don't know a good path for my own thing. Oh no. Is it bad if this game is brutally difficult? It's like, yeah, we can pretend we meant to make a brutally difficult game and not just like a little whatever. I mean, okay, if I really wanted to spend the time to polish, I could have. Imagine you have a difficulty slider that all it does is. Oh, whoops! I was in the clear, but you have a difficulty slider. All it does is affect the turn speed. Fun forest run. Yeah. Now it's fine. I just make this like the final or second to final level, being like, I had to deal with this in my testing, so now you get to deal with it. No, come on. No. But okay, in a real scenario, I don't think we're gonna have this many enemies. We'll have like 2 in a level, so it'll be manageable. And like, again, the other things that you interact with. Oh no, I'm dead. If I move to the left, I die. Yeah, so that's a thing. How do I... Yeah, I refuse to get rid of the enemies. You want to touch this and die, please? No, you didn't. You didn't. One died. Okay, I got one. Ah. Okay. Getting locked in like that, where it's like, oh, if I move to the side, I die. That's not great. Oh yeah, I did. Oh wait, I went to move. It didn't actually. I didn't move on to it fully. Do that. Do the move. Okay, I should do the same thing that I did with the enemy move, where it just has a the execute move function that looks exactly the same. Because at this point, I have a few cases where that's being used. So then execute move, passing in the old position is you, and the new position is you. And then blarg, and then blarg over here. And then now this, we're adding on to it that this gets to be there. Okay. Cool. It's funny how this level is hard. Well. Wait, was I just looking left? Am I pressed left there? I don't actually know. What happens if I hold down a button? I'm gonna hope that whatever happened there was fine. Wait! Maybe start falling at all. What just broke? Concerned? I didn't change anything about the enemies, and it was just working a second ago. Excuse me? Please be like a fluke and just randomly work now? What was that? What happened? Didn't change anything. Why? Why? What happened? I didn't change it. Maybe I was just looking in this. Did I just accidentally change something just now? Was the code not just working 2 seconds ago? What? Why? I don't. No. I do not understand. Like, I can look into debugging this, but I'm more just... So this is like what the grid manager didn't, when I was replacing stuff just now, maybe with the player, there's something I didn't replace properly. I did change code. Like, technically, I can't say that I didn't change anything. I go back to here and this suddenly works. That'll be very strange. Then I'll look at what I actually changed, because it's possible I just didn't change what I meant to. But if it's now still broken, that'll be extra funky. But I guess I'll look at the grid manager, because that's what's supposed to handle. My guess is that they're moving towards the center of the map. Oh, phew. Okay, I'm glad that it's not just some weird mystery completely broken. It's traceable. So what did I do? This is supposed to have moving grid, a game object. Does this not match this? It's not the player, right? Oh, okay, that's it. New position, true. Because you're the player. So it was moving, and then the player was deleted from the grid, so it couldn't find the player anymore. Okay, got it. That was, yeah, all right. So that was indeed my bad. Okay, well, okay, I need to re-put this back in, but this, the old position is grid position. No. Grid move position, and then true. Pass that in. Or, what, sorry, no, you don't have true there, you true down there, yeah. And then you're good to replace. And then I'm adding you as a new thing here. Okay. Whew! Ha ha ha! Alright. Yep. Okay, yep. Yep. Cool. I am just noticing though. Wait, did I do this on purpose? Did I mean to have enemy do start recon? Sorry. Did I say that enemy's just gonna act like a wall and not do anything, but then an enemy colliding with a player would do something? Because then isn't this starting the respawn process twice? Two things doing that. Technically, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, this doesn't need to be here. I was just doing same code twice. Yeah. Waiting. Yeah, if I move directly into it. So there's sometimes maybe being an occasional bit of funkiness with the animations, not 100% sure. Okay, so let's move on to the goal again and get that to happen. I need consistent. Where do I go? Oh wait, no, hold on. The enemies are totally. Is it? It's hard to tell what's happening on like a first run through this versus when it's reloading the scene. If something funky is happening because of that. Okay. Aha! So, okay, I mean that you didn't, so, right, when you stop the turns, the player doesn't do its final turn. How do I want to handle that? Because the player should, stop. I mean, imagine eventually we'll take this over. We'll override it with like, we'll override this with the goal doing like a special other animation that'll probably handle things. But in the meantime, I do need the player to like. How do I? Yeah, no, so I do this. Yeah, I do the same thing I do on the enemy. I just need to do that again somewhere, but I can't have the stop turns thing. It's like take a final turn. If I do that and then have the player do that, then there's the problem of no, because we're not shrinking to nothing. This is different because it's not just the take winning turn. I don't know. Okay, I think for now it'll work fine enough to just do what I do on the enemy. To just go final turn. Yeah, final turn, and then same thing. Do this one last time, and then you're gonna just get called. Turn manager, final turn, and you will do it before the enemies because, yeah, although it matters, I think it matters less for that. Okay. So let's try that again. When it decides to. Yep, cool, this is coming along. This is, let me pass you. I see the trick. Yeah, it's the top left enemy, have him come down and around, then I can go there. So there, strategy. Oh, it didn't work. No, why? Why, actually? Final turn. No, don't execute yourself. No. Player move. Problem with calling things the same names. Okay, so now it should work. And I have a consistent way to the exit. I've figured out my own level. It is doable. Yeah. Which, I mean, just this could be, like, just those two enemies and those two blocks could be a chunk of level, like, of a real level to teach, like, here's how you can, like, have to juke an enemy around. You have to, I don't know, yeah, move good. Which, things like, I don't know if it would be best to have, rather than like a few massive levels, have all these little bite-sized levels. Because if the game's gonna be this hard, and we're not having checkpoints in the middle of the level, respawning is just going back to the beginning of a level. Do I want when you beat the level to, I might purposely put in a restart the level for now, kind of a thing. That's not as easy to... Nah, whatever, I won't worry about it. Okay. What was it? I lost the middle of my sentence. Bring it back! What was I saying? Oh no, I just completely just... Oh, level length. Do I want long levels or short levels, or medium-sized levels, whatever? If this game, maybe it would work better. Or maybe, before we introduce enemies, when it's simple, like, oh, just teaching how arrows and maybe simple hazards like the fire, and like, that can be whatever. When we start to have lots of enemies, those levels can be purposely short, but they're hard, and, you know, so you're dying a lot trying to find the right way around the enemies. Maybe that could be a thing. I don't know if we want that or not. If the game is difficult, I don't want it to be super unforgiving with just how much game you have to replay if you die. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, okay. So that's that. I'll readdress that when I go to actually, you know, make levels. But it's interesting actually seeing. I said before I was gonna, like, before I was initially, the initial plan was to have designed all the levels before I even started, you know, making all the mechanics and stuff, just to have a really planned out thing. In hindsight, you know, maybe that only didn't happen because of time, because we kind of ran out of time with other, you know, parts of the game to be done and stuff. But in hindsight, like, you know, actually seeing the enemies in practice, like, oh, it's, you know, harder to get away from enemies than I initially thought it would be. You know, that could reflect itself in the level design. You know, we'll see. So, I guess where are we with this? Back to the Trello board. Enemies done. Gold blocks aren't really done. There's gonna need to be a lot more that's gonna need to be done with that. But I think one of these I have level transition. That's gonna be, this item's gonna be coding like the rest of what a gold block is, so that's okay. I guess next we move on to spring blocks. That's gonna be interesting. Should I be deleting all these enemies? I'm gonna keep the enemies for now. I'm gonna duplicate you and bring you over here. Well, no, maybe I should. I'll move these guys up here so that, like, yeah, I can move up into this spring uninterrupted. Okay, so springs, springs. This is, you touch this, you get launched 2 blocks forward. Now, there's 2 ways of executing this. It could be that you're here, and then in 1 turn's time, it's like 1 boing, and now you're here, and that happens in the span of 1 turn, so that's 2 blocks ahead. I want to do it a bit differently, I think, where you move onto the spring, it's like takes a turn to almost like launch you, and then the next turn you are launched 2 blocks in the way that you're facing. And that has an additional thing of that when you move onto a spring, you aren't forced to go the same direction. You can be on a spring and in that turn look right, and then you'll be launched 2 blocks to the right. And I think that is more, that can have more interesting mechanics out of that. So yeah, that's what I want. I want to try to do it that way. Then the other thing that that's going to be allowed is that, you know, anything that's here doesn't matter anymore, right? So if it's an enemy, a hazard, a hole, you'll launch over that. That's the other part of that. Then this, so one thing that also we talked about potentially doing is that if you are getting launched sort of in the air, I mean, well, what do we do about a block that's here? If it's a hazard, it'll kill you. If it's an enemy, it'll kill you, and all that. But if it's a wall that's there, what do we do? I think that then you land on the wall, but it puts the player into a sort of elevated state that we're going to call. We just have a bool on the player called elevated. You're not going to have walls on top of walls, but so you can only go up like 1 level high. So if you get launched on top of a wall, then you're on a wall. Wow, crazy. Then other walls become basically like round. You'll just move to them normally. I don't know if I'll have like hazards also on a wall thing. We'll see. Even this scenario, I don't know how much this will realistically come up in the game, but it's just, I think we'll allow it to happen. One thing, initially before I was going to say that enemies could use springs as well and then follow you onto a wall. I'm like, ooh, that's a thing. But now seeing how how enemies are, how hard they are to get away from, I'm thinking that we let only the player can use springs. Enemies, for whatever reason, can't use springs. So that adds an interesting escape route that then being on top of a wall is like an extra, like, safe place to be able to get away from enemies. If you have a segment like this and you're being chased by a swarm of enemies, you could now get on top of a wall and, like, get away to then have more breathing room. So that's an interesting observation that I think we do want to go with. So yeah, I think that's what we're gonna do. So let's start with the basic case, though, where we'll worry about the wall case in a minute. First, just the case, we're here and then we want to become there. So how does that happen? First, well, okay. Yeah, how does that happen? We do need to look 2 blocks ahead. That's easy. We just, we're going to use one of these, but like +2 or -2. So like that part's not that bad. First, let me just go to the state of moving onto a spring in the first place. And before I go any further, on the spring itself, I want to add the spring tag because I don't want to forget it and then be like, why is it not working? Spring. Yeah. Spring, and then make sure I actually add it onto the thing, and then putting the add this to grid component on here. I forgot to move the console back up here. I put the console up here so that, like, the inspector's a bit lower, so you can actually, it's hidden behind chat a little bit, but it's less hidden, just that you can see stuff that I'm typing, and yeah, the inspector. Anyway, get back. I don't know if we'll eventually. So currently, my stream setup is that I am up in the corner, and you can see all the Unity stuff over there. I don't know if eventually I would switch to a format with, like, I know some streamers will have, like, the webcam not obscuring the actual screen. I do have a few in OBS. I have a few, like, layers set up so I can be, wow, I'm on the left now. I can be full desktop, no me. Webcam full, wow, look at that. Me on the other side. This one's the same. Oh, that's just one without chat, yeah. And then same thing on the left. And I did set up this as a temporary thing if I really needed to, for some reason, show something that's on screen. But, like, the bottom is just empty because I don't have anything actually there. Oh, even the webcam was a slightly different size. Oh no. I know some streamers will have that kind of setup. Not having to worry about my head blocking stuff would be good. I personally don't, or I haven't had that many issues with that right now, other than, like, just the inspector has been the main thing. If I was in a different corridor, then I'd be blocking the code, but yeah. If I was playing games and stuff, then having to worry about UI and different sides of the screen, that could be annoying, but Do you plan on commenting all this code by the end? Interesting question. No. Like, so it would be the good thing to do that. I mean, I commented some of it over here. Where was it? Look, there's some comments here. Whoop-de-doo. No, it'd be the good coding thing to do that, and it would be even better to be commenting as I'm writing, but, we'll see. Maybe I will if I have time. If I want to have this tiny little complete game, it would be extra complete to be commented. But if I spend a lot of time commenting and then run out of time actually finishing the game, that wouldn't be ideal, so it could be part of the polished phase of the game. Or maybe, I said day 9 is for publishing the game. Adding comments could be part of that. Kind of like, it doesn't affect the game actually running, it's just kind of cleanup. So, maybe. We'll see. We'll reassess that, depending on how much time we have left. Okay, so I was gonna redeem the word, but I forgot you have a timeline. Yeah, right, I did do that. Commenting as polishing. Yeah. It's making the game, I mean, it doesn't affect the functionality of the game, it's just affecting my ability to look back at the code in a week and understand anything of how it worked. I mean, one thing that helps is having, like, descriptive variable names and stuff, I guess, but, yeah, I do have a reward. Yeah, please don't redeem that now for the next couple days. Well, it's different. So, like, there's a different mindset between right now me making this game that's like, oh, I gotta finish it in this my own self-imposed time limit. Now, like, I make the rules of that. Like, I can extend the timer if I wanted to, but ideally I don't because I got other things that I want to do, other content I want to make. So if I extend this, then it's just delaying making that, like, other stuff. But yeah, I do have a redeeming reward thing. I think I upped how much it was as well. I upped the Rubik's Cube one so that that's not having too much. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, no, I don't think I raised that. Yeah, a thing you can comment to force me to comment an entire thing of code just for funsies. Yeah, don't redeem that now, please. Be kind. But yeah, usually I don't comment code as much as I probably should. But yeah. Anywho, what was I just doing? I was gonna do springs. Over here, spring. Yeah. So if we hit a spring, spring will also always be the zeroed thing. An enemy, though, I don't think an enemy will treat a spring as a wall. I think to an enemy, a spring can just be a normal bit of ground. So let me do that before I go any further, because that's just gonna be easy to just put it in, then ta-da, it's working. Yeah, this is also getting, I don't know if this stuff should be in different files. Enemy move, enemy, like, interact, whatever, it's fine. Because the game is so small, I don't have to worry about it that much. If I was making a big game, then I would have to worry, like, oh, this script is gonna be like thousands of lines, so I definitely should separate it, but this is, yeah. Benefits of making a small game. So spring will have the same behavior as a nothing block, so just normal execute move. For the player though, it will execute move. That's going to be a component of this. But then, so I guess the spring itself doesn't need any code to, like, I mean, okay, so in a polished state, it might need to play a sound effect, and if it actually is like a spring, like pop out or whatever, so baby animation, so baby stuff like that. But the player can be like, hey, spring, start that process. So most of that's gonna be handled from the player. As far as the player is concerned, the player is not moving now, not doing the spring movement now. The player is doing the spring movement next frame. So I just need to set some kind of bool that's like, the next turn will be a spring move. Just, yeah, bool, next turn, spring move. We'll put an is. This is too long for a name, but you know what? If I look back at this in a week, I'll understand what this Boolean was for and what exactly it does. So ha. Also, usually I put like basic data types above the things. Yeah. I'm gonna reorder some of this. Usually, I don't even really need this. What do I use this reference for? Body, that, oh, okay, that's used enough. Yeah, fine, it can be used somewhere. Because it's just this, but the game object. Direction, that's like, usually I'll go basic data types, the more complicated data types, references to things that aren't on this game object. Yeah, anyway. Not that that matters too much. Okay, so spring, we'll do this, yeah. So next move equals true. Is true. So that's really all that needs to happen this turn. It's then the next turn where then we have the more complicated thing happen. So, which means, so now if we're looking, pretending that we're on a spring, we've started that process. Now the next turn, the direction, deciding which way we're looking is going to be the same. And now it's the move that changes. So we do not care at all what is one frame ahead of us. We're doing the same behavior, but just 2 frames. So the easiest way to have that here, I could have, I mean, for each of these, I can be like, if spring 2, if spring 2, if spring 2. Is there an easier way to like, spring modifier equals 1. So, okay, here's a case where I could use one of those like ternary operator if statements with like the question mark and like the colon of like having this equal different things based on stuff, but I'm not gonna do that. I'd rather it, yeah, be a separate line. So spring modifier, if next move is spring move, then it's make it 2. then plus equals spring modifier. I love ternary operators. Yeah, I don't. No, I don't know. Yeah, I prefer not to. So, okay, I can do this, but is this, like, ugly? Would I rather more separate the, like, normal move from, I'll call this move amount, so the name is less tied to the spring itself. Which is 90% of the time it's 1. If there's a spring, then it's 2. Yeah. There should be then minus equals. And then... Okay, minus equals. Plus equals. Okay. Does that work? Well, that's part of it. That's not all of it. So then we're just looking 2 things ahead, and then we're going to move into that spot. But now, the things that we can interact with now change slightly. How slightly? We said the whole elevated state with the walls. That's like the only thing, isn't it, right? The goal would be the same. Whatever we're moving on to, the goal, another spring. Oh, wait, we have to make sure that, at this point, once we've done this move amount, I'll put this back to false. But then if we happen to hit another spring, then it gets set right back to true again. I think it would be very unlikely, not impossible. Maybe it could happen. This is entirely depending on how we design levels of if we have a spring that launches you immediately onto another spring. We could have a level do that at one point. That's not impossible, I guess. I don't think we'll have a spring on top of a wall. Probably not. Probably don't let that get too complicated. So with that, I think, well, no, I should test if it actually works. I better cross off that item. Walls are going to behave differently. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that when we deal with the sort of elevated code. Let's just first test that, like, everything that's not the walls is working. And I should put a wall at, like, a 1 gap distance to see that we'll actually go over it. Right, I didn't actually make an animation for it. Right. Right. Okay, so... And, wait, did I change anything else about the actual... I just assumed the rest of the code would work with the 2, and that nothing else assumed a 1. Okay, so let me I'll make it, so I'll just make the new animation for the, I guess we'll call it spring. And then I'm gonna start by copying the move. And then I mean, partially, it just needs to be a move that goes up 2 blocks, but, I mean, we could make it fancier. Imagine maybe it could be like a little spin, like you were launched and spin in midair. This, it's not like the player's moving, it's like the spring is moving the player in a way. I think I'll just to see that it's actually working, I'll start with just... Here's what I can do, so that the animation is effectively the same, relatively. Just take each thing and multiply it by 2. Then it's like relatively the same, I think. Even this. Well, this would go extra back. I guess that's not needed, but now it should. So I could maybe make this have more going on, but for now we'll just use that as just the test that it's even working in the first place. So on the body we have these states. Spring is kind of related to the moving, so we'll just put it in there. Make a transition here, and then a transition going out. Okay. So this needs to match this. This part doesn't matter, but I'll do it anyway. This 0, U, and then I need to actually make a parameter for it. Trigger, spring, and then like that's what you're testing. You can interrupt yourself. Yeah, and then this one, 1 and 0. You can interrupt yourself. Okay, let's just go back to actually set it to be called. I was going to say let's blindly see if it worked. I have to actually do that. Oh, that means that. Oh, wait a minute. Oh no! What happens if you spring into a hole? I didn't even count for that scenario. Oh no. Do I just have to level design that, like, never put a hole beside 2 spaces away from a spring? Because what would happen? I mean, could that kill you? Do we say that holes don't kill you unless you're stupid enough to spring yourself into a hole where that was the only option? That's like the only thing I can think of, because yes. Yeah, I guess, so that's like the only option. There's potentially other ways where it's like, you just don't launch off the spring, which would be weird, because it's like, why is, I don't know, you wouldn't bump off something 2 blocks away and then move all the way back, but then what's 1 block away? Yeah, so we'll just, that's funny. Okay, fine, we'll say that, so then I do have to say, I have to then do the whole. So even though some of these will be the same, I'm gonna say, if there's nothing, that's gonna be the same regardless of if it's a spring or not. No, wait, no, it's not. If next turn spring move, which would have to actually change when I turn that off, then else, hold on. And then, sorry, other way around. And then you become false. I guess, yeah, that's when that's part of when that has to happen. So for now, that'll be the same, but I can just test that the animation itself is working, which that means I don't want to do that too early. That's gonna happen there. Okay. But I still need more stuff that this is gonna do. Also, that yeah, that means this needs. The execute move needs to run before we set that back to true, because it'll be false and then true, and blah, it's fine. Okay, so now we should see the animation actually do. We don't have the special interactions just yet. Hey, okay. Yeah, it's not that bad. That works. I kinda wanted to. I don't know if this will, like, not work, but, you know, we're just gonna see. That works. I'm gonna try something, and the thing I'm gonna try is, like, way too not working, then we'll ditch it. But can the animation be something crazy where, like, so we don't animate the rotation, and oh no, hold on. If I just say you do a 360 no scope spin while you're going through the air, then you, okay, then the stretching doesn't work, but so hear me out. If maybe here it's still 0, and I move the 360 to, like, here, so you don't spin immediately. It's like jump, spin, and then land, or something. Okay, hold on. The actual. Wait, let me just, I need to see just the rotation part of it. Move you over. Just a quick little, like, jump, woo! Right, I forget. It happens over so few frames that, like, having that much detail, it doesn't really work so well. If I put that back, you don't even see that any spinning is happening. Okay, so I don't think I physically can have the, if I want to spin, it has to be over the duration of the whole thing, because it's just not happening otherwise. I kind of wanted a sense of elevation by, so usually in like a 2D thing like this, if you want to act as if the player is going in the air, you might make them bigger. It's like, whoa, I've gotten so close to the camera, is a way that you might fake it. So maybe if I just make this big, but this might look, is that, okay, that might be too big, but this is kind of capture the feeling of, like, I've been launched. I mean, that's too much. I think that's overkill as far as the animation is concerned. But it's funny, and does funny triumph everything else? If I have the rotation, oh god. Okay, so we're undoing this in a second. but I want to see it in action. If I don't mind me as I take my spring and just go, yeah, let's do the multiple at once because that's working. The enemies are gonna come and kill me, but fine. Just dump springs around here. Make him last longer in the air and then land. Yeah, that would help, yeah. Part of the problem is just like trying to have the additional like details. No, we're not having that, but no. The animation is so short that it's hard to get in like details that like having the, like as I said, having to go in the air and then he spins, there's like too few frames to have that, it seems. Okay, let me go back and actually fix what I've done. View, rotation, and then yeah, we're gonna not do the rotation. I think but yeah. So well, I mean, I can see if I can get it in there. So something like this whole project I've been struggling with animation, like these like animations and like getting it to look like half decent. Oh, okay, see that didn't just snap down. There's like no time to like go up and down. Just don't have the time. I just like I have like 4 frames. Because this animation is happening over the course of 18 frames, where it looks better that it's not continuous movement, that there's some time at the end between this movement and the next one where there's no movement at all. So I effectively have 15 frames to move him 2 squares. I do think that, okay, actually looking at this legitimately, this is probably too extreme. It happens in the blink of an eye. And also this animation is going to be having constantly. It shouldn't be too like in your face. I don't know. He still is kind of stretching from one thing to another. Actually, I don't know. He shouldn't be. Okay, maybe. I mean, I like stretching him, but this weirdly has somehow. It now has like a much larger sense of air, which maybe that's actually something I want. I don't know. I like him, stretching forward a little bit, like he's stretching to get to where he's trying to go. Maybe I could stretch him early here, and then he kind of unstretches in midair. Nah, that looks like trying to do too much at once. It then gets kind of choppy. We'll try this. Because maybe this doesn't need the stretching, because he's stretching when he's trying to move to a block. This, something else is launching him to a block. So maybe that's like... I'm trying to justify why a cube is stretching and squishing. Okay. Alright, okay. I feel less... Okay, that's actually great. Oh, that's great for hopping over enemies. Oh, I actually like that. I really like that. That really feels like you're hopping over an enemy. That's... In terms of non-verbal communication to the user of the game, that, yeah, if you launch, you're going over an enemy. It feels like that's the case. Oh, okay, that's a problem. I can land on the same square as an enemy, and then, yeah, okay, that's not, like, hand-built. So we'll get to that. I mean, it'd be funny if you kind of Goomba stomped enemies by launching onto them, but no. No, I don't think of it. I don't want the player to have like an attack per se. You're supposed to lead them into stuff, kinda. Yeah, no, that's okay. If I want, that's an additional thing that I have to do. That I don't want to do. Too many things already. Okay, so we have basic launching. Now we need a different set of May make them die if they jump into a hole. Yes, I think that is what we're gonna. You mean the player? Yeah, the player. Yes. Enemies already do. The player doesn't if they are like normal walking into a hole, but being launched, yeah, we'll say that they will. Which hopefully, yeah. So, I think I need to. If next turn spring move, I'm gonna start like this. I'll probably combine a lot of this, but I'm just gonna to have it be more separated. I'm gonna go like this. Oh, let me cut down this. Okay. A lot of these are probably gonna be the same, but just to separate, like, here's what happens when it's not a turn move. Here's what happens. Oh, no. Here's when we spring. Here's when we don't spring. After I'm done this, whichever ones are the same, I'll extract and then not be part of the if statement because they don't matter because they'll be the same regardless. Okay, so none of these are changing. Wall. Okay, we're gonna come back to this because this is the whole elevated state, but we will successfully move onto it, so it does get normal execute move functionality. Okay, that's part of it, but it'll need to be an additional step later on. You know what? I can make the first part of it is that it's gonna be a bool. Elevated equals false. Okay. Where was that? Okay, this. Elevate equals true. But then we'll do stuff with that in a minute. Because actually that's gonna affect all of this. Interesting. We'll never have a turn, or I don't plan on putting springs on walls, so we'll never have elevated and is a spring move at the same time, in theory. So, okay. Holes, we said they will act like normal fire hazards do, so they will kill us. Yes. Fire will act the same. Enemies should act the same. Well, no, so actually we just saw a situation where we're launching and like landing on an enemy, so that was being weird. But I think the enemy should be what handles that. I think I'm gonna leave the enemy untouched for right now because I think the enemy should be. I'll look at what the enemy's doing in that case and why it didn't still kill the enemy, because it should have. Or right, because if we're gonna move on to an enemy, then we don't move, but we still need to launch. Wait, so that means if it was an enemy, it wouldn't launch. Wait, so okay, so no, what should happen? We can't just not launch. We need to go. If an enemy's gonna move on that square that turn, or if an enemy is there, well, no, we should land on the enemy and then die. Yeah, we land on the enemy and then die. So execute move, but then don't do this part because the enemy should handle that part. Yeah, just let me. Yeah, this is. But this is like the case that we said if we are facing an enemy and going to move into them, then we like swap it. But with that, okay, no, yeah, okay, it's fine. This is fine. Okay, yeah. Spring. If we go from one spring to landing on another spring, then that's normal. That's fine. The goal, yeah, we just land on the goal. That's normal. Okay, so based on everything we have programmed right now, if we might add new things that might have other different rules, but for right now, this is how it's gonna work. Okay, so now we extract what's exactly the same. A spring is exactly the same. And then the goal, wait, I guess delete it here. The goal we said was exactly the same. Enemy is currently different, but I'm going to like kind of look at that more specifically. Enemy is different. Fire is the same. And then holes are different. Walls are different. Yeah. So it's really the only things that were different were walls, holes, and enemies maybe. Okay. Interesting. And then fire, gold, and a second spring. Same. Interesting. Okay. So let's see what happens now. Oh, I need to actually set up a wall to be able to land on, but yeah, okay. Whoa. Yeah, so I mean, I didn't actually, I need to now set up those scenarios. I guess I'll do that. Well, actually, no, I already have one right here. Haha. Yeah, okay. So, okay, so for right now, if it's just a one thing wall, that's handled, that's like fine. But we want, if there's another wall beside it, we want to treat you like you're in this elevated state where now you can walk across a few walls until you fall and then become not elevated anymore. Okay, so what? I mean, I guess I can test like real quick that you can launch into the goal. That case works. That you can. Setting up launching into an enemy. I put all these enemies around. I don't necessarily want to delete them all, but I mean, I probably should just to actually test the things I need to test. Oh, launching into a hole. I didn't test that case. So, yay, that worked. Makes sense. Put this is launching into a hole. Technically, the one there would also be that. Okay. Yep. In a second, once it decides to goo. Oh, okay. One thing I need to care about. Okay, so that seemed a little bit like jarringly sudden. I was just it seemed like it snapped ahead maybe, but that's fine. We've been launching onto a hazard. It feels like it almost feels like we die before we land in a way. It kind of felt like we died too fast. Let's see. Let me see. Start respawn process. That's because of this, but it's also, this is affecting like normal dying. If I turn this down a little bit, maybe it'll look fine in both cases, so that I don't have to have special adjustments. Let's just see if it can go into play mode sometime today. Yeah. Oh. Okay, that's more fine, I think. Whoa. Yeah, okay, so, okay, enemies are still, yeah. That's fine, that's good enough. So now, enemies are weird. I can land on an enemy sometimes. I was able to launch over 2 enemies. That's interesting. Which, that makes sense, because if an enemy's moving towards me, yeah, then, okay. Sure. Wait, was there another thing I need to say? Oh, one thing that's weird, I've just realized, is that if we have a spring on the edge of the map, we're not gonna, this is not a hole, or this is a hole, but this isn't. We would launch over this, and then we would be out in Infinity Land. I think this is okay, because I don't think we're gonna have that much, like, springs on the edges of platforms, or on the edges of, like, stuff. And if we do, then whoa, problem solved. I don't need to have special coding for that. Now, for people who missed previous stuff, you might ask, like, why do we need to manually define the holes? Why can't we just, like... So, like, we need something in the grid manager to distinguish the grid itself and you know, the holes. And the choices were either every single grid, every single square, we put that in the grid manager as being a, like, normal space, and then everything that's nothing, null, is then treated as a whole. Or we do it the way... So one thing has to be nothing. Okay, so basically, we need to keep track of holes and then normal squares. And it's either, like, we have blocks for one of them, and then the other gets to be null. And it's like, which one would we choose? And I would rather have just the normal grid be the nothing square, because on one hand, it makes... we have less scenarios of things being stacked, 2 things in the same grid square. We don't have to deal with that if a normal square is considered nothing, so that makes that easier. 2, there will be way more normal squares than there will be holes, so that's just less total things for the grid manager to have to keep track of. So because of that stuff, yeah, I'd rather do it that way. This over here, this is not a real block, this is a temporary thing. When I go to build a real level, actually making this grid is, like, gonna be, not annoying, but just not, like, super easy. So for me to build at a level, it's way easier for me to, like, define, you know, a square space. I mean, okay. Still take some, you know, copying and pasting, but this is easier than, like, dealing with the messages. If I want to, like, be defining a space and, like, oh, this is what a room looks like, and now that's gonna represent a hole. Using this to block out levels, and then once I'm done, then I turn this into this with the grid lines. That's what that's for. So temporary, which is my own testing tool. I didn't really need to undo. I could have just deleted those, whatever. Anyway, and this is from some decal stuff that we're gonna have. Anyways, Those are on the bottom of the priority list. So now I want to test more stuff with enemies and spring. So I'm gonna delete some of this. I don't need to go all of them. I need to just set up. If I put the player like here for a second, and then put like, just so that like I can go into play mode and the player will automatically move forward without me having to touch anything into the like complicated scenario I want to test. Enemy here. Just to deal with one, I'm gonna move just the other enemy away so that I'll get to the spring before they kill me. You'll die to the hazard in the first turn, and you're gonna be up there. Okay, so this will be 1, you'll move down, 1, you'll move down. I'll move here, you'll move there, you should kill me. So the enemy should kill me on the same square that I'm on the spring. It probably won't because I haven't written the thing for this to... The layering thing won't work with this in the spring. Yeah, so first edge case is deal with that, but this should be easy. Spring. So if enemy has reached a spring, do the same thing we did here where we test, is there something on top of this spring? If there isn't, then we have the normal code. The only thing that will be on top of the spring, I guess there could be another enemy on the spring. I guess we want this. And then there could be the player. We know for certain because of stuff we set up before, the order will be spring, then player, then enemy. But it could be, if there's no player, then it could be spring, then enemy. So spring, player, enemy, or spring, enemy are the only scenarios we need to look out for. We would never have spring, enemy, player. In theory. Right? Right? No. I was thinking of the scenario of if an enemy is on the grid, so then it's enemy. If an enemy is on the spring, so we have spring followed by enemy, and then a player wants to move on the spring. No, then the enemy would move. Let's say hypothetically, for some reason, the enemy was moving away. Then the enemy would move off the spring, and the player would move on the spring. And I was thinking if that would be a scenario where the list would be spring, enemy, player, but the enemy would delete itself from the thing first. And even if it didn't, it would be spring, enemy, player, but then the enemy would leave. It deletes itself from the list, and then the player goes down, is in then that first part, or is in the second thing of the list with the index 1. So then it would be back to spring and then player. So then all is good. Everything is fine. Okay. So with that being said, so first, the scenario where... So I guess I actually need to separate this slightly further. Because this can be multiple things. So, if there's only one thing, so if it's the spring and only the spring, move on to it, no problems. If there's more than one thing, so there's a second thing there, then it's either an enemy or the player. If it's an enemy, then we act like we just hit a wall. It's already got that spot. We're not going to move it there as well. Else, if it's the player, then we act like the normal situation where we hit the player. Well, actually, then it literally just becomes this, which maybe we can combine that better. Then there's some differences. Then this is a 2, and then this is a 2. That is technically different. Like double check that I've copied everything correctly here. So yeah, comments would help here. But yeah, if it's a spring, and then there's more than one thing there, and then if it's an enemy, if it's not an enemy, we're going to this place. It wasn't an enemy. It was the player. Wow. Then we look at the thing above it. Is there a third thing? Yes, there is. That third thing is an enemy. Then enemy's already taken care of killing the player, so we bump into it like it's a wall. We don't move. Otherwise, so there's just the player there. Then we move, and then we kill the player. That's starting the respawn process. Okay. Which maybe this should be called kill player or something, but whatever. It's also doing the respawning. So yeah, okay. I think that makes sense. In theory. Hopefully I'm explaining my thoughts on why things are as they are clearly enough. So, yeah. Yep, that is correct behavior. We don't get to launch, we just move there and then die immediately. So now if I do this, I will be on the square 1 square early, and then I should launch over the enemy, and then all should be fine. Then I should be 2 blocks away from the enemy, right? No, okay, I mistimed how I thought it would be. Yeah, that's just, I launch over, this is fine. So what's interesting here is that you can launch, as long as the enemy is moving towards you, which it always should be, you can launch over an enemy that is 2 blocks away, but then you, the player, will end up, oh, I love that the eyes move, that's great. I want to see that again in slow-mo. Oh, so the enemy's eyes move up immediately because it knows where you're going, but whatever, that's fine. That's fine. And this is, I guess you're on top of, that's fine. You don't see it at full speed. That's okay. So that's that situation. Funny thing, that means that if a wall is here, I'll die. Because it'll be up against the wall, but then I'll launch over, it won't move, and then it should kill me. Actually, I don't know if it will. Now we get to find out this. If I launch and land on an enemy, what happens? Nothing. Okay, so that's our next edge case. If we land on an enemy, the enemy hasn't gone and... So the only case we have when we... Normally, when we go to move onto an enemy, we don't move, and we stay still and let the enemy move on us and kill us. We bump into the enemy like it's a wall, and we stand still and we die. This is different. We can't not move because, you know, the spring, there's the two difference. So we launch, we land on we have to land on the enemy, and then the player starts its own dying process, which, yeah. So that actually means that this will be different. Okay. So we will do the move, and then I think we just die like we hit a hazard. Yeah. This still does nothing, but I'm not going to delete this now, just so I can see every scenario here. Yes. Okay. And then, eventually that could be replaced by, if we have some other animation or other special thing the player needs to do, like a sound effect or whatever. So now, we should land on the player and die. And the enemy will do a move of moving into the wall, but that should also be okay. That's fine. Yeah, it does still feel like maybe we die too fast, but whatever, it's okay. So, okay, we have that scenario, good. What other weird scenarios will happen? So we got landing on an enemy. Okay, if I move this down 1 more, then the enemy would be here when I'm here, and then I should launch over it, and then the enemy should move onto the spring as I launch across it, and then I would be 2 blocks away from it, moving away, right? Yes. So that's a thing. Like, that didn't break. The enemy was able to move onto the spring just fine. Okay. The enemies themselves, they go on springs and don't move. That's fine. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So that's a lot of the edge cases to do with enemies. Okay, weird scenario, I guess. I'm gonna use my whole thing. So this is gonna be an invisible hole, but like whatever. So we land on a hole and we'll die. If an enemy goes to move into a hole to die the same frame that we do, I guess also if we go to move into a hazard the same frame that an enemy does, what happens? I just need 1, 2, 3. So 1, 2, 3. You need to be here. I'm fine with, so also we treat the goal as a wall as far as the enemy's concerned. I'm fine with an enemy bumping into the goal and then the player can get on it. So like a player and an enemy wouldn't touch the goal at the same time. Oh, yeah. So, okay. The enemy dies, but then they both just die together. I mean, I guess that's okay. We don't completely shrink before the, Oh, maybe we do? Wait, what? Weird. I just assume, I guess I had to assume that for some reason it's just playing back slightly differently. Okay, so that scenario is good. Delete the invisible hole. Next. I guess we move into... Well, I guess I'll double check. This should be the same, but I'll double check that moving on to... The hazard's going to work the same as the hole, as far as that's concerned. It should. Yeah, which, it was fine. Just expecting the player to die, just making sure it wasn't going to do anything super funky. So I guess now we deal with walls, which, I mean, technically, right now we have that, a one wall will work. Which is then interesting. The enemy will be pressing against it. I'll have to know to launch and then turn. That's interesting behavior there. Wait, what happens if I hold forward? Oh, no, wait, okay, that's not ideal. So in this scenario, I should fall off the wall into the enemy. That should be what happens. So that'll actually be just like the spring. So interesting. Okay. So that, I'm gonna say that that's spring block done. Player elevation is what we're gonna do. I don't know if we'll get to rolling boulder today. We might start that tomorrow because yeah, it's getting late. I can't go as late as I did yesterday. So we're making good progress though, which is very cool. So yeah, so you can finish this off and then yeah. But the rolling boulder should be really easy. Not really. It's gonna reuse a lot from the enemies. It basically just is an enemy that moves only in one direction. That I'd have to define I'd have to like have something on it that like says its starting direction. Yeah, that should be really easy. It'll work exactly. Well, no. It's a hazard. It does have to. If it interacts with an enemy or an enemy interacts with the rock, we'll need code for that. But that should just be the same as. It should have the same properties as fire. If a boulder rolls in fire, I think they won't kill each other. I think it's a hazard, another hazard. It's not like an enemy. It'll just roll through it, I guess. So that could be its own thing that you'd have to potentially deal with. But it'll squish an enemy, I guess, and also the player. So yeah, and it also won't touch a spring. Okay, I mean that'd be kind of cool if a boulder got launched on over a spring and you're kind of going under it. That's the idea of that's kind of neat, but might be a bit overkill and just like too many interactions that we don't need to like make every single thing that can happen because we're running out of time. Okay, so and then also not doing that means that if you're running away from a boulder, going over a spring, then you're further from the boulder. So there's that. Okay, so what was I about to do? Elevated. We made the elevated variable, and we have it being. So if next is spring move, and then now we are elevated. We now need to start from the top in a turn where we are elevated. So choosing your direction will be exactly the same. So this part will be the same. That's just the animating if we are facing the move direction and all that. Yeah. Then so starting from here, the move amount doesn't change. This part doesn't change. It's basically just so now we're gonna look ahead, and now we just need a new set of rules based on the thing in front of us. Yeah. And we're assuming we are gonna make the assumption that we're not gonna have a spring on top of a wall, so we're never gonna have next turn is spring move and is elevated at the same time. So yeah, and if we decide later on that we really want that, then we can do that then. So if we are elevated, new set of moves, which I'm gonna start by copying this and then this, and then this will be another case of like whatever is unique I can dump down there, which actually means some of these might need to be copied in here if they okay, that could be ugly, but okay, let's just start by just figuring out what's happening here, and then we'll compare it to the rest and see what we can combine. Okay, so if we are elevated, if we are the main point of this is sorry, before I go any further, this part actually is going to be different. If it's null, if we're interacting with a blank spot, the first thing the main thing that does is put elevated equals false. I mean, I could say if elevated is true, make it false, but Technically that'd be proper coding. Because it's gonna be true, or it's gonna be false 90% of the time, but whatever. Okay, if we were elevated, now we're not. If we've interacted with something, though, if it's another wall... Interesting. Okay, so if it's another wall, then we... elevated is gonna... that means elevated was already true, so it's gonna be continuing to be true. Then we're gonna move... Wait, what do we already have? What? Oh, right, because I copied the thing from the spring thing, yep. Then we just move on to it normally, and that's okay. So what I just thought, with a hole, if we're on a wall and then we're beside a hole, we could say that because we're elevated, we fall into the hole. But I feel like that's just the same as if the hole was there normally. We say that when there's a like one space over is a hole, we don't fall in the hole. It's like, whoa, but I saved myself. I think it should just do that. So where was, so hole is gonna have the functionality of a ground hole. Enemies, we said, wait, oh, okay. Let me do the other easy ones. Fire will be the same. Fire will kill you if you, but I mean, okay, yeah. So if you're elevated going down onto a wall, that'll kill you. Or the fire that'll kill you probably. And then goal, same, untouched. Spring. This is, oh right. So this is right because this can still happen because you can be on an elevated wall, moving off the wall onto something else. So right, these are all the zeros. So these are assuming you're moving from on the wall to on the ground. There is one of these things. If I wanted some other type of object to be allowed to be on top of a wall, that's going to be in here testing, okay, 0 is a wall, but what's thing number 1? I'm going to hold off on doing this until I actually design something in a level where we have something on top of a wall. I think it's interesting to me that a spring that puts you onto a wall makes a wall almost like a safe space where enemies can't get you, but the second you fall off, you could be falling into a bunch of enemies and stuff. And then even navigating the walls, like make sure you don't fall off, and otherwise you might have to go back around, or you're just gonna immediately die to an enemy. That seems interesting. And then almost having to strategically fall off in the right place. And also, when you're not on a wall, you get the benefit. I said that when you run into a wall normally, a turn doesn't progress, you just bump into the wall for a bit, and that's fine. If you're on a wall, there's no elevated walls for you to bump into, so then it becomes trickier where if you miss a turn, you don't turn at the right time, you are gonna fall off. So then there's like, the movement has to be more precise when you're on a wall, and that's interesting, I think, conceptually. So being on top of a wall becomes more about the movement and not falling off, or falling off at the right place that you mean to, more than just dodging an enemy that's moving at you. So it gets to be like a different type of movement in the same level. That's neat interactions, neat game design. But that only works if we design good levels that make use of that. Okay, so... holes, though. We said that, so, okay, I guess holes are going to be an exception of that. If you're at near the edge of a hole, you're like, whoa, and not fall into a hole. If there's an enemy, because we're on an elevated surface looking to fall down, we have two options. Either you do just fall off the wall and land on the enemy and die, or we treat it like the hole, where you're like, whoa, I almost fell into that enemy. I don't think we do that. No. I think we just, you fall onto the enemy. Yeah. You fall onto the enemy and just die. Fire, you fall into the fire and just die. Okay. Yeah. I think I want that to be. Okay. So now I gotta combine this stuff up here with these two sets of scenarios. So, I mean, it's easy. If fire's universally the same, dealt with. The goal is universally the same, dealt with. A spring also happens to be the same. Cool. So that's easy to deal with. That's easy to not, it's not super messy to combine all these different cases. Oh wait, I have else. Wait, this else means that we're on the ground. That means that this stuff would run twice. I need this in an else if. If we're elevated, we're not. If the next turn is a spring move, but it doesn't matter the order of these two things because only one of these should ever be true. We should never have both of them being true at the same time. theory. This would only happen if we have a spring on top of a wall, and if we do that, then we'll deal with that when we get there. Which then, I mean, it could start with it if elevated, and next turn is a spring move, and there's another sequence of stuff, but whatever. Okay, so can I mean, I could try to combine some of these. Aren't these the same? Blah. Pull that, and then enemy. These two share what happens with the enemies. That's it. I don't see the need to like combine. This code can be repeated, but like everything else isn't. It's jumbled up enough that like trying to combine these, I think would just make it look a lot messier. Okay, we'll say that's fine as is. Now I gotta test all those scenarios and make sure they actually work. Okay, so let's build that then, shall we? Okay, so I'm just gonna build a bit of a. Oh, I gotta make sure I don't accidentally have a wall like this because it won't function properly. I guess I'll just complete. Go down to the holes down here, make sure that you can fall off them. I guess I'm assuming that this spring's gonna take me on here, and then I'm just gonna be walking over to the different things and hoping that functions good. I'll put this here, because then I could launch to there, and then that's it. Oh, that's interesting. Just the fact that it launches you too means you could go down with this spring, you launch to here, and then move up. You have to then move up to then not fall off the wall. That's just another case that we could potentially have some neat kind of leveling stuff. I'm sure I'll be able to like fall off onto an enemy because it'll be following me around. What else do I need to fall into? I need to fall into the goal. Just set up, this big wall thing. What else do I need to fall into of what we've made? Just hazard, goal, like another spring, goal, enemy. Yeah, okay. And then off onto normal ground, and then having that work. Okay, will this work first try? I'm sure I've missed something. Surely, I feel like this is gonna be complicated enough that it's not gonna. Well, maybe it could work. Okay, cool. And then we can't. This acts like just normal hole things. Yep. Okay. Cool. I'm gonna test hazard. Yeah, that killed us. That enemy did not work properly. Oh, okay, something happened there weirdly. Okay, so there I moved. Oh, wait a minute. That's because the spring was there, right? So okay, first of all, we just test the goal, I guess. Go through all the ones that are actually working. That happened. So if I move straight up, then the enemy will kill me, correct? Yes, that was fine. So I think the case I didn't count correct for. Oops. That I think we just reached a scenario that was wrong from a thing that I said. Is that we had the enemy got on the spring first, so the order was spring, then enemy, then player. However, that should result in the player dying. If the player can detect that, then I should be able to handle it. That was a case where that wasn't even because we were elevated. I mean, that should only happen because we were elevated, because otherwise the player. So if the enemy's not on the spring and the player is on the spring, then. If the player's not on the spring and the enemy's not on the spring and they go to move on the spring at the same time, we already have covered that case because the player moves first and then the enemy and then the player dies. That only happened because the enemy couldn't move because there was a wall, which means that this case will only happen if the player is elevated on a wall beside an enemy that's on a spring, which is probably a rare case, but we still want to make it functional, right? So then we move forward. So that is the case where we are elevated and then we move on to a spring. But I guess I'll still cover it down here. If we move onto spring... No, because... Okay, that's extra funky because... No, I can't deal with it down here because the scenario... If we weren't on the wall, we wouldn't move because then we know the enemy would be able to move into us. So that's where we don't move and we let the enemy move into us. So that's not going to do anything there. This needs to be part of this scenario. Or I need them in the individual cases because one of them's different. This be the same. This be the same. No, if you have spring, wall, spring, enemy. Enemy will move on to spring, and then that would be the same scenario where we're getting launched over onto it. So these two will need to be the same. Okay. So if we are in a spring, we're elevated on a wall, moving off a wall onto a spring. Then we want the test that we have over here. I'm just gonna copy this one, and then we'll change a couple things. Okay. If there is a second thing, if there is not, then we're following the so-called normal process of whatever we normally did. So actually, okay, we'll do this. If there's another thing, so if there's not, we do this. If there is another thing, and then that second thing is an enemy, because it will only basically be an enemy, then we trigger. Then we die. We do the normal. We do this enemy dying process. Then, if okay, so that's that handles that, right? So that's done. But then this should do the same extra steps, because if it's, for the scenario I said of spring, if we have player spring, wall spring, enemy, in that specific case, I'm loving this. This is great. I'm having a good time just going through these scenarios and being like, here's what should happen here. It's not being too much of a pain to get each individual scenario. It's just like checking items off a to-do list. That's great. Okay, wait. So enemy here moved onto it and died. Okay, good. Just to make sure that did work, I'm gonna set the scenario up more specifically, like this. So I should be able to not touch anything, and I'll be on the wall, and then move off of it onto the enemy that'll move into me, and then I'll die. Yep. Okay. Yes. Woo. Did it. So then, extra step beyond that, I just want to test that this is working. Launching off the spring onto another spring that has an enemy on it. Yep. I shouldn't have to worry about that with hazards. If there's an enemy an enemy hazard can't be in the same place, because then the enemy will die. So never mind, just cut that off right there. Not a problem. Okay. I launch the enemy and then die. Cool. So I don't think that would have worked before we put in the extra thing there. But then the version of the spring where it's just like normal, not elevatedness, then it's just then an enemy is not going to be there. And if it is, then we would want to do nothing, because then it's going to move into us. Yeah. Wait. No, hold on. Let me double check that. Actually, I'm not 100% sure that that's correct. If an enemy is here, so that I'm moving up, enemy moves down, and then he's here, I'm here, and then I move up. Okay, wait, sorry. This might also need the extra steps. Actually, let's find out. If the player should not move and let the enemy move onto it. Okay, never mind. Okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough. That actually means I was wrong, and that this scenario should also do this, which means all three spring scenarios, spring with enemy on top scenarios, do that, which means I can actually take that all and combine it out here, because it's 3 bits of code doing the same thing. Okay, fair enough. Cool. Yeah. Just, it's interesting, just the different hypotheticals we have to account for different blocks interacting with each other. It's good we don't have like hundreds of blocks. I mean, before, when we were planning this, I was writing a big list of potential things we could have, and we're gonna have like, you could pick up a battery and put it in a generator to open a door. Glad we didn't go with like that. Like, this was enough. This, I cut down a lot on the number of total things that there would be. Oh, it still didn't work. Shoot. Oh, wait. Oh, no. This might be more complicated. Oh, wait. Sorry. No, hold on. No, this is wrong. The player wasn't supposed to move. I did that wrong. Sorry, this is different. Yeah, I went too fast with that. Let me just make sure I backed up far enough. Right, so if we are on a wall and there's a spring with an enemy on top, we're going to move onto the enemy and die, then the enemy's not going to move because it's already handled that. If we are, our next turn is a spring, we're launching out of a spring, then, and we're about to land on another spring with an enemy, then the, make it a potato batter as a portal reference. Whoa! Yeah, if yeah, okay, yes, this is complicated with a lot of ifs. There's maybe, probably, a more elegant way of doing this. I mean, some of these ifs could be like, this could be like maybe a switch statement or something. Maybe it could be converted like that. And then also, some of these should be else ifs. So like, right now it's easy to move them around with them just being single ifs. I could probably come back to this at some point and then make it else ifs. But yeah, there's just a lot of interactions that need to happen. And it to some degree, the order actually does matter. Rather than all of this being like, is any of these things a wall? Is any of these things an enemy? It matters that it was a spring with an enemy on top, or spring with player then enemy. Like these cases are seeming to matter. Okay, sorry, what was I just doing? I was about to say that there was another weird scenario, but okay, let me just finish the thing I was in the middle of, and then I'll. So if we are elevated, and then if we're on a wall. If we're on a wall and then we're moving off onto a spring, and then there's an enemy currently on that spring, we're moving onto it and dying. And then the enemy's already handled running into the wall, so the enemy's not going to move. And if it's just a spring, we're moving. If we're launching onto, wait a minute, okay. If we're launching from a spring and there's an enemy there, whether we die is actually up to whether the enemy moves or not. Because if the enemy can move, the enemy will move off of the spring, and then the player will land there, and the enemy will be one turn away from the spring, but the player will be fine for that turn. If the enemy can't move because there's a wall in the way, then the enemy wouldn't move, and then the player would die. So this might be the one scenario where I need to look at if there's specifically a wall one tile away from us. That's ugly. I'd prefer to not do that. I'll come back to this in a second. I want to finish off this. So if we are on the ground normally, and there's a spring with an enemy on top, we should not move. This is another do nothing scenario. Because we won't move because the enemy's about to move on to us and we'll die. But yeah, so now this is all clean, and it's not clean. It was nice to be like kind of copying the scenarios for the other things. Having this one scenario where we need to test one block ahead is not, that's a bit more clunky than I would like. Let's just test this scenario. So we didn't move. That's correct behavior. Then okay, let me just double check these other scenarios. Make sure before I program stuff and make sure things are actually going to work how I think they are. So right now this is then wall moving onto spring with an enemy on top. Come on. Go, go, go. Yeah. Blah. Okay, yep. So that's fine. Now the weird scenario is this. Spring going to here. This will currently work, but if the wall is not there, then it will kill the player when it shouldn't, which is bad. Right? Is that correct? That's good, but I believe if I delete this wall, the player will die. But when the enemy's gonna move, the player isn't. Correct? Oh wait, well, sorry. I have to readjust so that the player actually gets there on time. This needs to be what? This? Wait, no. Blah blah. Yeah, no, this. Okay. Yep. So now it should. It's taking a while to go the play mode each time. I might close and reopen Unity because sometimes that like helps it be faster. Yeah. So I die when I shouldn't. So I gotta figure out why that's happening and what to do about it. I'll relaunch Unity now just because while I'm playing. So, I know why. That is a scenario where the block in the middle mattered. It mattered for what happened because If it's not there, if it's there, then it's a problem. If it's not there, then it's not. So, I mean, unless I further modified the enemies to, like, better know, like, if I didn't move and a player just moved into me, kill them, that might be cleaner to handle that. But then I have to then wait for all the enemies to have moved. Well, hold on. No, wait a minute. Thinking. Okay, maybe the enemy could. So, because the order of things moving is player and then all the enemies. So, I don't want to break all the other cases, is what I'm kind of trying to not do. If I mess with some of this. Okay. If I were to say that an enemy can, like, after it moves, detect that it's on the same square as a player. I mean, right now, if the player does its move, so the player moves, and then the enemy is like, hey, there's the player, I'm going to move onto it and kill it, then that's fine. If enemy and player are up against each other, then player's not going to move, enemy's going to move onto it and kill it. That's fine. So the problem, now we have scenarios where an enemy doesn't move, but then a player is moving onto an enemy. But the player moved first in that equation. So the player has done its movement, and it's now on the enemy. So then, but that's not always a problem. If there's, well, I don't know when this is going to happen. No, this will happen with the spring. This happened with the spring scenario. There is a scenario where the player can move here, but then in the same turn, because it's part of the same turn, the enemy, like, moves here. Then, as far as that turn is concerned, they weren't on the same square, so like, that's fine. The player doesn't die. But in the scenario where the enemy doesn't move, but the player does, the player moves here, and then the enemy hits a wall, so it doesn't move. At the end of the enemy's turn, I don't want to look at the beginning of the enemy's move step of if the player's here, because the enemy might be moving away, or a hazard like the rolling boulders or whatever might be moving away. I want to only, this can work if at the end of, the player does its movement step, then this enemy does its movement step, figures out that it doesn't move. Only when it doesn't move. If it does move, then we don't have to worry about this at all. But if it doesn't move, then it can be like, since I didn't move, is there a player on where I am? And if there is, then it can kill the player. Does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. If that didn't make sense to anybody else, it made enough sense to me that I think I can do this and have it not be the most clunkiest code to ever code. That was it. 11:45. So hopefully I can we can wrap this up soon. If I wait and do this tomorrow, then I'll look at this and be like, what was I doing with any of this? Which is, wouldn't be as much the case if I commented, but whatever. Okay, spring enemy plaid. Okay, so now how do I apply what I just said to where we are? So the only time an enemy doesn't move is for a wall or another enemy. Well, I guess the goal as well. Okay, so actually just in here. So it's just this that's getting more code. So if we've decided that we haven't moved, have additional step of, well, I think regardless, we're probably gonna still play the bump wall animation, probably. Else, then is the player on us, on where we are? It's easier for the way this is to test, is the player on us, rather than the player would have to look 1 block and 2 block ahead. I think that's just better to, yeah, I think this is better. Okay, so testing where we are. So now I guess I want to use this. Get grid position, look in grid. This is looking grid where we're moving. This is where we are. The grid position that is us. Look at, no. I use this to say what's here. If I want to say where I have a thing for where the player is specifically. Where is that? I have a thing to get the player's position. And hours. I mean, this is testing. If this is 0 now, that's not good. Like this isn't where we want to do that. We want to be teching sort of at the end. So we're gonna do this calculation again, and that's gonna be fine. And it's only in this scenario. So, get our position, or get the next position. Why is our position next position? Next position is where we're trying to go. Because we're in the middle of moving there, going off there based on where we are. Yeah, because we're going off. So in a case where we don't move, the next position and the, where we are right now would be the same. I'll go off of this, yeah. This is safer to go off of me. Okay, next, then player position, then we subtract these. So I don't need this part. If this is equal to vector to int dot 0, then player distance. So this is a scenario where we didn't move and then the player's on us. So find the code that kills the player. That's just this. Do just this along with this. Yeah, I'll say whether we do or don't kill the player at the end, and that's gonna happen. So, whoops, didn't do that. Bring back. Is that it? So now that I've done that, in the player move, I should be able to cut some stuff out. Because now, the only reason that I had... so, let's see here. This is springing into an enemy. Wait a minute. Wait, this shouldn't... if we spring onto an enemy, the enemy might move away from that spot, or... to double check this scenario, I'll come back to that. I have to kind of go through these changes again now that I made that change to the enemy. So, if the player is elevated and then hits an enemy, you're gonna fall onto the enemy. This shouldn't be. I'm gonna comment it out rather than deleting it, so that shouldn't be necessary because the enemy should now handle that. So let me just, to test it, this will test if the other code worked. Let me make this scenario happen. So being on a wall, fall off onto an enemy. Yeah. Enemy that's on nothing else. Oh wait, this isn't gonna work. So that wasn't the scenario I was testing for, but it technically worked, so yippee. Okay, so now this scenario. Yes. That seemed like it took longer to do for some reason. So in theory I didn't need that. So that situation worked, which means I can get rid of that bit. And basically I'm looking for all of the restart processes, because that's the stuff that is now kind of being double handled. So I don't necessarily need, in theory, the player now won't have none. Anything that relates to an enemy, it won't need it. It'll still handle killing itself for holes and fire, but all the enemy ones, in theory, get to go away. So if we are springing, so let's I guess we'll test these scenarios kind of as we're going through. So if we're elevated, we move on to the enemy. Yeah. If we are elevated and we're moving onto a spring, then that's fine. If we're moving onto a spring that contains an enemy, hold on here. Yeah, right. No, because some of the cases where we're moving on to an enemy or things that shouldn't necessarily be happening with it. This situation concerns me. We have to readdress that, but we'll get there. Okay. So spring with an enemy on it, and we're falling off the wall onto an enemy. So this should we'll move into that spot, and the enemy's gonna try and move towards us, which means it is moving into a wall, which means then it won't do that. Oh, I've only just realized that this should have been happening here. Well, I guess we're gonna die anyway, so it doesn't matter, but we'll still do that even though it won't do anything. So that means that now these are the same. Wait, really? Yeah, so that we don't care if there's an enemy there or not, because the enemy will do the caring of us dying. So I'm gonna, before I go any further, test that scenario. Testing on a wall, falling onto a normal enemy, and falling onto an enemy on a spring. Well, okay, just yeah. This should work. Yay! And then, I mean, I know that, yeah, falling on the spring normally without the enemy, like, yeah, that's definitely also going to work because that's just what it was doing before. So now, if we are launching out of a spring into an enemy, if we are launching a spring and there's an enemy there, yeah, no, this shouldn't happen because this will make it so that, like, if the enemy moves, then that's, yeah. So this shouldn't be here, in theory. Delete you. Move you over. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. So you're gonna go 1, 2, and you're gonna go 1, 2. Land on an enemy. So I want to test the two scenarios of, yeah, landed on the enemy, died. If the enemy's down 1, the enemy is here when I launch. So the enemy will move down, but then I'll live. Yes, perfect. But then also this scenario with a wall in the middle. I just duplicate the wall. I think there's 2 walls in the same place. That might make stuff break. No, okay, fine. Or no, maybe it's okay. That's the thing. If I accidentally duplicate something and there's 2 things on the same square, that could result in some funkiness, but you know, I just gotta not do that. Okay, cool, that's working. What else now? So now spring with an enemy. This should just be that I can remove this, which means I get to combine this, and the spring doesn't get to care if there's an enemy on top because the enemy itself will do the carrying. Is that correct? So I want to test springing onto a spring with an enemy on it. So the enemy was on it the turn that we launched, and then there's that the enemy is on it the turn that we get there. Yeah, coolsies. And then we got this, and now this is all the same. So wait, no, this is we're on the ground. Because this does nothing. No. This means we don't want to move, right? The do nothing actually matters for like it. We still. Whether we move or not. The spring will always move. Launching off of a spring, actually, oh, that's interesting. Another thing we can combine. If we're launching off of a spring, we are always moving. The execute move is always here. So that's interesting. I can combine that. That's interesting. So we'll never not move. Oh, hello, the one owl. Hello. Welcome to the stream. We are making a game that's being it's meant to be a simpler game, grid-based thing, but it is we're having some tricky, complicated things with just specific interactions between different these different blocks that we have set up, different placeholder things. But it's going good so far. I was just right now combining, realize some code can combine, so doing that. When we're elevated, other than this scenario, we always move, so I can't combine that, but that's okay. And then that. So, and then fire is always fire, and the goal is always the goal. Nothing complicated there. But this is a case where we're on a spring with an enemy on it. Wait, we're on the ground, moving into an enemy that's the spring, so that we wouldn't move. And if it's the springs normally, then we do move. Okay. Yeah. If you're just jumping into the middle of this, yeah, things will be confusing. So sorry. So what's the goal of the game? So first of all, making this game as part of a personal challenge I wanted to try on myself was to make a game in 9 days, kind of like, again, a game jam sort of manner. Yeah, make a game in 9 days. So the game's meant to be simple. I say it's simple when I first started to make it. It's already gotten like decently complicated. Even it looks deceptively simple with the whole grid system. But basically, you have a character that can move around on this grid. And so that the thing number one, you move every, as you can see, you move every like 0.3 seconds. So you don't have, like, yeah. What am I trying to say? You move every 0.3 seconds, so you are just always moving, so you gotta react to the fact that you are always moving and you don't wanna run into hazards and stuff. There's enemies that chase you that they have, we've just been doing a lot of that today, of the system of how enemies chase you in this grid type environment. We're still building some of the core like things that you can interact with, but so far it's going well. So we have walls. You can run into walls, they don't kill you. It's not like Snake where everything kills you. We have, this is like the hole that's like the edge of the map. You don't fall off of that, it's a recoil back is the idea that there. We have springs where it launches you 2 squares ahead, and that's what we just got working. This had a lot of complex interactions with that, because like, so we have a wall. If you hit a wall from like here, it doesn't kill you, but if you launch on a wall, and now we just made it so you can kind of walk on top of the walls, and that's a whole thing. This was, yeah, complicated, because now we had to do special interactions with falling off of the wall onto an enemy and that kind of stuff. Are you using nav mesh agent for the enemies? No, actually. I have used nav mesh stuff before. Because we have this like grid-based, just this grid-based movement, I think you still can. Like, it's not that you can't use nav mesh for this kind of thing. I just thought it was simple enough that I could get away with not using it. That I to define my own movement with how the cubes move around. Oh, and there's a secondary thing with that. One, yeah, we're able to make our own movement. And 2, we purposely have the enemies being a little bit dumb in that we purposely, as part of the level design, if an enemy is here, if I move this spring out of the way, enemies run straight at you on purpose. They don't go around blocks very well. So it'll purposely, we have enemies will come at you. And we're purposely doing this as like, in order to get away from enemies, you want to trap them in, you know, have walls between you and the enemies in order to be like, help you get away from them. So that otherwise, if they're pathfinding directly to you, it's a bajillion times harder to get away from them. And it's both walls to get away, and then also the idea would be to lead them into hazards and stuff. Like if there's an enemy between you and the goal, you have to like kite it around and like, you know, launch over it in order to, yeah, get to the goal. So this is part of the, yeah, part of the gameplay is outsmarting the enemies. Maybe a hard difficulty or something like that. For making a game in 9 days, we're already just at the end of day 3. We don't have time for difficulty options, menus. We got enough on our plate to like, yeah, be able to finish this game as it is. I went into this being like, oh, you know, just enemies moving on a grid, like a few like, you know, things you can interact with. That'll be fine. Like that won't take that much time at all. Then we can like add so much polish and like the main menus, level select and all that. And I'm already like, oh no, if will I will I be able to finish this on time? I don't even know. So like I went into this being like, yeah, I'll totally be able to finish this. And now I'm like, will I? We're gonna find out. Yeah, I gave some suggestions. Yeah. UI is a pain. Yes, took me ages to put in my horror game. Yeah, UI can be really tricky. I do have I don't have a clip of this, do I? Don't think I do. Darn. From one of my older streams. So I used to be streaming like 10 months ago and then stopped for a while, got super busy with stuff going on in my life, mainly having a full-time job and stuff. But then now I'm back as of 3 days ago. Back when I was streaming before, I was working on this game called The Handyman with Unicycle, and I'll be getting back to working on that at some point. Towards like those last few streams, one thing I was making with that was a bunch of UI stuff. With that game has a stupidly complex level select, and it's great, and I love it. Where it's a 3D platformer kind of thing, and the level select was gonna be a level that you run around in, and then there'd be different like things on the floor that you go up to, and then UI comes up, basically the level that you're gonna go into. But then that doesn't just load the level. The level select, the hub world. It's not a level. It's a hub world. It's you know, 3D platformers have hub worlds sometimes. This is the hub world of this game. Is a giant airship. With when you interact with the buttons on the ground, and then it's like, here's the level, and then you press confirm, the airship flies over to the level, and then the level is beneath you, and then you get in a cannon, and then it launches you, and then you land in the level, and then you go. Which it's still in practice very rough at the moment. Like last time we worked on the game, it's like everything's all placeholder art and like cubes and stuff. But programming wise, we did have some of that functional, and it is very cool how it's working. And that's also happening through some additive scene stuff of like the level that's below you being like, you know, delete the old one and then like you know, destroy the old scene and then like add in like a new scene and then, you know, fly over to it and stuff. But yeah, so we had that happening, and that was very complex, and but it was very cool in that it was working kind of. But then the UI for selecting a level, that was a whole thing. Unfortunately, I don't have anything I can quickly, like, I don't have, I mean, you know what, do I even have, I'm on a new computer since the last time I was working on this game. Can I, yeah, I do still have the, yeah, okay. I did transfer all of that over, I believe. Yeah, I can real quick show that off because, I mean, one, I haven't opened this project in a while, but also, yeah, it is cool. And even though it's still in very early stages, has some cool stuff. Yeah, anyhow, well, I don't know if I should, if the turn time, like now that we have all these enemies and stuff, I don't know if it's too quick. You need too quick reaction time to, well, to go where you want to go, but we'll reassess that. I didn't want the movement to be too slow, because if it's too slow, then it can be boring. Taking too much time to get to the other side of the map. Okay, so this, oh yeah. Ignore these lines. These lines, it was part of stuff for my own planning of, this is going to be a test level, and each of these, where the lines go, is like a point of interest in the level, and then there's lines connecting them that is doing stuff, but, what is that? No, I'm more of a visual guy. That's fair. Me too. If I go over to this guy over here. No, not you. This one? Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to show off this for a second because I think it's cool. And eventually, we'll be back to working on this. I'm just going to hide the gizmos. Yeah, so this is the Handyman with a unicycle. I say it's a 3D platformer, but without jumping, which I swear it makes sense. It's like, this game has a lot of the elements that you'd see in a lot of 3D platformers. It's just, we purposely can't jump because the idea is you're going to use the unicycle to, like, get around the environment. If you need to get height, you're going to be going off a ramp or something. Or like using stuff in the environment like springs and stuff. Also, I'm going to let's make this maximized. Yeah, so you can really see the stuff. So first of all, the UI of this pause menu, it's cool and all. There's not an options menu at all. But yeah, so this is the cool stuff. Yeah, it's like, is this still going to be functional? Yeah, so this is test level A. Still cleaning up some of the like UI with it. Am I? So that's the test level down there. I'm thinking of making the floor itself like, maybe make it made of like glass so you can always like kind of see around you. But ideally this is gonna be a big like airship kind of deal. So you interact with the thing, it's like, here's a screenshot of the level that like ideally would, you know, look cool and whatever. There's more to this, by the way. There's an additional thing in this menu that I'm about to get to that hopefully you'll think is really cool. But first I'm gonna say like, here's a random other test level. Like these screenshots are also temporary. If I confirm, now the ship is moving and it flies away and then loads the next scene, which assume everything in here still needs a lot of polish. And then there's the level down there, which did actually come into view. If I go into this one, like the ship I'm on is physically moving and the other one's down there and just came in front of me. Yeah, if I get in this cannon, this is also a thing I can do. Whee! And splat. And then, yeah, now we're in level. The thing on the left, there won't be 5 of the things in that list. That's because of this test level where I was just experimenting with stuff. Usually, that won't be taking up as much screen space, in theory. Different levels are going to have slightly different objectives. This is just a test level where there's all of them, where in practice, each level would have, like, 1 or 2, but there's just a few different objective varieties. And you got, like, hazards, there's, like, power balloons make you go faster, the cannons, you already saw that. Ooh, there's like these electric hazards. Whoa. Hazards don't kill you in this game, they just slow you down because a lot of trying to beat the level is like rushing against the clock. So everything is just slowing you down so that you don't do stuff on time. Yeah, I haven't looked at this in a while, so this is me refreshing myself on what exactly we had. Moving platforms, those are a thing. Yeah, if I fall off, it does this. Woo! Very cool. Still learning coding, doing a Cert 3 in game programming. Ooh, very, very cool. Yeah, I don't remember exactly what a Cert 3, what exactly that means, other than certification. I assume 3 is good, 3 is very high. Oh, okay, there's still a bit of clunkiness with this. Maybe so far when it's finished. I know, yeah, we'll get back to working on this at some point. Also, you can balance on tight ropes. The main reason I'm not is because this is, as cool as this is very over ambitious, and I'm aware of that. I have a button, oh, wrong button. I have a test button to automatically fail the level. This is the test thing to automatically beat the level. So, woo, the objectives are complete. This is what it looks like when you beat the level. It's like, woo, this is like our level win screen, and then you continue and restart. If oops, I'm just hitting the wrong buttons. Whee! So that platform was like a giant spring that launches you back here. Was the idea. Okay, so I remember how to do something real quick. So if you're willing to stick around for another few seconds, I want to show off the second part of the menu. That menu with the thing. How do I? Hey, thanks for the follow, Eagle certificate. Yeah, no, I know it's a certificate of some kind. I just don't know what's involved with that certificate to the full degree that you mean. But I'm sure I could Google it and find out in a couple seconds. But save data stuff. How do I do? I have to remember buttons. Okay, if I do this and then load. No, save you. Yeah. So I just put in code that acted as if I like beat the level and got all the collectibles in it essentially. So, blah. No. Hold on. Sorry, I'm just failing to interact with my own game. 1 second. Okay. Blah blah blah. If I do this and then save, then so what do you make objectives and stuff like that? I'll get to that in a second. But just first, the level progression is you have a few levels in a world. Once you beat all of them, then you unlock like the final, like the boss level of that world. This just showed up. Imagine a lot of stuff would be more polished with it. Once you beat that over here, then once you have beaten that level, which is cool that I can do all this at like runtime. I'm basically just modifying the save file of what levels are considered beaten. Then you unlock the next chunk of hub world, which is gonna be all part of the same big like giant airship thing. Or ideally, it's gonna be like several airships that are basically connected together that you go between. And here's a new set of levels. But that's not the cool thing. The cool thing is once you've beaten a world, so there's these as you're doing the objectives, you can get strikes for basically not doing the goal in time. If you do all the levels without getting any strikes, and you can see like, oh, you did that level, but you got 1 strike. You did this one, but you got 2, or whatever. This one you beat, and like you didn't get any strikes. Once you beat all the levels in a world without getting any strikes, then this happens. There's a second thing. If I interact with this, normal. It's a difficulty thing. Wah. It flips. Ooh, let's get that in. This took so long to make actually work. Because what if I told you that none of this is happening with an animator? All of this is happening with code. So the idea is that then each level has a hard mode, no hit challenge. In a way, that actually could be one of them. Yeah. That's not currently one of the things that's programmed, but it could be. So each level is going to have a hard mode, and yeah, the UI flips around, and I just think that's cool that it does that. And then goes down, and then woo. This took So anyways, so level will have a hard mode that'll basically be the same thing, but like ideally, I don't just want a hard mode to be the same level but harder. I basically want to have the same general level environment, but like change a lot of stuff around it, change some of the objectives. So you actually have to think about the level differently. Ideally, it's not just there's more of the same hazard, be like change this hazard out, have this other hazard instead. So it's like fundamentally different, but just kind of in the same environment. In theory, that's the idea, right? That's that's actually built. Anyways, so some of these objectives are the main objective is going to be first. Actually, I can restart the level. I'm going to do that. So the top one: repair rides before they break for 10 seconds. Pretend these are carnival rides. In a second, based on random timers, they'll pop up with like health bars of like, oh, this thing's breaking, and you got to go up to it and actually fix it. Because this is a test level, I have just the timers on these like massive. Like, they're way too big, and then the repair rides for 10 seconds, that'd be like for 2 minutes. So the main core gameplay, the idea is that you're riding around this crazy carnival with all these rides, and then things are breaking, so there's just lots of hazards everywhere. And then rides are breaking, you just gotta go up to them and fix them. We thought about the idea of having like little mini games of actually fixing the rides, but I kind of don't want to do that because I want to focus more on the actual traversal between the rides. Have the actual going between stuff be the main gameplay, not like mini games to fix them. I want you to be like, you go up to the thing, fix, and then head up to this thing, fix. But with lots of hazards in between, the focus is the weaving between all the stuff that's trying to kill you. So the first objective is, just keep repairing stuff until the time runs out. Once the time runs out, then good, you're good. Then that some levels, especially some of the early ones, will just be that, and then you're good. Then we have just the temporary like just get to the objective. We'll have some linear levels where it's like you're just getting to the thing, and probably like the very first tutorial level is going to be that kind of idea. So we just have that thrown in there. This is a variation on the repairing rides for a fixed amount of time. This is like at the start of the level, there's like these 5 things around the level that are breaking. All of their health bars are going down together, and you gotta just get to them and fix them all before they break. And it's like 1 out of 2, 2 out of 2, you did it, you fixed it. Application of this in a real level is I want to have a level in a submarine, and then like the submarine is breaking, so there's leaks. There's a bunch of leaks in the submarine, and you gotta get to all the leaks and like repair them before, I don't know, the submarine explodes or something. So that's an application of that. Then just collectibles, if a level has like just get all of the items, that's a thing. And then this is an easy mode kind of version of the repairing the rides. This is like rides without health bars. Just all you do is just you get to them and you repair them, and there's no failing this. This is going to be probably for the very first few levels or something. What the heck just happened? It thinks I'm in the hub world now, and I'm getting errors. Okay. Of all the testing I've done, I've never seen that before, so that's a new bug to fix. Weird. Let me go back there. You can make a mix between the two ideas. Example, you reach what you need to repair. There are 3 buttons on the floor. You have to place Simon's and repeat the order walking over it. Yeah, so these are like the only objectives that Koo's. This is like a starting point, and then as we make levels, then a couple of new objectives. So the initial first idea was just this one. That it's not demonstrated very well, just 2 things beside each other. It'd be like, 10 things around the map that you gotta be running around and repairing with different obstacles in between. But then to not have all the levels be this, basically there's just some variations on the levels, like on that idea for like variety, having different levels, having a lot of it's fundamentally the same of just get to the thing, and either you're just getting to the thing or you're getting to the thing and pressing a button for a couple seconds. But it's just doing it slightly different ways just for that variety. And then mixing some of the objectives, like one level where it's like repair all the things and then get to the objective. It's just variety for variety's sake. And then yeah, we can totally have more things. And then some of these same mechanics, but there's lots of ideas that can use these mechanics. Like, as I said, like repairing rides can be recontextualized as you're in a submarine and stuff is leaking and you gotta repair the leaks. Or like, I have a bunch of potential level ideas written down. I forget a lot of them off the top of my head, but there are other potential ideas that can be done. I had one idea of a level where there's like you're going up against kind of like a rival mechanic, and like he's also going around repairing stuff, and you got to repair stuff faster than he does. Like that could be a cool thing, but that's also like it's a lot of to make that kind of thing. Easter eggs, like a secret level. So yeah, there's still a lot that I'm planning with this in terms of what levels are going to look like. Actually, I'm just going to quickly test just to. If I get all the things, is that gonna break again? Didn't break this time. I don't know what happened the first time, but I can get to this. Also, I can go backwards just depending on which way I was going. I can just keep going in that direction. That's how it's supposed to be. Because I left the level and then went back into it. I don't know. Whatever. This all at a scrapyard. So funny you mentioned that. The plan was to potentially have a junkyard being actually the tutorial level of the game. Like that was going to be the first level, maybe. And you could have a later level that goes back to that kind of environment, sure. But a junkyard is on the list of level ideas. So that's the second thing that takes this and also takes it further. You're not just going to be in levels that are carnivals. The idea is this is like a carnival for hire kind of deal where it's like they rent out places to like host their carnival and get all the like places that are cheap and like dangerous, but it's fine because it won't cost us a lot of money. So it's like each day the carnival, or each day being each level kind of, the carnival is hosted in just some random new environment that's just very dangerous. Like, yeah, frozen tundra, ice hazards, like things are breaking, sure, why not? Middle of an active volcano, sure. Inside a submarine that's about to explode, yeah, let's do that. A junkyard where there's all like dangerous machinery, yeah. So that's like the extra thing that hopefully the levels themselves will be cool because it's not going to be just a carnival. It's carnival stuff in these weird, wacky, dangerous locations. So hopefully that's going to be a thing. And I have a whole bunch of things written down of just potential level ideas. Basically, every environment under the sun, like, could be a potential, place. So yeah, that's stuff. And then that's why the hub world's this like airship of how you're almost like flying to the different locations. So yeah, I have a lot of ideas, but like, you know, I have to actually make them, actually execute on those ideas. So that's part of why I'm making like this 9-day thing of like, you know, actually making something small that I can actually finish. And also, so like this, the idea this game would have like humans and stuff. I have kind of animated humans before. I'll bring up the animation again. Over here, where are you? This and like this. At this point, I need like a hotkey. I just press it and this comes up. This is the thing I made the intro on my like YouTube channels complete with music. I also made, and it's an animated me there, which was a big pain to make, especially the lab code is not. It's like held together by figurative duct tape of getting it to work for this animation. It's like, and there's problems. Like the side of this guy's head looks weird. He looks fine from the front. Like, yeah, definitely needs an overhaul. At some point, so this animation was made entirely in Blender. I'd like to remake it in Unity at some point. That's a thing on my list. Just so I can do more. Cause I'm a Unity person first, Blender person far second. So yeah, using more like programming stuff in stuff like this animation would be cool. But yeah, the idea of making people, ideally, I want to be making people for, like, this is just some random guy we made in 10 seconds. It's just like a placeholder model. Ideally, he's going to be a full-on, like, person. But that means I have to, you know, make people and, like, animate them and stuff. And I'm not, both, like, I could potentially do it, but it would take a long time. Like, I need more practice doing that kind of thing. And then actually, not just making a T-pose person, but actually doing programming that involves people, you know, interacting with stuff. But also, I'm going to be even rusty with Blender when I go back to it because it's been a while. So making something smaller scope and kind of working my way back to the possibility that I can actually make this. Oh, also the hub world will have hazards in it as well. Not going too overboard, like, but there'll be some degree of like, yeah, there'll be a hazard or two that you have to navigate around to get to the levels. That's just another little thing, just because yeah. It looks cursed, lol. Yeah, and this has a lot of placeholder stuff. I have some kind of ideas for what the characters are going to look like. I have a few people planned currently. So there's the full game of what this is going to be, but I also have like a demo planned as like a small slice of the pie of this. It's going to be just 3 levels and then hub world to match those 3 levels. And then, so there's going to be, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 humans minimum. Not minimum. I can change my ideas and do whatever. But with the current plans, there's like 5 human characters that I need to make. I don't know why I'm specifying humans. Just the fact that they're not cubes like this thing. Like characters. 5 characters that I need to make plus potential like random background NPCs. There's the idea that if you're in a carnival and I have carnival rides, I might need, you know, people looking like they're riding them. So I might need more. But that's more. It's more justifiable if like that stuff's more like low poly and like it's in the background. But ideally, I have 5 characters currently planned for, 4 characters, and like I know I need a 5th to fill a certain function, and I have no idea what they're gonna look like yet, but yeah. My horror game is almost done. I have to add some objectives and stuff like that. Ah, cool, very cool. Very cool to be, approaching a finished game. It takes a lot of work to get there, and yeah, especially when you plan super complex, over-ambitious ideas. But yeah, we get through all this stuff eventually. But currently my plan is so I'm finishing this 9-day game, and then, then I gotta kind of figure out exactly what I'm doing next, but I go back and forth between doing game stuff, and I make YouTube videos, mainly tutorials, and there's some stuff with that I also want to do, so I'm working towards eventually working on this game again, but I do have some other little things that I'm going to be doing in between. Just thinking about it, the UI for the objectives, please kill me. Yeah, it could be a lot, it can be difficult, but I did stuff that I thought seemed cool. I mean, it's a bit, you know, this definitely has some bugs that seem to need to be fleshed out, but yeah, UI can be hard. I've in like other contexts made you know, health bars and that kind of stuff, but yeah, it can be tricky, and just figuring out like. You might like think like, oh, health bar, like how hard can it be? Like with some UI stuff, just thinking like, oh yeah, it's just a menu or whatever. It'll take 10 seconds. But no, UI can be very hard. All like very little things that you need to do for to make UI work. Even these things, this grid-based system that I thought would be, I knew it would be hard, but like I thought it wouldn't be super hard. But there's all these complex interactions that just different colored blocks need to do with each other. So what did you do for the objectives? Oh, may have missed that from like an ad break or something. So there are. Hold on, let me go back. Let me go back to that. Hold on. Actually, I don't know if this is still functional. I'm gonna. 1 second. Can I show Explorer? I'm gonna pull up something that better communicates the initial idea because I have an old demo. It's So this game started as a school project, and what was submitted for that school project was, where are you? I have you somewhere. Where's the build? Excuse me? You should be in here. 1 sec. Okay, well, okay, I might not actually have the build, it might still be on my old computer. No, wait, unless I go, hold on. Why are you not there? Hold on, technical difficulties as I just try to track something down. You, and then, no, that's, okay, never mind. I don't have a build on this computer. It's on my, it's still on the other computer. I have to transfer it over. I have, my old computer is still under my desk. It hasn't moved it yet. I'm using it as a footrest right now. But no, I sort of, I guess, lots of things to transfer over. No, I mean like, wait. I mean like the UI and code or something. Sorry. I'm not completely sure if I follow. Or like I showed before, so I'll show it in this. I can't find the demo. I had like a proper like demo that actually had the different things around. But because I've changed the code so much since then, that scene is, I don't think, functional anymore. But yeah. So at the top left, I have. Yeah, never mind. It looks great. Yeah. So I have like, yeah, the UI there. But in theory, that won't take up as much screen real estate in the real thing because you'll only have like 1 or 2 of those, and the sentences themselves can be shorter depending on what the objective is. But yeah, I have it actually kind of 3Dified. It's like turned away from the like it's not completely flat against the screen. I think that looks cool. I have the slight hovering up down. That's like my easy tip for like making like a pause menu or UI just look slightly more alive is just having stuff slightly moving up and down in like a sine wave. Just this like slight a bit of hovering, yeah, can make things look cool. And having individual elements have like their own slightly offset hovering also can look cool. In this, I have like whenever you have highlighted also is like growing and shrinking. That's a whole other thing. I mean, I don't know if the real pause menu in the so-called real game will look like this because I mean I'll have to figure out like what exact elements will I need out of a pause menu and like have options as like a placeholder thing. There's no options currently like here. I was thinking of a clipboard later down the track in the horror game I'm working on. Oh yeah, that yeah. I mean, I don't know much about the specifics of your horror game, but like yeah, that is a cool thing to have, like stylized menus that fit the theme of the game. In theory, ideally, this gets to the point of being very a circus themed menu. But that's getting there. I do want the carnival that you're working for, it's an acronym. It's Peter Avion's Yesteryear Universally Shifting Carnival, because the acronym's to pay us. So Mr. Avion, the guy who runs the carnival, the logo is just going to be his face. It's going to be narcissistic and like full of himself. So the logo is just going to be like in a circle that's like carnival-y colored, like the red and yellow there. So I think it also just that'd be plastered everywhere, like in the game. So it could also be in the pause menu somewhere. I thought would be funny. In theory, I can show you if you want. So it is very late for me. I actually meant to stop streaming almost half an hour ago. So probably not right now, but at some point, yeah, that would be very cool to see for sure. So anyway, this thing has a bunch of ideas, and yeah, I have these like objectives here and all that, and you can see when I do this, it gets like checked off and all that. It's because yeah, this is like a to-do list. It happened again. Why? It's like the cannon going off. Why? Okay, so okay, I'm not going to worry about fixing this right now, but it's something to do with, I don't know how I'm setting off the cannon, but or like, oh, you know what? I think I know what it is. If I do it now, it's gonna, I think because if I press that just teleports you back to. See, that's also a cool thing. I have that whoosh whoosh. Very cool. Might check back tomorrow. Aussie. I should be streaming every day. Roughly. Like I'm trying to stream every day now for a few hours. But we'll see. How busy I get, whether I can stick to that schedule or not. But yeah. Anyways, so okay, I shouldn't be trying to debug this now. I do not have time. I'm trying to make a game in 9 days, and I gotta actually finish that. I think somehow I'm like selecting pause menu options even when I'm not in the pause menu. That's my guess. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. That's a future me problem to figure out, to rediscover that problem, the bug, and then fix it. Even the player itself, I want to do a lot of little changes to how the player moves, mainly to do with slopes and stuff. I've since the last time I probably worked on it, I've done a lot of thinking. Like, I have ideas for stuff that could be better and control better and blah blah blah. Anyways, yeah. So, yeah. So that's that game, and I'll eventually get back to work on it. So yeah, at some point that'll be stuff that I'm kind of streaming, is working on that game. So hopefully that'll be cool. Your profile picture matches you pretty well. Haha. Yeah, it's me in a lab coat. I have a lab coat here. Flying away from explosion. It is on my to-do list to remake that logo. It'll still be the same general thing, but I kind of want to make a version 2 of it in a way. And one thing is that like I'm flying away from an explosion, so the main color of the profile picture is orange. Orange isn't even close to my favorite color. My favorite color is like a cyan, like blue or whatever. So redoing it and then recontextualizing the explosion, so rather than being like a fireball explosion, it's like explosion of science-y stuff and like debris that then can be like colors of like cyan or whatever. That would be, or at least not so much orange is this thing numero uno for improvement. But yeah, that's the stuff I'll get to. That's also a bit lower on the priority list because I just have a whole bunch of things I want to work on, and like eventually I'll get to them. One by one. But yeah. Anyways, that's that. So back to working on this game, I guess. Maybe generation. Yeah, maybe eventually 2 centuries from now I might get around here. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, back to working on this, which this is making good progress. We did a lot of this. Yeah, got a lot of these interactions here, these different types of objects, blah blah blah. Let me double check my to-do list here. I think player elevation is done. I think we did just finish that. So the player and how that works on top of walls and all the different things. Same speed. I think enemies are way too quick. Same speed as the player. So this is meant to currently be like a turn-based system. Like I'm treating a lot of things in here moving in turns. So I do have that the player and the enemies, like they each move 1 tile per turn. But yeah, I might tweak some stuff. Like I was considering maybe the idea of, well, okay, there's the potential idea of enemies move once every 2 turns. But at this point, I think I'm like the coding to get this to work already has been very complicated. If I make that tweak, I'm gonna have to change so much stuff. But speed boost, there's some different blocks to interact with. Like this is a block that these springs, they launch you forward 2 blocks, and there's gonna be a decent amount of them in the game. So yeah, that speed boost technically is a thing, and only you can use them, not enemies. And the fact that you can spring over enemies is cool. That this is cool to get around for them. Also, enemies can die. This is not a great level. This is not a great test level for that. But you can lead, like that's a hazard there. You can lead enemies into hazard and kill them. So that's gonna be like a thing that you're gonna want to do, and just leading them around. The fact that you can use the walls being on top of them as kind of a safe thing. I might maybe slow down. Maybe I will look into it real quick. Over here, game manager. If I maybe bump this up to like 0.4, now that I'm actually seeing like enemies being a thing, if I do kind of move just a little bit. Oh no, nothing is set up to like work with this. Ooh, I'd have to. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. Okay, so changing that is not as easy as changing a number. I mean, all the code was set up to work with this, except for the player animations themselves. Is there a way I can like more? Ideally, I would be able to just change that number and then everything else would just work. And it used to be that way. The only thing that's not working, if I do this, what is animation speed needs to be the same. It is the animation stuff. It's set up for a third of a second roughly, which is 18 frames. So a fourth of a second, 1 divided by 4. Or wait, no, sorry. 60 frames per second. Why can't I math this? No, 60 divided by 4. That's all that is. Wait, no. 60 times 0.4. That's the math. 24. We get 24 frames. Would be. So if I just change this one animation, I'll look at the other ones in a second. Gotta go for today. Good luck with the game. Yeah, thank you, Luska. Yeah, thanks for dropping by. Yeah, this is making good progress. Okay, the jump animation isn't there, but if you're moving slightly slower, you do get more time to think. It's just like it takes so much longer to cross the map, kind of. Other animations still need to work, but yeah, maybe this would potentially be necessary just to like. I mean, one, you get to like see the animation itself a bit more. I still want to maybe do more with the actual camera. There is stuff I could do with that might also assist with that. I was thinking of the enemies. Oh yeah. Oh right. Okay, so that's. The players and the enemies have the same animation. They're using the exact same animation right now. Yeah, giving them a different animation. Yeah, I could look into doing that. I think I'm gonna kind of save. I should save that kind of stuff for like the sort of polish phase of the game, just because. Yeah, we already got a big to-do list, and even like making the animations themselves like have more important stuff to be doing. So yeah, I think that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna test this out, just having these animations be at 24. Let's see if that is working. Yeah. I mean, we'll see. There's pros and cons to this. But yeah. Do you have other games to itch.io? I have. The only things I have out in itch.io right now are like little game jam stuff that I've done. But yeah, I have uploaded a couple things to itch.io, and ideally this thing, when it's done, is going to be on itch.io. So in theory, yeah, I do. So okay, I technically do have one game on Steam that I made back in high school as a with a few people as a like a high school project. I have a game on Steam called Washed Up Wizard. Unfortunately, the game is not very good, so I would not recommend purchasing it. I think I have it on Steam right now for like $1 or $3 or something. But it's not like the worst thing ever. It's just it's really slow. It's boring because it's slow and tedious with like it has a few different levels, but how long it takes you won't see the second level with how long it is. But no, it's not the worst thing ever. The final boss, it does have a final boss. I think is cool, is neat, but you know, it takes too long to get there. And technically that game has cutscenes and stuff. But yeah, technically that's something that exists. But yeah. Anyway, I do have an entire playthrough of that on my channel as a very old video. There's no like talking or anything. It's just screen grab of just going through the game. But yeah, so you'll get a better experience with that video on times 2 speed than from the actual game itself. Anyway, in theory, next game going on Steam would be The Handyman with a Unicycle, if I do ever finish that someday. But yeah, anyways, so where was I? So okay, I do think, as much as I don't want to, it probably will be better for the user experience to let this turn speed be a little bit slower with how deadly the enemies are. I don't want the game to be the most impossible thing ever, and I have to keep in mind, just because I'm good at my own game doesn't mean anyone else will be. I have to keep in mind someone that's like, you know, playing for this for the first time, and then if you're dying a lot because you're moving so fast you don't get the reaction time of wanting to turn the correct way, that's not great. I mean, purposely have it that like turns are going, you're not sitting still until you make a move. I want the game to be constantly kind of go, 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 but yeah. I'll try letting it be this speed for a bit. I have to make one more adjustment. That means that the level, where's the restart manager? That's over here. Needs to be this. I'm gonna say 1.5 or something. You know what? No, you just wait. Okay, that's the thing. Bill the Science Guy reminds me of Bill Nye the Science Guy. Yeah. I do. I have a lab coat. I am one of the different like cartoon icons of different people that have lab coats, like Bill Nye the Science Guy. Flynn Lockwood from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, Rick from Rick and Morty. There's a couple. Anyway, the other thing I was gonna change, camera manager. I'm curious to see what happens if I turn that down. Have the camera be like, no, that doesn't, wait, oh, right. The camera is following where the player used to be. That's a whole other thing that might need to be adjusted. Because the player thinks, as far as the camera is concerned, the player is here until the player actually makes it there, and then they one frame snap. Unless I have the camera follow the actual body, the thing that's sliding. I'm gonna try something crazy. If I do this, this is clunky because I'm not dragging and dropping something, but just doing this as like a test thing, and if it works, I can clean it up. I just know that the body has an animator component on it, not transform. Yeah. Okay. Just do that for a second. just I'm curious to see what that's gonna kind of look like. I mean, it's better. It was better that's actually like sticking with this. If I just turn you down a lot, though, I'm curious kind of what this looks like if you're. That's interesting. It's not like not amazing, but one thing I was, if I have the time to make the camera more complicated, one idea I did have is I'll put you at a 5 and kind of we'll have that sort of middle ground. Having a more dynamic camera can be cool in like, if there's a bunch of enemies, having the camera like go at like the halfway point between the player and an enemy could be cool, but that's more development time that we don't necessarily have time for. So that's stuff we can like readdress later. Yeah, that's fine. That'd be really low to actually like, do I want the camera to be this like smooth, or do I want the camera to have the same kind of wha 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 kind of movement? I don't know. If you had spiky hair, you'd remind me of the show Mr. Maker Minute Make Time. I'm not familiar with what that is at all, but yeah. No, my hair ain't spiky. But yeah. Anywho, okay, I'm just gonna leave this. I should really be like I can do some of this like fine tuning now, but more of this should be happening in more of the actual like so-called polish phase. I love Mr. Maker. I don't know what that is. Old kids show. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I Google this real quick, I don't know if I'm gonna recognize. I'll be like, oh, I know what that is. I just didn't know what that's called. Mr. Maker. Do I recognize what this is? Something like this guy? Yeah. No, I don't think I do, but I mean, looks like in the same vein, perhaps, as Bill Nye the Science Guy, but yeah, it seems like kids show kind of deal. And that's it. Fair enough. Yeah, no, I don't have the David Tennant hair. You make arts and crafts. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So, okay. So, as much as I'd like to keep sitting here and rambling, I've been going for I don't get how time flies. My stream so fast. It's been 6 hours and 40 minutes, and it's getting close to 1 o'clock. I meant to stop stream around midnight because I have a job to go to tomorrow. So I'd be doing it. Today was a holiday, so that gave me extra time to work on this. But unfortunately, I will. What job? So I do computers. I do programming stuff as a job. I have to shift at 10. So because time zones and stuff, I don't. Yeah, I work words English. I work later in the day, but like so I work. I can't sentences. Jeez. I do programming stuff as a job that I had for slightly over a year now. It's a company called Fingerworks, and basically short version. So they make a program made in Unity. So I actually do Unity stuff as a job, which is awesome. But it's not a game. We're not making games. It's what time are you streaming tomorrow? So in theory, I have written down that I was going to try to stream every day this week from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Or not even just this week, in theory, going forward. 8 p.m. to 6 p.m. Sorry, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. was the initial plan, but as you can see, we keep going past that every time. Although starting tomorrow, I might need to actually reel it back and like not go this overboard for just time reasons. But yeah, and then we'll see how that goes. Oh, and that's time zone wise. It's 6 p.m. my time. That is the Eastern time, which is New York time and Toronto time and all that. Around 8 p.m. will be good, or later. There's a good chance I'll be going at. I will experiment around with like perhaps fluctuating that time since I would be late. Fair enough. Yeah, it's likely. I judging by how this is going, that'll be a bit later than that, unless I have other things to do. But especially while I'm working on this game, I'm probably gonna be streaming longer. After this is done, after the 9 days, I'm gonna be getting a bit busier again with other things, so I don't know how much often I'll be able to stream, but I'm gonna try to stream mostly every day if I can, just doing whatever stuff I end up doing. So yeah, we'll see. But what was I saying? So my job is a Fingerworks Telestrator. The Telestrator basically, when they're doing live sports, like different sports ball, no, football and basketball and all that. I'm gonna use football to better example. In football, when stuff happened, when football is being broadcasted during replays, like whatever, or during replays when they're like drawing on the screen, or I think. So the funny thing is, I work for a company that does stuff relating to sports, but I'm not that big of a sports person myself. So I don't watch a lot of live sports. But if you are super familiar with live sports, then you'll know what I'm talking about. But in live sports, same not a sports guy. Yeah, I've been trying to get more into sports because of the fact that I'm working. So I don't work for a sports company. I work for a company that makes a tool that sports companies use, if that makes sense, which is different. It's different enough. Basically, we make a tool, Fingerworks, that's also the name of our company, but that's sick. Yeah, that basically when they're drawing lines on the screen and like circles and like all that, we made the tool that does that. Basically, right? Yeah, I'm not going to show it because I don't want to get in trouble with my job. I mean, I can show anything that's publicly available information or whatever. You can Google stuff and find stuff. But yeah, what am I trying to say? It's funny. I've described my job. This is the third time I've described my job on this stream, and I don't know why this time I'm being the worst at it. But yeah, basically the program, it doesn't just draw lines, it does a whole bunch of other stuff, and it's so complicated. There's so many like little things. It's very like, with any big game, in the context of a big game, like every little thing is like stupidly complicated, more complicated than you could imagine. Like it does a bunch of other things, but lines is the easiest thing to explain. Different tools of just drawing on the screen, and we make the tool that allows them to do that, and then you can change the colors and the sizes of the lines, and whoa, all these like hundreds of different tools. Wow. We even make, I've made some like custom tools before for particular clients and stuff like that. Yeah. Oh, hello, Night King 166. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Hello. Unfortunately, we're probably going to be ending things off here very shortly, but because I've been going for 6 hours and 47 minutes. But yeah, hello, welcome. Yeah, if you just got here, we're making a game. I can show off where this currently is because it's coming along cool. I have a personal challenge to myself to make a game in 9 days. This isn't for a competition or anything. It's just I wanted to see if I can. With a lot of the games that I make, I overplan things to the 9th degree, like, and make a lot of things that I don't end up finishing. So I just want to try, like, plan a game that's, like, super small and then actually finish it. So in theory, that's what we're going to be doing. Yeah, so we have this game where basically you're a cube, you're moving across tiles, and it's like happening every couple seconds. What's your Discord? If you type ! Discord, actually, I'll do it. Discord. Yeah, Nightbot. To the rescue. Yeah, that be that. So I have a Discord, I have a YouTube channel where I am trying to make videos. I just, busy, and right now I'm, doing this. I don't know if something with this, I'll try to turn something with this into a YouTube video, just rambling about how I made it or something, we'll see. But the main content that I want to be making, and eventually, like, I've made a few different types of content, but the main content I want to be making is Unity tutorials, making, tutorials teaching different Unity concepts and all that. And I played around with different like formats for those tutorials, and for the next one I'm going to be making, in the next couple, I have sort of new idea for how I kind of want to format it that I think will be visually interesting and stuff. And I imagine the process, some part of the process of making that will be live streamed, and yeah, we'll see how that goes. But Yeah, and so some things I won't be live streaming, like the actual physically recording it. I can't do both at the same time. I mean, I technically can, in OBS, you can stream and record at the same time, but still, I probably wouldn't do that. But there's some, some stuff that probably, will be, and showing like the progress of how that's coming along. Anyways, but what was I saying? So the game though, the game we're making, So Cube, you're moving around in grid. Your goal is to get to the end. There's a lot of placeholder stuff. In theory, some of these colored cubes will be actual things eventually. Like these are springs, these are walls, these are enemies. That's the goal over there. You're basically just trying to get from the beginning level to the end, but then there's different like obstacles in your way, like these enemies. We have a fire hazard that can kill you and it can kill enemies. You have that you can go off the edge of the map well, you can actually, that blocks you, but we're gonna have holes like in the middle of levels. That's gonna be a thing. But and the player is smart enough to not fall off ledges, but enemies are not. Enemies are dumb. So enemies can fall off. You can lead enemies to fall off holes, and you can lead enemies into hazards. And that's going to be a decent bit of gameplay, is having to kite enemies around into stuff so that they die, and then you can pass them and get to the end. So that's stuff we're going to play around with when we get to the level design. Game looks simple but nice. Yeah, it is. For trying to make a simple game, it is, it's a decent idea, I think, and a decent gameplay. And we still have more stuff that we're going to be making, and then ideally it'll get more polish and look visually better. A lot of this is placeholder assets of like, how that is. Actually, I'm curious how this is currently looking in 3D. Oh no. I mean, yeah, sure. But never done a game jam on YouTube. If I were to do it, I would do it with another person. So I have done a few game jams before and made some games that were like all right with them. So yeah, that's the thing I've done. And I did have one where two that I did work with other people and stuff. They're all right. But yeah, so this is the equivalent of me basically doing a game jam. I haven't done one in like a year basically, but there's this like a yearly game jam that happens in my city that I go to, but well, actually I don't know if it's happening this year. I haven't heard any information about it, but yeah, anyways, so we'll see. If I do something like that and then I make a game, I'll probably show that off on stream. Actually, I'll probably depending on circumstances, we'll see if I'm streaming the actual making of the game. But anyways, yeah, you will see. Planning for hypotheticals, we'll see that. It would be cool. What if hypothetically, if I grow a little bit bigger as a streamer or whatever, it'd be cool for me to host my own game jams. I think that would be very cool. In my Discord, I could do stuff there and like, hosting my own game jam is something that I'd like to do eventually. Once I have a bit more of like a likelihood of that I wouldn't be the only one participating in my own game jam. Unfortunately, my Discord server, partially because I've been gone for many months, is a little bit dead at the moment, but hopefully I can build back what I've lost. And But in my Discord, if you have any like game dev questions, I'd be happy to answer such stuff, or opinions on game stuff. I can try to assist and all that. But yeah, so that's that. So what was I saying? Anyway, so this game, making a lot of good progress for the people who have been here for a bit. Today we were doing enemies and hazards, and we successfully, I'd say, we did that. And so we have our enemies, they're cool and all. We have our hazard, we have the springs and the whole wall. The coding of being able to walk on walls, that was a whole massive ordeal, but we got there. We figured it out. So yeah, this is cool. So next time, what we're going to be doing is just the rest of the level mechanics off to the side here that we want to do. So we have a rolling boulder. It's basically just going to be an enemy that moves in one direction, and like that's it. I just want that additional thing in there, especially for the earlier levels, to have a few of those that could be sort of patrolling around. These faded arrows are just going to be to tell these sort of where to go, to be able to have them go in a pattern. Non-faded arrows, the idea is that another movement mechanic that will make the player go in a direction. If you're the player and if you're the player, you touch here, you're going here. If you're an enemy, you touch there, you're going there. And that's just going to be a thing that we're going to have happen. And then a slight variation of that, I want to try having a spinning arrow. I don't know how this is going to work super well in practice, but we're going to try it. And basically each turn, or maybe every 2 turns, we're just going to have it spin, and then, it'll work like this, where you're going to move in that direction. Yeah. Oh, hey. Yeah, exploit for YouTube. That also worked. I haven't tested that in F to other colorblind people. Oh no. Is this? I mean, so okay. This was meant to be like a decorative piece to kind of match the background. and this is white, and it's like a white yellow. Ideally, in practice, like this is going to be turning every second, every like 0.4 seconds. This is going to turn, so you should be able to visually tell these apart just by the fact that one is moving. In theory, hopefully the other colors are make sense. But yeah, no, I don't have color, but yeah, no, it's just yeah. But yeah, no, I mean this is a decorative thing. There's like stuff over here is like also temporary, like decorative stuff. These are meant to just be the border of the map. They go away. What version, Unity version do I use? So, basically just currently the latest version of, so this project I have to like upgrade, but basically the latest version of 2022 is what I went with this project. So there's that. I currently have been using 2022 instead of going to 2023 just because it's probably more stable. Didn't want to run into random unexpected issues with this. In regards to like the 3 render pipelines, like the default render pipeline, universal render pipeline, and the HD render pipeline, I personally use the universal render pipeline for most projects nowadays. Yeah. Part of the course I have, to make a tank game. Ooh, interesting. Cool. Yeah, have I ever made a tank game? I don't think so, but yeah, they provide you assets. Would it by any chance be like the Unity tutorial tank game that you then have to like modify it or something like that? Because I know that exists. Actually, no, I think I've done that tutorial, so I guess I technically made tanks in regards to that, but not like outside of the context of a tutorial. Yeah, Unity has a question mark. So on Unity's websites, let's see if I can find it real quick. On like unity.com or whatever, there's a whole learn tab with a bunch of stuff. I haven't looked at this in a while, and like they changed the website, and like I don't know where stuff is. Somewhere buried in this website, there's like a tutorial. Australia, it's different. Fair enough. Somewhere in here, there's like a tutorial that's like them making a tank game where it's like 2 tanks. It's like a 2-player thing where they shoot at each other. And there's like a tutorial that just goes through like making that. Let's see. It's an older tutorial as well. Let's see. I don't know. Can I find it? No, that's probably not this. No, definitely not that. Could be not sure. Well, let's see if I can. Didn't mean to close that, but I'm just gonna find. I know like Unity tanks demo. Whoop. Any chance that it looks like this? This is the This is the graphics of what this thing looks like. That's just. Yeah, just like one of the like Unity themselves made some tutorials. This is just one of them. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, so it's like this. Yeah, so yeah, that's just I think that they made. And then there's a few other of these, and I haven't looked at their thing in a while. Similar, fair enough. If you're doing this for like so you said for a course, this is like a school project or something. Could be the case that your school like took this as like a base, made like a different version of it. I don't know, spitballing guesses. But anywho, yeah, there's a few different of these that I've done like in the past when I was learning Unity myself, way back when. They'll like, so if you know Hello World with coding, it's a very common thing when people learn how to code for the first time. The first thing you learn is how to print to like a console or a text file just the words Hello World. The like game development equivalent of Hello World, to me, kind of. One of Unity's oldest tutorials is this like rollerball tutorial. It's like their beginner tutorial, just like rollerball. This is where I started Unity. Was just you get a ball to roll around in an environment. That's like the beginnery thing of learning Unity. This was another tutorial thing they made, and this was definitely the first thing I would have made in Unity. So yeah, there's a few others. I nowadays don't go to Unity for tutorials. I just go off of like Googling stuff and random YouTube videos on certain topics. So yeah. Braki, I used to learn from. Yeah, I have as well a bit. Yeah. When he still made videos. Yeah, that is unfortunate that he's gone now on to other things. Yeah. But now I'm here to make videos. No, see, the thing with that is I gotta actually make videos. That's the requirement there. The step 1, which I'm not doing, but yeah, eventually I do have video ideas of stuff that I want to make, and eventually I'll get that stuff done. Yeah, so, he's alleged he's the best at teaching. Yeah. Yeah, so, what was I, I've lost my train of thought with anything that I was talking about. We're a minute away from it being 7 hours. I need to stop talking. Okay, so we're gonna wrap things up because I need sleep so that I can be awake enough tomorrow to stream tomorrow. But so yeah, thank you all for dropping by. It's cool. I had a lot of viewers, a lot of chat interaction today. I was glancing over at my viewer count. I was being around like 5 to 8 viewers for most of the stream, so that is very, very cool. Very awesome. Yeah, so even the people that aren't chatting, yeah, thanks for being here. Very, very, very cool. Good night, mate, to you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, appreciate the new people dropping it. Actually, I'm curious if love the comment. Thank you. But for people who are here at the moment, I am curious. How did you find me? How did you find me, and what made you decide to like not leave the stream immediately? I am curious of, and if I can use any of the suggestions on how to improve my stream or whatever. So I know, I mean, so I'm in the software and game development category, so if I go to Twitch, over to, you're gonna hear noises of my stream. It's fine, don't worry about that. Okay. Software and game development. I know, like, so I'm in this category somewhere, and yeah, you scroll down. Where am I in here? This is live channels. Hey, I'm there. Woo. Got my face. Got my the game that I'm working on. Yeah. The scroll on the categories look cool. Cool. Yeah. So, the category just pressed it randomly. Interesting. Fair enough. So, see, you know the thing I noticed. All of these people are using dark mode. I'm using light mode, so I stand out. Huzzah! Scroll the categories is cool. I think the Unity tag made me find you. Oh yeah, that is, yeah, I did. Interesting, yeah. I did, yeah, I'm in there, and also so is this other guy. Cool. Yeah, because not all the people in here are doing Unity stuff. That was one thing I wasn't sure of. So I'll give you the back end of Infinite OBS. When you set up the stream information over here, you put in tags. And I'm like, I don't know what to put in tags. Like I don't know what effect that has or like how that matters. Like Unity, game development, like C#. I'm like, I don't know. Do I put in like Blender? Like I don't. Does it matter if I have like a bajillion tags? Is that like bad? I don't know. Yeah. Please remove light mode. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. I do like light mode more than dark mode with the stuff that I do. Maybe one day I'll change and I'll not see the light, but see the dark. But I do just prefer. What's funny is it's not so much preferring light mode and dark mode, just preferring whatever the default was of the program when I started using it. So like Blender, if I open Blender, is gonna be in so-called dark mode. This is dark overall, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe if it does, because if like, I know many people have like asked about, but like I don't know. I like using light mode. I don't know if I should change that. Like I could. Or, like I don't know. At least this is my at least this is daytime in my zone. At least it wasn't nighttime. Yeah, time zones. Woo. Yeah. Anywho, yeah. Thanks for answering that. I was just curious. So yeah, okay, using the Unity tag, that worked. Not that I'm not care. I mean, I care enough about using that, like not like having. There's 0 people here. Having people here is nice. Having people to talk to and enjoying my content is cool. But I'm not super like only focusing on the numbers. Like I more want to be like making cool stuff and like having that all go well and stuff. But yeah, just I might as well ask, because why not? And useful information can be good. But, yeah. Anywho, yeah, okay, actually, one thing I'm gonna do before I forget to, I'm just seeing that the background isn't centered. Yeah. So the thing with what I'm hoping this will look like when it's polished is that the background is gonna be kind of looking like an old parchment paper, kind of like it's a page of a book. I want the goal, rather than making this yellow block, to be like a tear in the page. It might have like a golden border to show that it's like special or something and not like the other holes. But ideally it'd be really cool if it looked like a tear in the page and you can see the next level through it and then you like fall into the next level. Now, me saying that versus actually making it, I don't know if I could actually be able to do that in time. If I had all the time in the world, I think I could do it. In this time constraint, I might have to settle for just you touch it and then it just fade to black, and then you fade in the next level, and that can work, but it wouldn't be as cool, exciting. We'll see. That's on the potential to-do list. Or maybe something like that I maybe save for like one of the last things we do if we have the time. That'd be fun to watch. Yeah, it'd be cool. Sorry, make a horror game. That'd be fun to watch. I don't want to have nightmares from making horror. Now, I'm a scaredy cat. I don't play horror games that much. You may notice I have the my biggest rewards thing being with channel points, 100,000 points. I will play a horror game. That actually did get redeemed once by Francesco, I believe. And yeah, then I did that, and that was that happened, and it'll happen again soon enough, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, so there are two sides. One, horror games can be cool and all. Make it 10,000 or something. It needs to be high so that it doesn't get redeemed often. And if it gets redeemed again, it goes up to 1 million. No. But I mean, there's the side of like one. I mean, yeah, having that be a thing that doesn't happen that often. Because also, I have a bunch of other stuff I don't want to do as far as like suggestions on like games to make and all that. I have my to-do list is so massive already. I gotta actually start knocking things off that to-do list. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah. But we'll see. I mean, yeah, the idea of making a horror game does seem conceptually interesting. I have some potential ideas for some stuff I could do with that. I do have a list on my phone of just as I come up with random game ideas, I just add to this list. And like some of them are like, man, whatever. But there's a few in there. I'm like, that could be interesting. But I have a massive list of just anything that comes to mind. I write it down. Gonna make you play a VR horror game next. Oh no, that'll be worse. I do have a VR headset, so I'm good as far as that goes. But well, actually, I guess so. I haven't done. I have to do like testing for like on stream. Is that stuff gonna function well? But we'll worry about that when we get there. Yeah. Oh no, we'll see. Yeah, but anyway, we'll get to that. For now, I got this game to finish, and then I gotta figure out, I have a few potential things of what I'm gonna be doing after making this game. I gotta figure out exactly what that's gonna be. I'm not completely settled yet. But one thing I want to do is that before I get back into working on like my big proper games like the Hammer with Unicycle, is that I know that with Unity I have certain gaps in my knowledge of things I want to just things I've never done before that I want to just do so that I've done that thing before. So I might have some small Unity projects where I just do that thing and just like figure that out, and then that's all. It's not really making a game, just figuring that out to then maybe later use it in the game. Like a character ledge grab, figuring out how to actually do that. Because actually, I have decided that, so in that Unicycle game that I was showing off earlier, something I forgot to mention, it would be really cool if ledge grabbing was a thing. It would assist as well with the fact that you don't actually make platform. So going off a ramp, if you barely make the thing actually a satisfying, like you grab the ledge and then flip up, that'd be cool. And it can work in the context of like, yeah, you're on a unicycle, but you still have working hands. That would be something cool to have. But not just because of that, but just in general, I want to, by programming a ledge grab, because I know it's a common thing in games that I've just never done before. And there's a bunch of other like things. I guess in that same vein, like climbing up a ladder and like actually grabbing the individual rungs and doing the procedural animation to make that happen. And other things that aren't making characters do actions. There's other little things that I'd like to do. Right now, with the animator stuff, I've never used blend trees before, so and this is my first time even having different layers. I'm like, yeah, that worked. So little things like that. Yeah. I'll send you a build of my horror game once the demo is out. Ooh, neat. Yeah, that could be the next line, dude. Oh, no. I don't want to be scared. But, yeah. Yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah. So, anyways, I do need to, I guess, I keep saying I'm going to stop, and then I keep not stopping. I do need to actually wind down here, I guess. So let's wrap up what we're doing with, it's not that scary, I think. Games with a purposely like retro-y art style, or like purposely all like pixely or whatever, can scare me more sometimes, more than games that's like hyper realistic. I don't know. It's just I guess it's not like universal across the board, but like I don't know. It's PlayStation XL. Oh no, that is like more likely to scare me, I think. There have been games that aren't horror games that just do random unexpected thing moved and that'll like scare me out of my chair, figuratively. But okay, so let's I guess assess what we're doing next. So day 3, I'm saying we're done with that. I guess this is how organize it. So we're gonna be on to day 4. I'll rename that to current. So day 4 is going to be about finishing the rest of these different blocks. And so on one hand, each individual one might not be that bad, especially I say like the boulder is going to be like an enemy that just moves in one direction. But then getting everything else, like with each thing we add, we then got to make everything else work with that. Well, I mean, anything that doesn't move, anything that moves has got to work with everything that doesn't move. Thing that doesn't move, other thing that doesn't move, they don't got to interact. Like an arrow doesn't have to care about a spring, but the player and the enemies is the main thing that's going to figure out how it's supposed to interact with everything else. In theory, the arrows shouldn't be that bad. The spring was extra bad because, like, the launching 2 spaces ahead, and then being on the walls was bad because there's just different mechanics of how you interact with what you then fall onto. But arrow is just... we basically, when the player gets on it, we just override that your next turn will go in this direction no matter what, and then you figure out then what you're doing. It's so far to find game programming streams on Twitch. At least I found you. Yeah, thank you. Glad that I'm doing decent at this Twitch thing, and there's I guess there's not that many people doing Unity stuff. Unless people could be doing Unity stuff, just not have the tag or whatever. But yeah. So hopefully, as we go, I continue to make cooler and cooler things. So that's as far as improving the quality of my streams. One thing that does that is just having a more interesting game that I'm in the middle of working on. That would do that a little bit. Hello, Sarek. Hello. Welcome. Welcome, but also, unfortunately, we're about to be ending things off. So, there is that. I meant to be ending things off half an hour ago. Over an hour and 9 minutes ago. We didn't do that, but anyway, so for now, for realsies, I think we gotta, so... No, you're not. Today is 24-hour stream. Oh no, ramble about horror. We already did that, rambling about different horror games. I guess like the last horror game that we did on stream was Scrutinized, and that game was so like all right, like well put together and all that. I just, unfortunately for me, I don't think it was the best stream content because one, I kept like pausing the game and that's not fun to watch, and two, when you die you lose like hours of progress, and that's not the best thing for a Twitch stream necessarily, to be like, you know, super bombastic, amazing, whatever. So to some degree, maybe next time we do a game that actually has a proper like you're progressing, like something like Outlast or whatever, you're progressing through the game, that can be just more interesting for the sake of the stream. Like, outside of the stream, like, you know, totally fine game. I'm fine investing time in a game and then, like, I can lose that progress and then try to make it back, but just, 24-hour stream doing game sounds nice, not gonna lie. It's like a challenge. I did, my very first stream ever, over a year ago, was, like, 12 hours. Back when I was in school, I did streams where I was, working on some of my school projects that happened to be making games, and was spending a lot of time doing that. And even some things that weren't games, some other programming stuff. Francesco, do you remember, what was the time of my longest stream? I don't remember if I streamed all of it, but I did have a period of time, back, actually it was the handyman with the unicycle. I'm sure I could dig it up as well. I have a VODs channel, or just like a YouTube channel where I over 12 hours. I 100% cross over 12 hours because it's annoying with the back end when I do. I have a thing that can automatically, like, it takes my streams and then uploads them to I have a second channel that's just my VODs. Just because on Twitch they get deleted after 60 days or something like that. So on that I actually have all of them permanently, except the very first stream. My first stream isn't on there because I didn't properly set up having the stream actually save until the middle of that first stream. So that's lost to history, unfortunately. But after that, that's all there. But if a stream is over 12 hours, the export thingy doesn't like that, so I have to like split it up. have like sort of part 1, part 2, yeah. So because that has that problem, I think there was one time where I'm like, oh no, the stream's gonna cost 12 hours. I'm just gonna stop and then start the stream so that it like, I don't have to deal with that manually. But I know I've had streams go over 12 hours because of that. But the handyman with the unicycle, when I was making the demo for that, for the school project, it was due, I don't remember what, let's say it was due on like a Friday or something. I remember, it's like, oh, we gotta, finish this demo we're making. I stayed up for 24 hours, working basically 24 hours straight, no sleeping, just working on finishing that demo, making the tutorial level that we did. And it turned out great, and it was awesome. But and I don't know how I wasn't as tired as I should have been by the end of that. I streamed most of it. I don't think I streamed for 24 hours straight though, but I was awake for 24 hours straight just working on that thing and then submitted it, and then I got 100% on that assignment, so huzzah. Yeah, that went well. Yeah, and we'll see. My ability to stream for long quantities of time isn't so much limited to, it's limited to like what other stuff I'm doing with like job and needing to sleep. Outside of those things, I would totally be streaming like a lot more, working on this stuff. But yeah, life exists, and yeah, sleep is a thing that I require. I don't drink coffee either. That's yeah, made it through 4 years of university without needing to survive off of coffee. But anyways, yeah. So game. So what we're doing next time is gonna be making the rest of these things that you can interact with. Rolling block, the different types of arrows, the trigger that you can interact. Or this is more decorative if we want like invisible trigger that once you touch this then something happens that's like decorative, like stuff falling from the ceiling around you. The cracked block is like, it's a cracked tile in the floor that just, you'll see a shadow grow and then giant rock will fall from the ceiling. That's just like a one frame it's a hazard, one frame it's not kind of idea. That can also kill enemies. And then level transition stuff, we'll see if we get to that. And then the large enemy, the 2x2 enemy, this will probably be a pain, but it will also share a lot of just what these enemies do. So we're gonna see. We'll figure out exactly how much of a pain this guy's gonna be. You might ask me, how old are you? 23, the same age as whatever year it is. 2023, yeah. My birthday being in July, so before or after that. So yeah, I'm out of university by a year. Yeah, that is how that be. I quit energy drinks in February. Oh, cool. I drink energy drinks maybe one day. Yeah. I don't even drink like pop. I don't like the taste of Coke, Pepsi, all that. So I don't. But yeah, good old H2O. Except this is empty, right? Yeah. Yeah. 23 years old. Yep. Very nice as well. I'm a water addict. Same here. I have a water bottle with my old logo on it. That's Cyberchrome right there. I got this as a gift. I didn't make this myself. But yeah. And eventually, I guess soon, it's falling apart. So I gotta make a new one with my new logo soon, I guess. That's mandatory now. No. Need to stay alive? Huh. You need water to stay alive? Well, what are the odds of that? I can't believe it. No. Yeah. Yeah. That's Hey, I'd love to stay and talk for hours. It's really, I'm very much liking actually having viewers and people actually chatting. But that's awesome. It's insane. I'm so addicted if I don't drink water, I die. It's insane. Wow, mind blown. Would you believe that I'm the same way? Anyways, okay, I'm gonna raise the desk for ending things off. I guess that's be more actually moving around. Oh yeah, I have a standing desk, by the way. That is a thing. Oh, hold on. Don't do that. I hit the desk so it stopped moving up because that's a, makes sense as a. Hold on. What are you hitting off of? Fine. Everything's good. Okay. You good? My old computer was pushed back and against cords. It's fine. Oh, good. Anyways, yeah. I guess this is my tradition now. Too hot to wear the lab coat. I can wear it for the 5 seconds for me to end things off. So we're finishing things off for now, and then tomorrow we'll be continuing those different things. I still haven't actually designed all the levels. I was hoping to do that. Day 5, 2 days from now, is where we're hopefully gonna be the plan is to actually be building the levels, which if I don't have them designed by then, I don't know what we're gonna do because I'm not great at level design. But I have some more ideas for how I can go about making the level design potentially easier, and yeah, we'll see. I still don't know how many levels it's gonna be total, but we do know what the first level is gonna look like, roughly, and we have an interesting idea for the final level, and that's gonna be a whole thing. Where basically we're gonna have a giant 5x5 enemy that moves 2 squares at a time. It's gonna be hard to get away from. Basically this giant, like, yeah, kind of a boss with you have to lead it into a giant hole and that being the only way to kill it. So we're gonna figure out exactly the mechanics of how that's gonna work, but we'll get there. So yeah, we're gonna end things off here. I have 7 viewers, that's awesome. So we're gonna raid someone because I said I want to get in the habit of doing that when I have more than 2 people. So we're gonna quickly just go to... not take too long doing this. Where is all the buttons of how I do anything? Over here, over here. Come on. So I guess while I'm finishing things off, good night, take care. Good luck with this project. Yeah, thank you. Oh, no. Oh wait, that's already, yeah, okay, yeah, caught it. That was not playing the double audio of my own stream. Cause I'm in a hurry, we're just gonna look at the top person with the Unity tag, Virus610. All right, let's, yeah, actually, oh. Well, here's actually what we're gonna do. I see the other person with the Unity tag has 2 viewers. We're gonna name them because it'll mean more. Let's see, Hot Trash Games. Yeah, so we're gonna do that. I'm gonna just blindly hope that I see them working on a Unity game. I don't have time to fact check. So we're just gonna go blah, and we're gonna go like this, and then we're gonna go like this. It'd be better if I could set this up. I can't set this up beforehand because like how long I'm streaming, different people could be live or whatever. You, and then, okay, I'll click that button when I'm done. Virus is a good one, up to you. Cool. Well, I mean, I catch him at another point that I can, but yeah, I don't know, just picking randomly because I'm in a hurry and not thinking about it too much. So anyways, yeah, okay, so we'll end things off, and then, yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. So, that'll do it for this live stream. If you liked it, look forward to more. Thank you all so much for watching, and as always, I'll see you around. Nailing it with that outro, haha. Alright, pressing the buttons. Let's see if this actually works. Yeah. Alright, well, yeah, see you guys, and, yeah, alright, bye! Because I'm not ending with the outro because I still gotta click all the final buttons, but yeah, see ya.